The Black Lizard Big Book of Black Mask Stories. Edited by Otto Penzler. Number 7. A Taste for Cognac by Brett Halliday. Read by Peter Gammon. Brett Halliday was one of the pseudonyms of the prolific Davis Dresser, 1904 to 1977. Born in Chicago, he spent his childhood in Texas, where he ran away from home at the age of 14 to join the Army, until his true age was discovered when he was 16. He returned to school and received a civil engineering certificate, but when work was hard to come by during the Great Depression, began to write, turning out scores of mystery, western, romance, adventure, and sex stories for the pulps. His first novel, Mum's the Word for Murder, 1938, was published under the pseudonym Asa Baker, as was his second, The Kissed Corpse, 1939. He also wrote as Matthew Blood, Peter Shelley, Anthony Scott, Hal Debrett, and many other pseudonyms. It was with the character Michael Shane, however, that Dresser found success. Based on a character he had met while working in Mexico on an oil tanker, the big red-headed private eye was one of the most popular detectives of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, with more than 60 novels, numerous short stories and novelettes, a magazine named for him, a radio series starring Jeff Chandler, a television series starring Richard Denning, and a dozen movies in the 1940s, the first 7 of which starred Lloyd Nolan, while the final 5 saw Hugh Beaumont portraying a tough but humorous Shane. One Shane vehicle, Time to Kill, 1942, was based on a Raymond Chandler novel, The High Window, with Philip Marlowe displaced by Shane. A Taste for Cognac was published in the November 1944 issue.
A Taste for Cognac. You're horning in on things that don't concern you, the voice over the phone cautioned Mike Shane. An unnecessary and futile warning, since the red-haired Private Seamus was always concerned with murder and lovely maidens in distress, particularly when his experienced nostrils sniffed a case of rare pre-war Monet cognac as the payoff. Chapter 1. Monet 26. Michael Shane hesitated inside the swinging doors, looked down the row of men at the bar, and then strolled past the wooden booths lining the wall, glancing in each one as he went by. Timothy Rourke wasn't at the bar, and he wasn't in any of the booths. Shane frowned and turned impatiently toward the swinging doors. A voice called, "Mr. Shane?" when he reached the third booth from the end. He stopped and looked down at the girl alone in the booth. She was about 20, smartly dressed, with coppery hair parted in the middle and lying in smooth waves on either side of her head. She didn't wear any makeup, and her small face had a pinched look. Her eyes were brown and shone with alert intelligence. Her left hand clasped a glass half filled with dead beer as she smiled at Shane. The Miami detective took off his hat and stood flat-footed looking down at her. Lights above the bar behind him cast shadows on his gaunt cheeks. He lifted his left eyebrow and asked, "Do I know you?" "You're going to." The girl tilted her head sideways and looked wistful. "I'll buy a drink." "Why didn't you say so?" Shane slid into the bench opposite her. A waiter hurried over, and the girl said, "Cognac," happily, watching Shane for approval. The detective said, "Make it a sidecar, Joe." The waiter nodded and went away. "But Tim said cognac was your password," the girl protested. "That you never drank anything else." "Tim?" Shane arched a bushy red brow. "Tim Rourke. He thought you might tell me about some of your cases. I do feature stuff for a New York syndicate. Tim couldn't make it tonight. He's been promising to introduce me to you, so I came on to meet you here instead. I'm Myrna Hastings." Shane said bitterly. When you order cognac these days, you get lousy grape brandy. California, 44. It's drinkable, mixed into a sidecar. This damned war. It's a shame your drinking habits have been upset by the war. Tragic, in fact. Myrna Hastings took a sip of her flat beer and made a little grimace. Shane lit a cigarette and tossed the pack on the table between them. Joe brought his sidecar, and he watched Myrna take a dollar bill from her purse and lay it on the table. Shane lifted the slender cocktail glass to his lips and said, "Thanks." He drank half of the mixture, and his gray eyes became speculative. Holding it close to his nose, he inhaled deeply, and a frown rumpled his forehead. Joe was standing at the table when Shane drained his glass. "I've changed my mind, Joe. Bring me a straight cognac, a double shot in a beer glass." Joe grinned slyly and went away. 60 cents in change from Myrna's dollar bill lay on the table. She poked at the silver and asked dubiously, "Will that be enough for a double shot?" "It'll be 80 cents, Shane replied. She smiled and took a quarter from her purse. "Tim says you've always avoided publicity, but it'll be a wonderful break for me if I can write up a few of your best cases." The waiter brought a beer glass with 2 ounces of amber fluid in the bottom, took Myrna Hastings 85 cents, and went away. Shane lifted the beer glass to his nose, closed his eyes and breathed deeply of the bouquet, then began to warm the glass with his hands. "Tim thinks you should let yourself in on some publicity," the girl continued. "He thinks it's a shame you don't ever take the credit for solving so many tough cases." Shane looked at her for an instant, then slowly emptied his glass and set it down. He picked up his cigarettes and hat and said, "Thanks for the drinks. I never give out any stories. Tim Rourke knows that." He got up and strode to the rear end of the bar. Joe sidled down to him, and Shane said, "I could use another shot of that stuff, and I'll pour my own." Joe got a clean beer glass and set a tall bottle on the bar before Shane. He glanced past the detective at the girl sitting alone in the booth, but didn't say anything. The label on the bottle read, "Monterey Grape Brandy, guaranteed 14 months old." Shane pulled out the cork and passed the open neck of the bottle back and forth under his nose. He asked Joe, "Got any more of this same brand?" "Geez, I don't know. I'll see, Mr. Shane." He went away and returned presently with a sealed bottle bearing the same label. Shane broke the seal and pulled the cork. He grimaced as the smell of raw grape brandy assailed his nostrils. He said angrily, "This isn't the same stuff." "Says so right on the bottle," Joe argued, and pointed to the label. "I don't give a damn what the label says," Shane growled. He reached for the first bottle and poured a drink into the empty beer mug. Keeping a firm grip on the bottle with his left hand, he drank from the mug, rolling the liquor around his tongue. His gray eyes shone with dreamy contentment as he lingeringly swallowed the brandy, while a frown of curiosity and confusion formed between them. "Any more of the bar bottles already opened?" he asked Joe. "I don't think so. We don't open 'em but one at a time nowadays. I'll ask the barkeep." Plainly mystified by Shane's request, Joe went to the front of the bar and held a whispered conference with a bald-headed man wearing a dirty apron that bulged over a pot belly. The bartender glanced back at Shane, waddled toward him. He looked at the 2 bottles and asked, "'S the trouble here?" Shane shrugged his wide shoulders. "No trouble. Your bar bottle hasn't got the same stuff that's in the sealed one." The hulking man looked troubled. "You know how 'tis these days. A label don't mean nothin' no more. We're lucky to stay open at all." Shane said, "I know it's tough trying to keep a supply." "You're private, huh? Ain't I seen you round?" Shane said, I'm private. This hasn't anything to do with the law." The bartender regarded Shane for a moment with murky, bulging eyes. "If you got a kick about the drink, it'll be on the house," he decided magnanimously. "I'm not kicking," Shane told him earnestly. "I'd like to buy what's left in this bottle." He indicated the partially empty one which he had moved out of the bartender's reach. The man shook his head slowly. "No can do. Our license says we gotta sell it by the drink." Shane held the bottle up and squinted through it. "There's maybe 20 ounces left. It's worth $10 to me." The big man continued to shake his head. "You can drink it here. 40 cents a shot." "Maybe I could make a deal with the boss." "Maybe." He waddled around the end of the bar and preceded Shane to an unmarked door to the left of the ladies' room. Shane saw Myrna Hastings still sitting in the booth watching him. The bartender rapped lightly on the door, turned the knob, and motioned Shane inside. Henry Rinaldo was seated at a desk facing the doorway. He was a big, flabby man with a florid face. He wore a black derby tilted back on his bullet head, and an open gray vest revealed the sleeves and front of a shirt violently striped with reddish purple. He was eating a frayed black cigar that had spilled ashes down the front of his vest. The bartender stood in the doorway behind Shane and said heavily, "This Seamus is kicking about the service, boss. I figured you might want to handle it." Rinaldo's black eyes took in the brandy bottle dangling from Shane's fingers, and they became unguarded for a moment. He wet his lips, said, "Okay, Tiny," and the bartender went out. Rinaldo leaned over the desk to push out his right hand. "Long time no see, Mike." Shane disregarded the proffered hand. "I didn't know you were in this racket, Rinaldo." "Sure. I went legal when Prohibition went out." Shane moved forward, set the bottle down with a little thump, and said mildly, "This is a new angle on me." "How's that?" "Pre-war cognac under a cheap domestic label? Monet, isn't it?" "You must be nuts," Rinaldo ejaculated. "Either you or me," Shane agreed. 40 cents a throw when it'd easily bring $1 a slug in the original bottle. Henry Rinaldo was beginning to breathe hard. "What's it to you, Shane? Stooging for the feds?" Shane shook his head. He lifted the bottle to his lips, let cognac gurgle down his throat, and murmured reverently, "Monet, vintage of 26. Henry Rinaldo started, and fear showed in his eyes. "How'd you—" He paused, taking the frayed cigar carefully from his lips. "Who sent you here?" "I followed my nose." Rinaldo shook his head. He said huskily, "I don't know how you got onto it, but why jump me?" His voice rose passionately. "If I pass it out for cheap stuff, is that a crime?" Shane said, "You could make more selling it by the bottle to a guy like me." Rinaldo spread out his hands. "I gotta stay in business. I gotta have something to sell over the bar, if I can hang on till after the war." Comprehension showed on Shane's face. "That's why you're refilling legal bottles." "What other out is there?" Rinaldo demanded. "Government inspectors checking my stock." "All right, but let me in on it," Shane urged. "A case or two for my private stock." "I only got a few bottles." "But you know where there's more." "Make your own deal," Rinaldo said sullenly. "Sure. All I want is the tip-off." "Who sent you to me?" "No one," Shane insisted. "I dropped in for a drink and got slugged with Monet when I ordered cheap brandy." "Nuts," sneered Rinaldo. "You couldn't pull the year on that vintage stuff. I don't know what the gimmick is." A rear door opened and two men came in hastily. They stopped in their tracks and stared at the detective seated on one corner of Ronaldo's desk. One of them was short and squarish, with a swart face and a whiskered mole on his chin. He wore fawn-colored slacks and a canary-yellow sweater that was tight over bulging muscles. His companion was tall and lean, with a pallid face and the humid eyes of a coqui. He was hatless and wore a tightly belted suit. He thinned his lips against sharp teeth and tilted his head to study Shane. Ronaldo snarled. "You took long enough. How'd you make out, Blackie?" "It wasn't no soap, boss. He ain't talking." "Hell, you followed him out of here." "Sure we did, boss," Blackie said earnestly. "Just like you said, to a little shack on the beach on 18th. But he had company when he got there. There was this car parked in front, see? So Lenny and me waited. Half an hour, maybe. Then a guy come out and drove away and we goes in. But we're too late. He's croaked." "Croaked? So help me. Then we beats it straight back." Ronaldo said sourly to Shane. "Looks like that fixes it for us both." Shane said, "Give me all of it." "Can't hurt now," Ronaldo muttered defensively. "This bird comes in with a suitcase this evening. It's loaded with 24 bottles of Monet 1926, like you know. It's pre-war, sealed with no revenue stamps. All he wants is 100, so what can I lose? I can't put it out there where an inspector will see it, but I can refill legal bottles and keep my customers happy. So I give him a C and try to pry loose where there's more, but he swears that's all there is and beats it. So I send Blackie and Lenny to see can they make a deal. You heard the rest." "Why you spilling your guts to this Seamus?" Lenny rasped suddenly. "Ain't he the law?" "Shane's private," Ronaldo told him. "He was trying to horn in." He paused, his jaw dropping. "Maybe you know more about it than I do, Shane." "Maybe he does." Lenny's voice rose excitedly. "Looks to me like the mug that came out and drove away, don't he, Blackie?" Blackie said, "Sorta. We didn't get to see him good," he explained to Ronaldo. "He was dressed like that, and big." All three of them looked at Shane suspiciously. Ronaldo said, "So that's how—" He jerked the cigar from his mouth and asked angrily, "What did you get out of him before he kicked off? Maybe we can make a deal, huh? You're plenty on the spot with him dead." Shane said, "Nuts. I don't know anything." "How'd you know about the Monet?" "I dropped in for a drink and knew it wasn't domestic stuff as soon as I tasted it." "Maybe, but that didn't spell out Monet 26. Now my boy'll keep quiet if—" Shane slid off the desk. His gray eyes were very bright. He said dispassionately, "You're a fool, Ronaldo. Your boys are feeding you a line. It's my hunch they messed things up and are afraid to admit it to you, so they make up a fairy tale about someone else getting there first and you swallow it." He laughed indulgently. "Think it over and you'll see who's really on the spot." He turned toward the door. Blackie got in front of him. He stood lightly on the balls of his feet, and a blackjack swung from his right hand. Behind him, Lenny crouched forward with his gun hand bunched in his coat pocket. His pallid face was contorted, and he panted, "Don't you listen to him, boss. Blackie and me can both identify him." Shane turned and told Ronaldo, "You'd better call them off. I've a friend waiting outside, and if anything happens to me in here, you'll have a lot of explaining to do." "If I turn you over for murder," Shane said, "Try it." He turned toward the door again, the open bottle of cognac clutched laxly in his left hand. Blackie remained poised with the blackjack between him and the door. He appealed to Ronaldo. "If it was him out there and the old gink talked before he passed out—" A sharp rapping on the door behind Blackie interrupted him. A grin pulled Shane's lips away from his teeth. He said, "My friend is getting impatient." Ronaldo said, "Skip it, Blackie." Shane went past the dark, sweatered man to the door and opened it. Myrna Hastings stood outside. "If you think—" she began. He took her arm firmly and pulled the door shut behind him. He slid the uncorked bottle into his coat pocket and started toward the front with her. She twisted to look back at the closed door and said uncertainly, "Those men inside, didn't one of them have a weapon?" He said, "You're an angel, and I was a louse to treat you as I did." They went out through the swinging doors, and he stopped on the sidewalk. "Keep on being an angel and beat it. I have things to do." Myrna looked up into his face and was frightened by what she saw there. "Something is wrong. I felt it when you acted so funny." He shrugged and said, "Maybe this'll be a case you can write up." He went to his sedan, parked at the curb, and started to get in. "Can't I go with you?" Myrna asked breathlessly. "I promise not to be in the way." He took hold of both her elbows and turned her about. "This is murder, kid. I'll tell you about it tomorrow." Chapter 2. The Emaciated Corpse. Shane drove out Biscayne Boulevard and turned right on 18th Street. A slim crescent of a moon rode high in the cloudless sky overhead, and the Miami night was humidly warm. He drove slowly to the end of the street and stopped his car against a low stone barrier overlooking the bayfront. He turned off his motor and lights and sat for a moment gripping the steering wheel. Light glowed through two round, heavily glassed windows in a low, square stone structure at his left. It sat boldly on the very edge of the bluff overlooking the bay, and a neat shell-lined walk led up to the front door. Shane got out and went up the walk. The little house was built solidly of porous limestone, and its only windows were round, metal-framed portholes that looked as though they might have been taken from a ship. The door had a heavy bronze knocker, and the hinges and lock were also of bronze. Shane tried the knob, and the door opened inward easily. A square ship's lantern fitted with an electric bulb hung from a hand-hewn beam of cypress in a narrow, cypress-paneled hallway. An open door to the right showed the interior of a neat and tiny kitchen. Shane went down the hall to another door opening off to the right. The room was dark, and he fumbled along the wall until he found a light switch. It lighted two wrought-iron ship's lanterns similar to the one in the hall. Shane stood in the doorway and tugged at his left earlobe and looked at the man lying huddled in the middle of the bare floor. He was dead. A big-framed man, his face was bony and emaciated. His eyes were wide open and glazed, bulging from deep sockets. He wore a double-breasted uniform of shiny blue serge with a double row of polished brass buttons down the front. His ankles were wired together, and wire had cut deeply into his wrists. Shane went in and knelt beside the body. 3 fingernails had been torn from his right hand. These appeared to be the only marks of violence on his body, which was warm enough to indicate that death had occurred only half an hour or so before. Shane judged that shock and pain had brought on a heart attack, causing death. He was about 60, and there was no padding of flesh on his bony frame. Shane rocked back on his heels and looked morosely around the room, which was bare of furniture except for a built-in padded settee along one wall. Bare and scrupulously clean, the room had the appearance of a cell. Shane wiped sweat from his face and went through the dead man's pockets. He found nothing but a newspaper clipping and the torn stub of a bus ticket. The ticket had been issued the previous day, round trip from Miami to Homestead, a small town on the Florida Keys. The clipping was a week old, from the Miami Herald. It was headed, "Parole Granted." Shane started to read the item, then stiffened at the sound of a car stopping outside. He thrust the clipping and ticket stub in his pocket. He heard footsteps coming up the walk and the voices of men outside. He got out a cigarette and lit it, blew out the match to look up with lifted brows at the bulky figure of Detective Chief Will Gentry in the doorway. Shane said, "Dr. Livingston?" And Gentry snorted angrily. He was a big man with heavy features and a solid, forthright manner. He was an old friend of Shane's, and he said scathingly, "I thought I smelled something." Shane stepped aside and nodded toward the body on the floor. "He hasn't been dead long enough to stink." Gentry strode forward and scowled down at the body. A tall, white-haired man hurried in behind the chief. He wore an immaculate white linen suit, and his features were sharp and clean. He stopped at the sight of the body and said, "Oh my God, is he?" Gentry grunted. "Yeah." He knelt by the dead man and asked Shane in a tone of casual interest, "Why'd you pull out his fingernails?" The tall man exclaimed in a choked voice, "Good heavens, has he been tortured?" "Who is he?" Shane asked sharply. "It's Captain Samuels," the white-haired man said. "I knew something must have happened to him, Chief, when he wasn't here to keep his appointment with me. If only I'd called you earlier." "What are you doing here?" Gentry's eyes bored into Shane's. "I was driving by and saw the lights. I don't know." Shane shrugged. "As you said, something just seemed to smell wrong. I stopped to take a look, and that's what I found." "I suppose you can prove all that?" scoffed Gentry. "Can you disprove it?" "Maybe not, but you're holding out plenty." "Damn it, Mike, this is murder. What do you know about it?" "Nothing. I've told you how I drove by." Will Gentry raised his voice to call, "Jones, you and Rafferty bring in the cuffs." A voice answered from the front door, and feet tramped down the hall. At the same time, there was the light click of heels outside, and Myrna Hastings came in breathlessly from the rear end of the hall. "You don't need to cover up for me, Mike," she cried out. "Go ahead and tell them I asked you to stop here. Oh, it's Chief Gentry, isn't it?" Gentry muttered, "I don't think—" "Don't you remember me?" Myrna laughed. "Timothy Rourke introduced me to you in your office today. I do feature stuff for a New York syndicate. You see, I'm to blame for Mike stopping here tonight. I'd heard about Captain Samuels, about his shipwreck and all, years ago, and I thought he might be material for an article, so I asked Mike to stop for a minute tonight, and, well, that's how it was." "Why didn't you tell me that?" Gentry growled at Shane. "I think he had some idea of protecting me." Myrna laughed merrily. "You see, I didn't tell him why I wanted to stop, and then when he found the dead man, well, I guess maybe Mike thought I knew something about it. Wasn't that it, darling?" She turned to Shane. "Something like that," he said stiffly. "All right, Jones," Gentry said to one of the two dicks hovering in the doorway. "Put your bracelets away and go over the house." "Now that you've got me cleared up," Shane suggested, "why not tell me about it?" "I don't know any more about it than you do," Gentry admitted. "Mr. Guildford called a while ago and asked me to come out here with him. Seems he had a hunch something had happened to Captain Samuels." "I felt sure of it after I had time to think things over," the white-haired man said. "I had a definite appointment here with the captain for 9 tonight, and I waited almost half an hour for him." Shane said, "It's almost 11 now. Why did you wait so long before calling the police?" "I had a flat tire just as I reached the boulevard driving away," Guildford explained. "I had it changed at the filling station there and was delayed. I called upon reaching home." Shane said, "Were the lights burning while you waited?" "No, I'm quite sure they weren't. The house was dark and apparently empty." "What was your appointment for?" Shane pressed him. Guildford hesitated. He glanced at Will Gentry. "I don't mind answering official questions, but what is this man's connection with the case? And the young lady?" "None," Gentry said. "You can beat it, Mike, unless you feel like telling the truth." "But we have told the truth," Myrna asserted, her eyes wide and childlike. "We were just—" Shane took her arm tightly. He said, "Come on," and led her out the door. Neither of them said anything until they were in Shane's car, headed back for the boulevard. Then Myrna leaned her head against his shoulder and asked in a small voice, "Are you terribly angry at me, Mike?" "How did you get in that house?" "You brought me. I hid in the trunk compartment of your car. Then I slipped in the house while you were searching the body. I was in the rear bedroom all the time, and when I heard you getting the 3rd degree, I knew you didn't want to tell the truth, and I thought I'd better stick my oar in. Didn't I do all right?" "How did you know the captain's name? About him being shipwrecked?" Myrna chuckled. "I found an old logbook by his bed. I had my flashlight, and there was a clipping in the book." She patted a large suede handbag in her lap. "I've got the book in here. It made a pretty good story if I did think of it on the spur of the moment. The one I told Inspector Gentry, I mean." She amended and chuckled again. "Why did you hide in the back of my car?" Shane asked angrily. "Because you were trying to get rid of me and I wanted to see the famous Shane in action," she said. "But I must say you didn't do much detecting out there." Shane braked suddenly in front of an apartment building on the riverfront. "I live here," he told her, and went toward a side entrance. Myrna Hastings went with him. She said hopefully, "I'm dying to taste whatever is in that bottle you've got in your coat pocket." She waited quietly behind Shane in the hallway while he unlocked his apartment door. He went inside and switched on the lights, and she followed him into a square living room with windows on the east side. There was a studio couch along one wall, and a door on the right opened into a kitchenette. Another door on the left led into the bath and bedroom. Shane tossed his hat on a wall hook and went into the kitchen without a word or glance for Myrna. He soon came back from the kitchen with 2 4-ounce wine glasses and 2 tumblers filled with ice water. He walked past her, ranged the 4 glasses in a row on the table, and filled the wine glasses nearly to the brim with cognac. He pushed one of the tumblers toward Myrna and set the smaller glass within easy reach of her hand, then pulled another chair to the table and sat down half facing her. It was very quiet in the apartment, very restful. Shane sighed when he drained the last drop from his glass of Monet. He frowned at the portion remaining in Myrna's glass. "Don't you appreciate good liquor?" She smiled and told him, "It's so good I'm making it last." Shane lit a cigarette and spun the match away into a corner, then got the purloined clipping and bus ticket stub from his pocket. He laid this stub on the table and read the short clipping aloud. It was an AP dispatch from Atlanta, Georgia. It stated that John Grossman, suspected Prohibition-era racketeer, sentenced to federal prison in 1930 on income tax charges from Miami, Florida, had been released that day on parole. Grossman announced his intention to take a long vacation at his fishing lodge on the Keys. When Shane finished reading the clipping aloud, he placed it beside the ticket stub and told Myrna, "Those 2 items were the only things I found in the dead man's pockets." "You didn't tell the police about them?" He shook his head in slow negation. "Isn't that against the law? Concealing murder evidence? Who's John Grossman, and why was the old sea captain interested in the clipping about his parole?" Shane said slowly, I remember Grossman. He was one of our big-time bootleggers with a select clientele willing to pay plenty for high-class imported stuff, like Monet Cognac. I don't know why the captain was interested in Grossman's release. What's it all about, Mike? Myrna leaned forward eagerly. It began back in the tavern with something funny about those drinks, didn't it? Why did you go back to the proprietor's office and come out with a bottle and then drive straight out to the scene of the murder? Shane said softly, "You've done me 2 good turns tonight. When you knocked on the door of Ronaldo's office, and out at the captain's house when I didn't see how in hell I was going to explain my presence there without telling Gentry the truth." He hesitated, then admitted, "You deserve a break. You're in it now because you lied to Gentry, and he'll probably discover you lied." He began at the beginning and related what had happened in Ronaldo's office. "You know what happened after I drove out to the house." "And this is real pre-war cognac?" Myrna lifted her glass, and her voice was incredulous. "Monet 1926, Shane said flatly. "The captain sold Ronaldo a case of it for $100 and was tortured to death immediately afterward. Ronaldo admits he had his men follow the captain to try and persuade him to tell them where they could get more, but they claim he was dead before they got to him." "Do you believe them?" Shane shook his head. "It doesn't do to believe anything when murder is involved. Their stories sounded all right, but that wire and those torn fingernails could very well be their idea of gentle persuasion. And if the captain did fool them by dying before they got the information, they'd hate to admit it to Ronaldo and might have made up that story about his being murdered by an unknown visitor. And there's another angle. Maybe Blackie and Lenny are playing it smart and did get the information they wanted before the captain croaked. If they decided to use it themselves and cut Ronaldo out." He paused and shrugged expressively. "What makes you and Ronaldo so sure there's more cognac where that first case came from?" "I imagine it was just a hopeful hunch on Ronaldo's part, and I wasn't sure until I found this clipping indicating a connection between the captain and an ex-bootlegger." "Would it be sufficient motive for murder? At $100 a case?" Shane made a derisive gesture. "A C-note for 24 bottles of Monet is peanuts today. That's what got Ronaldo so excited. It shows the captain knew nothing about the present liquor shortage and market prices. It could retail for $20 or $25 a bottle, properly handled today." Myrna Hastings' eyes widened. "That would be about $500 a case." Shane nodded morosely. "If Grossman had a pile of it cached away when he was sent up in 30, he mused, that would explain why it stayed off the market all this time. But Grossman would know what the stuff is worth today." He shook his head angrily. "It still doesn't add up. And if the captain knew about the cash and had access to it all the time, why wait until a week after Grossman's parole to put it on the market? Did you notice the condition of the captain's body?" he asked abruptly. Myrna shuddered. "I'll never forget it." "He looked," said Shane harshly, "like an advanced case of malnutrition." "Who was the white-haired man who brought the police?" "Guildford. He's a lawyer here, very respectable." Myrna said hesitantly, "His story about waiting at the house half an hour for Captain Samuels to keep the appointment, do you think he could be the man the gangsters saw drive away from the house just before they went in and found the captain dead?" "Could be. If there was any such man. The timing is screwy and hard to figure out. Guildford claims his appointment was for 9 and he waited half an hour. It was well past 10 when the mugs got back to Ronaldo's office. That leaves it open either way. Guildford could have waited until 9:30 and then driven away just before the captain returned with Blackie and Lenny trailing him. Or Guildford may have deliberately pushed the time up a little. Until we know why Guildford went there. Shane shrugged. He poured himself another drink and demanded, "Where's that logbook you mentioned, and the clipping about the shipwreck?" She reached for her handbag and unsnapped the heavy gold clasp. She drew out an aged, brass-hinged, leather-bound book with ship's log stamped on the front in gilt letters. Shane opened it and looked at the flyleaf, inscribed, "Property of Captain Thomas Anthony Samuels, April 2nd, 1902. "The clipping is in the back," Myrna told him. "Lucky I saw it and made up a story that Chief Gentry would swallow." Shane said, "Don't kid yourself that he swallowed it. He knows damned well it wasn't coincidence that put me at the scene of the murder." He turned the logbook upside down and shook out a yellowed and brittle newspaper clipping from the Miami Daily News, dated June 17th, 1930. There was a picture of a big man in a nautical uniform with the caption, "Saved at Sea." Shane read the news item swiftly. It gave a dramatic account of the sea rescue of Captain Samuels, owner, master, and sole survivor of the auxiliary launch Mermaid, lost in a tropical hurricane off the Florida coast 3 days before the captain was rescued by a fishing craft. He had heroically stayed afloat in a life preserver for 3 days and nights. "Where?" asked Shane. "Was the book when you found it?" "In a small recess in the rock wall at the head of his bed. The bedding was torn up as though the room had been hastily searched, and the bed was pulled away from the wall. That's how I saw it. Normally the wooden headboard of the bed must have stood against the wall, hiding the recess." Shane began thoughtfully flipping the pages of the logbook. "This seems to be a complete account of Captain Samuel's voyages from—" The ringing of his telephone interrupted him. The voice of the clerk on the night desk came over the wire. "The law's on its way up to your apartment, Mr. Shane. You told me once I was to call you—" Shane said, "Thanks, Dick," and hung up. He whirled on Myrna and directed her tersely. "You'd better get out. Through the kitchen door and down the fire escape. Take your 2 glasses to the kitchen and close the door behind you. Key on a nail by the outside door." Myrna jumped up. "What?" "I don't know." Shane heard the elevator stop down the hall on that floor. "Better if Gentry doesn't find you here. He's already suspicious. Go home and go to bed and be careful. Call me tomorrow." Chapter 3. Blackjack Persuasion. Shane breathed a sigh of relief when she went without demur. Most women would have argued and asked questions. He opened a drawer and thrust logbook, clipping, and ticket stub in it. A loud knock sounded on the outer door of his apartment, and Will Gentry's voice called, "Shane?" He darted a quick glance behind him and noted Myrna had closed the door as she went into the kitchen. He sauntered to the outer door and opened it, rubbed his chin with a show of surprise when he saw Chief Gentry and the tall figure of Mr. Guildford waiting in the hallway. He said, "It's a hell of a time to come visiting," and stepped aside to let them enter. Will Gentry strode past him to the center table and stopped to look down on the bottle and 2 glasses suspiciously. He went to the bedroom door and opened it, stepped inside and turned on the light, then looked in the bathroom. Shane grinned as Gentry doggedly opened the kitchen door and turned on that light. The chief came back, shrugged his heavy shoulders, and sat down heavily across the table from Shane. "Where is she, Mike?" "Who?" "The Hastings girl." "I told her she'd better go home and get some sleep. She was quite upset, you know. Seems she was rather fond of the old sea captain, though she'd known him only a couple of days," he added quickly. "She isn't in her room. Hasn't been in all evening." "How?" asked Shane. "Did you know where to look?" "I called Tim Rourke. He told me she was stopping at the Crestwood, but she's not in." Shane said, "You know how these New York dames are. Why come to me?" "I hoped I'd find her here," Gentry admitted. "Knowing how New York dames are and knowing you." Shane said, "Sorry to disappoint you." Mr. Guildford said, "May I?" He cleared his throat and looked at Gentry. The chief nodded. "Go ahead." "Knowing your reputation, Mr. Shane," Guildford said flatly, "I suspect you withheld certain information tonight." Shane said, "That's illegal. Concealing murder evidence." "To hell with that stuff," Gentry put in impatiently. "What did you and Miss Hastings find before we got there?" "You know, I wouldn't hold out on you, Will, unless there were something in it for me. And who could possibly profit by the death of a poor old man like that? He looked to me as though he'd gone hungry for weeks." "That's true," said Guildford helplessly. "I happen to know he was in dire straits. Our appointment tonight was to discuss a payment long overdue on his mortgaged house." "But the poor guy was obviously tortured," Gentry broke in. "Death resulted from shock due to his poor physical condition. Torture generally means extortion." "Which makes us wonder if he harbored some secret worth money to someone," Guildford explained. "We found none of his private papers, but we did find evidence that the house had been burgled." "So you think I did it?" Shane fumed. "Wait a minute, Mike." Gentry soothed him. "You see, we found that the bed had been pulled back and there was a sort of hiding place exposed. Mr. Guildford suggested you might have discovered the cash and taken the captain's papers away to examine privately." Shane snarled. "The hell he did. What's his interest in it?" "As Captain Samuel's attorney and now his executor, I have a natural interest in the affair," Guildford snapped. "Come off it, Mike," Gentry said wearily. "If you'll tell me what you were doing there, I won't be so sure you're holding out." "I told you. Miss Hastings did." "That doesn't wash, Mike. Rourke told me she didn't hit town till this afternoon. How could she have met Samuels and learned about the shipwreck story?" "Ask her." "I can't find her. I'm asking you. Did you get any stuff from the bedroom?" "I wasn't in the bedroom." "But Miss Hastings was," Guildford reminded him triumphantly. "And I suggest she found his papers and looked through them while we were in the other room with you and the body. And I further suggest that was how she learned about the shipwreck, and her agile mind framed the excuse she gave us for your presence there." Shane stood up and balled his bony hands into fists. "I suggest that you get out of that chair so I can knock you back into it." "Lay off, Mike. You've got to admit it's good reasoning." Shane swung on Gentry angrily. "I don't admit anything. Is a two-bit shyster running your department now?" Guildford said, "I resent that, Mr. Shane." Shane laughed harshly. "You resent it?" Gentry said doggedly, "I'm running my department, but I don't mind listening to advice. Are you willing to swear you and Miss Hastings just dropped in on the dead man by accident?" Shane said, "Put me on the witness stand if I'm going to be cross-questioned." Gentry compressed his lips. He started to say something, then tightened his lips and got up. He and Guildford went out. Shane stood by the table until the door closed behind them. Then he strode to the telephone and asked for the Crestwood Hotel. He frowned across the room and tugged at his left earlobe while he waited. When the hotel answered, he asked for Miss Myrna Hastings. Without hesitation, the clerk said, Miss Hastings is not in. How the hell do you know she isn't? Shane growled. You haven't rung her room. But I saw her go out just a moment ago, sir, the clerk insisted. Shane told him, You must be mistaken. I happen to know she just went to her room. That's quite true, sir. She came in and got her key not more than 5 minutes ago, but she came downstairs almost immediately with 2 gentlemen and went out with them. Are you sure? Positive, sir. I saw them cross the lobby from the elevator to the front door. Wait a minute, barked Shane. Did she go with them willingly? Why, I certainly presumed so. She had her arms linked in theirs, and I didn't notice anything wrong. Can you describe them? No, I'm afraid I didn't notice. Was one of them short and the other one tall? Why, now that you mention it, I think so. Is something wrong? Do you think... Shane hung up, went into his bedroom and got a short-barreled .38, which he dropped in his coat pocket. Then he went into the kitchen and tried the back door. Myrna had locked it behind her when she slipped out. He turned out the kitchen light and strode across the living room, crammed his hat down on his bristly red hair, and went out. 10 minutes later, Shane parked in front of Henry Rinaldo's tavern. He shouldered his way through the swinging doors and found 6 late tipplers still leaning on the bar. Joe was in the back with a mop bucket, turning chairs up over the tables, and the paunchy bartender was still on duty in front. Shane went up to the bar and said, Give me a shot of cognac, Monet. The bartender shook his head. We got grape brandy. Shane said, Monterey will do. The bartender set a bottle and glass in front of the detective, keeping his eyes secretively low-lidded. Shane poured a drink and lifted it to his nose. He shook his head angrily and said, This stuff is grape brandy. Sure, says so right on the bottle. The bartender's tone was placating. Shane shoved the glass away from him. I'll have a talk with Henry. The boss ain't in, the bartender told him hastily. How about his 2 ginzos? I don't know. Shane turned and went along the bar to the back. Joe pulled the mop bucket out of his way and turned his head to stare wonderingly at the set look on Shane's face. He knocked on the door of Rinaldo's office and then tried the door. It opened into darkness. He found the light switch and stood on the threshold looking about the empty office. He strode to the rear door through which the 2 Gunsels had entered earlier and found it barred on the inside. It opened out directly onto the alley. He relocked it and went out of the office, back to the bar. The bartender was lounging against the cash register. He said, I told you, and then backed away in alarm when Shane bunched his hand in his coat pocket over the .38. Where, asked Shane, do Blackie and Lenny hang out? I don't know. I swear to God I don't. I never seen him in here before tonight. He was frightened, and he sounded truthful. Where will I find the boss? Home, I guess. Where's home? The bartender hesitated. He pouched his lower lip between thumb and forefinger and said sullenly, Mr. Rinaldo don't like. Shane said, Give it to me. The bartender wilted. He mumbled an address on West 60th Street. Shane went out and got in his car. He started the motor and hesitated, with his big hands gripping the wheel. He got out and went back into the tavern. The bartender looked up with naked fear in his eyes and put down the telephone hastily. Shane said, Don't do it, fatty. If Rinaldo's been tipped off when I get there, I'll come back and spill your guts all over the floor. The name is Shane, if you think I'm kidding. He went out again and swung away from the curb. He drove north a dozen blocks and stopped in front of a sign on Miami Avenue that said, Chunky's Chili. It was crammed in between a pawn shop and a flop house. Shane went in and said, "Hi, Chunky," to the big man picking his teeth behind the empty counter. The long, narrow room was empty save for the proprietor. Chunky said, "Hi, Mike," without enthusiasm. Shane asked, "Any of the boys in back?" "Guess so." Shane got out his wallet. He extracted the $10 bill and folded it twice lengthwise. Chunky kept on picking his teeth. Shane extended the bill toward him. "Blackie or Lenny in there?" Chunky yawned. He took the bill and said, "Nope, ain't seen either of 'em tonight." "Working?" "I wouldn't know. Generally hang out back when they ain't." Shane nodded. He knew that. Chunky's chili joint was a front for a bookie establishment in the back that served as a sort of club room for the better-known members of Miami's underworld. He asked, "Seen John Grossman around since he was paroled?" Chunky took the frayed toothpick from his mouth and squinted at it. "A guy's on parole, he don't hang out much with the old gang. Not if he's smart." "Have you seen him around?" Shane persisted. Chunky put the toothpick back in his mouth and chewed on it placidly. Shane grinned and got out his wallet again. Chunky watched him fold another bill twice lengthwise. He took it and suggested, "Might ask Pug or Slim. They used to work for John some. Are they in back?" Chunky shook his head. "Went out about an hour ago." Shane said, "Tell them I'm passing out folding money." He went out and climbed into his car, drove north to 60th, and turned west. Henry Rinaldo's address was a modest one-story stucco house in the center of a block containing half a dozen such houses. It was the only one with lights showing through the front windows. Shane drove past it to the end of the block, swung around the corner, and parked. He got out and walked back, went up the concrete walk lined with a trim hedge on both sides, and rang Rinaldo's doorbell. He got the gun out of his pocket while he waited. He showed the weapon to Henry Rinaldo when he opened the door. Rinaldo was in his shirt sleeves with his vest hanging open. The cigar in his mouth looked like the same one he had been chewing on some hours previously. He blinked, wrinkled lids down over his eyes when he saw the gun in Shane's hand, and backed away, lifting his hands, palms outward, and mumbling, "You don't need to point that at me." Shane followed him in and heeled the door shut. The living room was small and crowded with heavy, overstuffed furniture. A gas log glowed in the small fireplace at one end. There was no one else in the room. Shane gestured with his gun and asked, "Where's Miss Hastings?" Rinaldo rolled up his wrinkled lids and looked at him stupidly. "Who?" "The girl who left your place with me." "I sure don't know anything about a girl," Rinaldo told him earnestly. "Look here." Shane's eyes were bright with a fierce light. He palmed the gun, took a step forward, and hit Rinaldo in the face. He staggered back with blood oozing from a cut lip. Shane said coldly, "Maybe that'll help your memory." Rinaldo took another backward step and sank down on the red divan. He got a handkerchief from his hip pocket and dabbed at his cut lip. He moaned. "Before God, Mike," Shane rasped. "Where are your two gun punks?" "Blackie and Lenny?" Rinaldo shook his head from side to side. "How should I know?" "They grabbed Miss Hastings from her hotel half an hour ago." "I don't know about that." Rinaldo looked at the blood on his handkerchief and shuddered. "I haven't seen them for 2 hours." Didn't you have them tail me when I left your place?
What if I did? But I didn't tell them to grab any girl.
Shane narrowed his eyes. It sounded like the truth. He said, "I'll search this dump anyhow." Ronaldo got up slowly. There was a certain dignity in his posture as he objected.
"This is my house. If you haven't got a search warrant—"
Shane said, "I'm not the police." He turned toward a passageway leading to the rear of the house. Ronaldo moved in front of him. He folded his arms stubbornly.
"My wife and kid are asleep back there."
"We'll take care of him, boss."
Lenny's voice rapped out behind Shane. Ronaldo's eyelids twitched and his eyes showed frantic terror.
"I told you to stay in the kitchen, Lenny."
"To hell with that. Drop the gat, Seamus,"
he rasped. Shane dropped the gun on the rug. He turned slowly and saw Lenny hunched forward and moving toward him from an open door. Blackie sauntered through the door after him. Lenny had a heavy automatic in his right hand, and his eyes glittered. His face was twisted, and tiny bubbles of saliva oozed out between his tight lips. He was coked to the gills and as dangerous as a maddened snake. He glided soundlessly across the rug, and the muzzle of his .45 was in line with Shane's belly. Ronaldo said, "Wait, Lenny. We won't want any trouble here." Lenny's hot eyes twitched toward the tavern proprietor.
"He come here looking for trouble, didn't he? By the sweet Jesus."
"Hold it, Len,"
Blackie said coolly from behind him.
"Stay far enough back so's you can blast him if he starts anything."
He moved around Lenny on the balls of his feet, one hand swinging his blackjack in a short, lazy arc. Shane jerked his head back and it struck him on the side of the neck just above the collarbone. It was a paralyzing blow, and he hit the floor before he knew he was falling. He heard Ronaldo cry out,
"Watch it, Blackie. Keep him so he can talk. If he croaked the old man, he's maybe got some info."
Blackie said, "Sure, he'll talk." He drew back his foot and kicked Shane in the face. The detective saw the kick coming, but he couldn't move to avoid it. He closed his eyes and lay inert, pushing with his tongue at two loosened teeth. Blackie put his heel on the side of his face and twisted it viciously with a downward thrust. It tore flesh from his cheekbone, and the pain brought knots in his belly muscles. It also drove away the paralysis that had numbed him. He sat up with blood streaming from his face and pulled his lips away from his teeth in a wolfish grin. He asked thickly,
"Didn't you bring your pliers along this time, Blackie? I've got 10 fingernails to work on."
Blackie hit him viciously with the blackjack again. Shane toppled over, and he heard Lenny laughing thinly somewhere off in the background. Somebody got a pan of cold water and dumped it in his face. He lay quiescent and listened to Ronaldo and Blackie arguing fiercely about him. Ronaldo gave Blackie hell for knocking Shane out so he couldn't possibly talk if he wanted to, and Blackie angrily reminded him of Shane's reputation for toughness. Lenny put in an aggrieved voice now and then, begging for permission to finish him off. It was all pretty foggy, but Shane didn't hear any of them mention the girl. He gathered that they had followed him from the tavern to the little house on 18th and had seen the police come. If they had followed him back to his hotel and tailed Myrna from her fire escape exit, it was evident that they were keeping that fact from Ronaldo for reasons of their own.
"We gotta get him out of here,"
Ronaldo said at last.
"You boys have messed the hell out of this whole thing, and the only way I see now is to finish him off."
"He pushed his face into it,"
Blackie muttered.
"Sure he did,"
Lenny said eagerly.
"Don't worry about him none, boss."
"We'll take him out through the kitchen to our car."
Blackie was placating now. They withdrew a short distance and began talking further together in low voices. Shane kept his eyes closed and gathered together the remnants of his strength. They came back after a time, and he heard Lenny saying happily, "Once in the heart to make sure is the best way. We don't want to muff this." Shane saw the glitter of a knife in Lenny's hand as he uncoiled and rose from the floor. He saw Blackie's mouth drop open just before he hit him in the belly with his shoulder. They went to the floor together, and Shane kept rolling toward the kitchen door. He stumbled through it just as Lenny's gun roared in the living room behind him. Chapter 4. Bottled Death. With a rush, Shane jerked the back door open, staggered out into the night. He leaned against the side of the house and hoped Lenny or Blackie would follow him out. A light came on in the house next door, and an irate voice bellowed, "What's going on over there? Was that a shot?" Shane tried to call back, but his throat muscles were queerly knotted, and he couldn't utter a sound. He shambled down the alley to the street where he had left his car, and got in. He started the motor and drove away, made a circle back to Miami Avenue, and drove to his apartment hotel. He didn't feel like tackling the side stairway, so he went in through the lobby toward the elevator. The clerk hurried out from behind the desk when he saw the detective's condition. He exclaimed, "Good God, Mr. Shane, what happened? Here, lean on me." Shane put his arm around the clerk's shoulders. He croaked, "It's okay, Dick. More blood than anything else." Dick helped him into the elevator and rode up to his room with him. Shane was an old and privileged client in the apartment hotel, and the clerk had seen him in bad shape before, but never quite in this condition. He took Shane's key ring and unlocked the door, then stared around in amazement when he turned on the light. "Good Lord!" he ejaculated. "Did the fight start here in your room, Mr. Shane?" Shane looked around the room with bleary eyes that refused to focus on any object. Things seemed to be in a sort of jumble, but he didn't see why the clerk was so excited. He pushed past him toward the center table and stared down stupidly at the drawer that was pulled all the way out. He knew he had left it closed, with the things he and Myrna had brought from Captain Samuel's house. His fingers closed around the neck of the brandy bottle still sitting where he had left it, and he used both hands, getting it up to his mouth. A long pull at it relaxed his throat muscles and cleared the film away from his eyes. He looked around the disordered room and then at the clerk. "Have I had any visitors since I went out, Dick?" "Just that tall man with Chief Gentry. He came back right after you went out. He didn't stop at the desk, but went straight up. He came back almost immediately and went on out, and I thought he'd come back hoping to catch you and found you'd already left." Shane took another slow drink of cognac. It brought the warmth of life back to him. "Was he up here long enough to do this?" He waved his hand around the room. Dick wrinkled his forehead. "I don't think so, but I wouldn't say for sure. You know how it is. It's hard to judge time. It didn't seem as if he were up here more than a few minutes." Shane nodded. He said, "Thanks for coming up with me," in a tone of dismissal. He stood with the bottle in his hands until Dick went out and closed the door. Then he held it to his lips and drained it. He went out to the kitchen and set the empty bottle carefully on the sink beside the 2 glasses Myrna had put there on her way out. He tried the back door and found it unlocked. He remembered it had been locked, and Myrna Hastings had had the key when he went away a little while before. He went into the bedroom and stripped off his clothes, turned water into the tub as hot as his hand could stand it. His face was pretty much of a mess, with both his lips puffed and bluish, lacerated flesh on his cheekbone clotted with blood, and streaks of dried blood running down his chin. He grimaced at his reflection in the mirror, cautiously testing the two teeth loosened by contact with the toe of Blackie's shoe. They were wobbly, but would probably grow back solid if left alone. All in all, he was in pretty good shape, considering the way he'd been knocked around. He got a soft washcloth steaming hot and held it gently against his face while he waited for the tub to fill, loosened the dried blood, and cleaned it away carefully. When he sank into the hot water to soak his long frame, he continued the ministrations with the washcloth. When he got out of the tub, he swabbed his face freely with peroxide, then dusted it with antiseptic powder and plastered a bandage over the worst cut on his cheek. He vigorously toweled himself and put on clean clothes, then went to a wall cabinet in the living room and got out a bottle of Portuguese brandy, guaranteed to be at least 5 years old. During all this time, he had methodically gone about the things he had to do, consciously refraining from thinking. He had a factual mind, and he liked to use it in an orderly fashion. He filled the wineglass on the table and got a fresh tumbler of ice water from the kitchen. He sank into a chair and lit a cigarette, letting it droop from an uninjured corner of his mouth, took a sip of brandy, and began slowly and unhurriedly to go over the events of the evening, testing each incident as he came to it in the light of later occurrences. It started with his entering Rinaldo's saloon expecting to meet Timothy Rourke. Myrna Hastings had been there instead. She accosted him, and he had only her word for it that she was what she claimed to be, and had been sent to meet him by Rourke. Still, Gentry had phoned Rourke for her address, and at the captain's house she had mentioned that Rourke had introduced her to Will Gentry that afternoon. Shane went on from his meeting with Myrna. He carefully studied the scene in Rinaldo's office, then jumped to Captain Samuel's home on the bayfront. In secreting herself in the back of his car, slipping into the house without his knowledge, coming to his aid while Gentry questioned him, and finally in composedly stealing the logbook which she claimed to have found in a hiding place that another searcher had overlooked, had Myrna Hastings stepped out of character? It was difficult to say. No one could guess what a young feature writer from New York was likely to do. She had left his apartment willingly enough and had gone directly to her room as he had told her to. Then she had been immediately escorted away from the hotel by two men vaguely described by the clerk as short and tall. Had she gone willingly or been coerced? He had immediately suspected Blackie and Lenny of her abduction, but after the interview with them at Rinaldo's house, he was inclined to believe they might not be responsible. It didn't quite add up. Now that he was thinking along logical lines, he realized they would have to have trailed him back to his hotel and somehow learned of her departure via the fire escape in order to have followed her to the Crestwood. He saw it was necessary to determine whether the two men who had accompanied her out had been there waiting for her return, or had followed her in and up to her room. If they had been waiting, it could not have been Blackie and Lenny, unless Myrna were involved in some way he knew nothing about. And that left the whole business of the missing murder clues up in the air. When she left the room, they had been lying on the table. If she had come back to get them, she wouldn't have known to look in the drawer. She might have searched the rest of the room first. She didn't, in fact, know the table had a drawer. He switched his thoughts from Myrna to Guildford. Had he told the truth about waiting for the captain to return? Or, granting that Blackie and Lenny had told Rinaldo the truth about their venture, was Guildford the killer whom they had seen drive away after being closeted with the captain for half an hour? If Guildford were the killer, why had he drawn attention to himself by calling Will Gentry? It would have been safer and more natural to say nothing about his visit and leave the body to be discovered by chance. What about the paroled convict, John Grossman? This seemed to Shane the crux of the affair. He was certainly mixed up in the possession of smuggled cognac somehow. Had Captain Samuels worked with or for him in Prohibition days? Did both men have knowledge of a cache of illicit cognac undisposed of at the time of Grossman's arrest? If so, why had Captain Samuels waited 14 years to put a case of it on the market, waited until he was weak from malnutrition? It seemed likely that the captain couldn't get his hands on it while Grossman was in prison, since the first case appeared soon after Grossman had supposedly returned to Miami. But it seemed definitely unlikely that John Grossman was in on the deal with Ronaldo. The ridiculous price accepted by the starving captain showed that it must have been his own idea. Grossman was smart enough to learn what the stuff was worth in today's market. It looked more as though the captain had put over a personal deal, one that, for some reason, he had been unable to put over while Grossman was in prison, one that Grossman might have resented even to the point of murder. Shane finished his glass of brandy and his musings at the same time. He needed more facts before he could do more than ask himself a bunch of unanswerable questions. He heaved himself up from his chair and gritted his teeth against a wave of dizziness. The loose teeth pained sharply when he gritted them, and that dispelled the dizziness. He had lost his hat in the fracas at Ronaldo's, so he went out bareheaded, thinking the cool night air would feel good on his head. Dick frowned and shook his head despairingly when he crossed the lobby, but Shane pushed his swollen lips into the semblance of a grin and waved a derisive hand at the clerk. He got in his car and drove to 2nd Avenue. The Crestwood was a small, moderately priced hotel, and the clerk was a thin-chested 4F who tried to conceal his hostile amazement when Shane showed his battered face at the desk. He shook his head firmly and began, "I'm afraid," but Shane reassured him by saying, "I don't want a room, bud." He showed his badge and went on. "About a guest of yours, Miss Hastings." "Oh, yes, room 305. I'm afraid she isn't in. I'm the guy who telephoned you about an hour ago. Can you describe the men she went out with?" "I'm afraid I can't. You see, I didn't notice their faces." "Could one of them have been holding a gun on her?" Shane demanded harshly. The clerk began to tremble. "I really don't know. Do you think something's happened to her?" "Do you know if they came in after she got her key and went up, or whether they were up there waiting?" "I really don't know. I didn't see them come in after she got her key, but I'm afraid I can't swear whether they were upstairs waiting for her or not." Shane nodded and went over to the elevator. There was only one elevator in the hotel, and it was manned by a young Negro boy who stood very stiff and straight, but couldn't keep his eyes from rolling around toward Shane's bruised face. Shane stopped outside the elevator and asked, "Do you know the girl in room 305? "Yes, sir. I know the one you mean. Checked in just today." "Do you remember her coming in late tonight and then going out again almost immediately?" "Yes, sir. That's what she did. Yes, sir, I remember." Shane got out his wallet. "Try to remember exactly what happened. Did you bring her down in the elevator with 2 men?" The boy's eyes rolled covetously toward the $5 bill Shane was extracting. "Yes, sir, I sure did. Right after I'd done taking her upstairs." "How long afterward?" Shane prompted. "Did you make many trips in between?" "No, sir, not none. I remember how surprised I was when I stopped at the 3rd floor on the way down and found her waiting with them 2 gentlemen 'cause I'd just dropped her off at 3 on my way up." "Are you sure of that? You didn't take them up after you took her up?" "No, sir. How could I when I'd done taking them up previous?" "How much previous?" 10 minutes, I reckon." "Did you notice anything peculiar about the way any of them acted when they came down together?"
How do you mean, peculiar?
Shane said, I'm trying to find out whether she wanted to come down with them or whether they made her come. The Negro boy chuckled. I reckon she liked coming all right. She was sure all hugged up to one of 'em, the skinny one that was. Can you describe them?
No, sir, not much. One was skinny and t'other weren't. I reckon I didn't notice no more.
Shane said, You've earned this. The bill exchanged hands and he went out. He had learned something, but he didn't care much for it. His next stop was at the Miami News Tower on Biscayne Boulevard. An afternoon paper. The early hours of the morning were the busiest ones for the staff, and Shane found Tim Rourke in one corner of the smoke-hazed city room, pounding out copy with one rubber-tipped forefinger. The reporter looked up at Shane with a startled oath, and then laughed raucously and gleefully.
I'm not the beauty contest editor. You go down that hall, and you, said Shane bitterly, can go to hell. Michael!
Rourke drawled the name disapprovingly.
Such language in a newspaper office. Did he get his little face scratched?
It's all your damned fault for sicking that female onto me.
My fault? My God, don't tell me a female did that to you.
How well do you know Myrna Hastings? Shane demanded.
Not as well as I'd like to. Or is she that sort of girl? Maybe I don't want to.
Shane said wearily, Cut it, Tim. I'm up to my neck in murder and God knows what all. What do you know about the gal?
Not much.
Rourke instantly sobered.
She brought a note from a friend of mine on the telegram. I took her around and introduced her to a few places this afternoon. She found you at Ronaldo's, huh?
She found me, all right, Shane said grimly.
What's doing, Mike? I wondered when Will Gentry called me about her tonight, but do you know if she's known in Miami?
I don't think so. Said it was her first trip. Has anyone else called you for her address, Tim?
Only Gentry. Is it a story, Mike?
Shane's gray eyes brooded across the room for a long moment. He and the reporter had been friends for a long time, and he had given Rourke a lot of headlines in the past. He indicated the typewriter and asked, Busy on something?
Nothing I can't give the go-by.
Shane said, I could use some help in your morgue. Rourke led the way back to a large filing room guarded by an elderly woman rocking silently while she knitted.
I'm interested in John Grossman, Shane told him.
The bootleg king? Rourke stopped between a double row of filing cases.
He's back in town on parole.
When did he get back?
3 or 4 days ago. I tried to interview him, but he had nothing to say for publication. All he wanted was to go down to his lodge on the Keys and soak up some Florida sunshine.
Shane said, I want to go back to his arrest by the Federals, June 1930.
We've got a private file on him. It won't be hard to find it.
Rourke checked a card index and went to a file at the back of the room. He brought back a bulging manila envelope and emptied it out in front of Shane. He started pawing through it, muttering,
Here's the trial. It was a honey, with Leland and Parker representing him and not missing a legal trick. And here you are, June 17th, 1930. Federal agents nabbed him at Homestead on his way in from the lodge.
He spread out a large clipping.
I remember it now. He chuckled. They had the income tax case all set, but had been holding off, hoping they could hang a real charge on him. They thought he used his lodge to receive contraband shipments from Cuba, and they raided it several times, but never found any evidence. This time, they thought they had him for sure, with a red-hot tip that he was expecting a boatload of French stuff, and they kept a revenue cutter patrolling that section of coastline day and night for a week. Here's the story on that. He turned back to a clipping dated June 16th, captioned, Cutter sinks bootleg cargo. I covered that story. I rode the cutter 3 nights and nothing happened, and after I was pulled off, on the night of the 15th, they encountered a motorcraft creeping along without lights just off the inlet leading to Grossman's Lodge. They tried to make a run for the open sea, and bingo! The revenue boat cut loose with everything she had. There was a heavy sea running, the aftermath of a hurricane that blew hell out of things the day before, and they never found a trace of the boat, cargo, or crew. After that fiasco, they gave up and decided they might as well take Grossman on the income tax charge. "Wait a minute," Shane said. "How bad was that hurricane?" "Plenty bad. That's really the reason I missed the fun. The cutter had to run for Anchorage on the 13th, and she couldn't put out again until the 15th on account of the storm." "Then that strip of coast wasn't being patrolled the 2 nights before the sinking." Shane mused. "Nope, except by the elements." "Then that rum runner might have been slipping out after discharging cargo, instead of being headed in." Rourke frowned at the red-headed detective. "If the captain was crazy enough to try and hit that inlet while the hurricane was blowing everything to hell..." Shane said gravely, "I think I know the captain who was crazy enough to do just that, and succeeded." Rourke studied him quizzically. "You've got something up your sleeve." Shane nodded. "It adds up. Tim, I'm willing to bet there was a boatload of 1926 Monet unloaded at Grossman's Lodge while the hurricane was raging, and it's still there someplace. Grossman was arrested on the 17th, before he had a chance to get rid of any of it, and he left it there while he was doing time in Atlanta." Timothy Rourke whistled shrilly. "It'd be worth as much now as it was during Prohibition." "More, with the country full of people earning more money than ever before in their lives." "If your hunch is right, it has to be right. How long do you think a man could stay alive, floating around the ocean in a life preserver?" "Couple of days at the most." "That's my hunch, too. From the 15th to the 17th might not be impossible, but the hurricane struck on the 13th and the 14th. Take a look at your front page for June 17th and you'll see what I mean." Rourke hurriedly brought out the news for June 17th. On the front page, next to the story of Grossman's arrest, was the story of the sensational rescue of Captain Samuels, which Shane had already read in his apartment. Rourke put his finger on the picture and exclaimed, "I remember that now. I interviewed the captain and thought it miraculous he had stayed alive that long. Captain Thomas Anthony Samuels. Why, damn it, Mike, he's the old coot who was found murdered tonight." Shane nodded soberly. "After selling a case of Monet for $100 earlier in the evening." "He was the only survivor of his ship," Rourke recalled excitedly. "Then he and Grossman must have been the only ones who knew the stuff was out there." "And now Grossman is the only one left," Shane said flatly. "Keep this stuff under your hat, Tim. When it's ready to break, it'll be your baby." He turned and hurried out. Chapter 5. Murder Setting. Shane didn't reach his apartment again until after 3. He took a nightcap and went to bed, fell immediately into deep and dreamless sleep. The ringing of his telephone awakened him. He started to yawn, and pain clawed at his facial muscles. He got into a bathrobe and lurched to the telephone. It was a little after 8 o'clock. He lifted the receiver and said, "Shane." A thick voice replied, "This is John Grossman." Shane said, "I expected you to call sooner." There was a brief silence, as though his caller were taken aback by his reply. Then, "Well, I'm calling you now." Shane said, "That's quite evident." "You're horning in on things that don't concern you." "Cognac always concerns me."
I'm wondering how much you found out from the captain before he died last night.
Grossman went on.
Shane said, Nuts. You killed him and you know exactly how much talking he didn't do. You can't prove I was near his place last night?
He was told gruffly.
I think I can. If you just called up to play Ring Around the Rosie, we're both wasting our time. I've been wondering how much real information you've got.
I knew that would worry you, Shane said impatiently. And since you know Samuels was dead before I reached him, the source of information you're worried about is the logbook. Let's talk straight.
Why should I worry about the logbook? I've got it now.
I know you have, but you don't know how much I read about the mermaid's last trip before you got it.
The girl says you didn't read it any.
Shane laughed harshly. You'd like to believe her, wouldn't you?
All right.
The voice became resigned.
Maybe you did read more than she says. How about a deal?
What kind of deal?
You're pretty crazy about Monet, aren't you?
Plenty.
How does 5 cases sound? Delivered to your apartment tonight.
Shane said. It sounds like a joke, and a poor one.
You'll take it and keep your mouth shut if you're smart?
Shane said disgustedly. You're rolling me in the aisle. He hung up and padded across the room in his bare feet to the table, where he poured out a good morning slug of Portuguese brandy. The telephone began ringing again. He drank some of the brandy and grimaced, then lit a cigarette and went back to the phone, carrying the glass. He lifted the receiver and asked curtly, Got any more jokes? The same voice answered plaintively.
What do you want?
Shane asked.
Why should I deal with you at all? I've got everything I need with Samuel's description of where the stuff is hidden. What can you do with it?
The murderer argued. The Internal Revenue boys could use our dope.
And cut yourself out? Not if I know you.
All right, Shane said irritably. You have to cut me in and you know it. 50-50.
Come out and we'll talk it over.
Where?
My lodge on the Keys. First dirt road to the south after you pass Homestead, and the next to your right after 2 miles.
Shane said, I know where it is.
I'll expect you about 10 o'clock.
Shane said, Make it 11. I've got to get some breakfast.
11 it is.
A click broke the connection. He dressed swiftly, jammed a wide-brimmed Panama down over his face, and went out. He hesitated a moment and then went back in. He flipped the pages of the telephone directory until he found the number of Rinaldo's Tavern, lifted the receiver, and got a brisk, "Good morning," from a masculine voice at the switchboard downstairs. A frown knitted his forehead, and instead of asking for Rinaldo's number, he said, "Do you have the time?" He was told, "It is 8:22. In the lobby, Shane went across to the desk and leaned one elbow on it. He simulated astonishment and asked the day clerk, "Where's Mabel today?" The clerk glanced around at the brown-suited, middle-aged man alertly handling the switchboard and said, "Mabel was sick and the telephone company sent us a substitute." Shane went out, got in his car, and drove to a drugstore on Flagler. He called Rinaldo's number and said briskly, "Mike Shane." "Mike?" Rinaldo sounded relieved. "You're all right? God, I'm sorry about—" Shane laughed softly. "I'm okay. Your boys could be a little more gentle, but I feel I owe them something for last night. I've got a line on that stuff you were after." "Yeah? Well, I don't know. I need some help to handle it." Shane went on briskly. I figure Blackie and Lenny are just the boys, after seeing them in action. I don't know, Ronaldo said again, more doubtfully. This is business, Shane said sharply. Big business for you and me both. Have them meet me at your place about 9:30. He hung up and drove out to a filling station on the corner of 18th and Biscayne. He said, 10 gallons, to the youth who hurried out. He strolled around to the back of his car and asked, Were you on duty last night? Until I closed up at 10. Just missed the excitement, I guess. You mean the murder? Yeah, the old ship captain who lives down the street. And I was talking about the old coot just a little before that, too. Who with? A lawyer fellow who'd been down to see him and got a flat just as he was coming back. What time was that? Asked Shane. Pretty near 10. I closed up right after I finished with his tire. If that's all. He took the bill Shane offered him. The detective swung away from the filling station and back south of the boulevard. He stopped on 1st Street east of Miami Avenue and went into the lobby of an office building mostly occupied by lawyers and insurance men. He stopped to scan the building directory, then stepped into an elevator and said, 6. He got off on the 6th floor and went down the corridor to a door chastely lettered, Leroy P. Guildford, attorney at law. There was a small, neat reception room, and a tight-mouthed, middle-aged woman got up from a desk in the rear and came forward when Shane entered. Her hair was pulled back from her face and tied in a tight knot at the back of her head. She wore rimless glasses and low-heeled shoes and looked primly respectable and quite efficient. She shook her head when the detective asked for Mr. Guildford. He hasn't come in yet. He seldom gets down before 10. Shane said, Perhaps you can tell me a few things. I'm from the police. He gave her a glimpse of his private badge. She said, From the police? Her thin lips tightened. I'm sure I don't know why you're here. Her gaze was fixed disapprovingly on his battered face. He said easily, It's about one of his clients who was murdered last night. Mr. Guildford gave us some help, but there are a few details to be filled in. Oh, yes. You must mean poor Captain Samuels, of course. I know Mr. Guildford must feel terribly about it. Such an old client, so alone and helpless. Did you know him? Only through seeing him here at the office. Mr. Guildford was trying to save his property, but it seemed hopeless. In what particular capacity did he need a lawyer? It wasn't much, she said vaguely. He was one of Mr. Guildford's first clients when he opened up this office after resigning his position with the firm of Leland and Parker. There was something about the collection of insurance on a ship that had been lost at sea, and later Mr. Guildford handled the purchase of a property where Captain Samuels later built his little home. Do you know whether Guildford saw much of him lately? Not a great deal. There was some difficulty about the mortgage, and Mr. Guildford was trying to save him from foreclosure. He pitied the old man, you see, but there was little he could do. And this appointment last night, do you know anything about that? Oh, yes. I took the message early yesterday morning. Captain Samuels explicitly asked him to come at 9 last night, promising to make a cash payment on the mortgage. I remember Mr. Guildford seemed so relieved when he received the message, and he didn't seem to mind the unusual hour. Shane thanked her and told her she had been of great assistance. He started out, but turned back. By the way, is Guildford generally in his office throughout the day? Yes, except when he's in court, of course. Was he in court last Tuesday? Tuesday? I'm sure he wasn't. That's queer. I tried to phone him twice during the day, and he was out both times. She frowned uncertainly, and then her face cleared. Tuesday. Of course.
How stupid of me. He was out all day with a client.
Shane lifted his hat and went out. He drove north on Miami Avenue to Chunky's place and went in. A couple of men were seated halfway down the counter. Shane took the stool by the cash register, and Chunky drifted up to him after a few moments. He leaned his elbows on the counter, carefully selected a toothpick from a bowl in front of Shane, and began picking at his teeth. He murmured, "Looks like someone prettied you up last night." Shane grinned. Some of the boys got playful. "Look, I'm still hunting a line on John Grossman. Pug or Slim been in?" Chunky shook his head. "Ain't seen him. Grossman used to have a fishin' place south of Homestead." "Think he went there after he was paroled?" "Good place to hole up," Chunky murmured. "I know he stayed in town just one night." He took out the toothpick and yawned. Shane got up and went out, leaving $1 at the place where he had been sitting. There was a public telephone in the cheap hotel next door. He called Timothy Rourke's home number and waited patiently until the ringing awoke the reporter. He said, "There's about to be a cesarean operation." Rourke gurgled sleepily. "What the hell? On that baby we were talking about in your morgue this morning?" "That you, Mike?" "Dr. Shane, obstetrics specialist." "Hey, is it due to break?" "It's coming to a head fast. Get dressed and hunt up Will Gentry if you want some headlines. Don't, for Christ's sake, tell him I tipped you, but stick to him like a leech." Shane hung up and drove to Ronaldo's saloon. Blackie jumped up nervously from his seat beside Ronaldo's desk when Shane pushed the door open. He sucked in his breath and stared with bulging eyes at the result of his work on the detective's face, while his hand instinctively went to his hip pocket. Behind him, Lenny leaned against the wall with his hand in his coat pocket. Lenny's features were lax, and his eyes were filmed like a dead man's. The left side of his pallid face twitched uncontrollably as Shane looked at him. Seated behind the desk, chewing savagely on a cigar, Henry Ronaldo looked fearfully from the boys to Shane. He said, "I don't know what you're up to, Mike. The boys didn't much like the idea." Shane closed the door and laughed heartily. He said, "Hell, there's no hard feelings. I'm still alive and kicking." Blackie drew in another deep breath. He essayed a nervous smile. "We thought maybe you was sore." Shane said gently, "You got a pretty heavy foot, Blackie." "Yeah." Blackie hung his head like a small boy being reprimanded. "But you come busting in with a gun and, geez, what do you expect?" "That was my mistake," Shane admitted. "I always run into trouble when I pack a rod. That's why I'm clean now." He lifted his arms away from his sides. "Want to shake me down?" "That's all right." Ronaldo laughed with false heartiness. "No harm done, I guess. The boys'll forget it if you will." "What you want with us?" Lenny demanded thinly. Shane said bluntly, "I need help. I've run into something too big for me to handle, and after seeing you guys in action last night, I think you're the ones I need." "That's white of you," Blackie mumbled. "I never hold a grudge if it'll cost me money," Shane said briskly. "Here's the lay." He spoke directly to Ronaldo. "I can put my hands on plenty of French cognac, same as the case you bought last night. And this won't cost us $100 a case. It won't cost us anything if we play it right." Ronaldo licked his lips. "So the old captain did talk before he died last night?" "Not to me. I got onto it from another angle. Are you interested?" "Why are you cutting us in?" Ronaldo protested.
Sounds like some kind of come-on to me.
I need help, Shane said smoothly. There's another mug in my way, and he's got a couple of torpedoes gunning for me. I need a couple of lads like Blackie and Lenny to handle that angle. And after that's cleared up, I still need somebody with the right connections like you, Ronaldo. I haven't any setup for handling sales. You know all the angles from way back, and since you put me onto it in the first place, I thought you might as well have part of the gravy. Hell, there's plenty for all of us, he added generously. A whole shipload of that same stuff.
Sounds all right, Ronaldo admitted cautiously.
I'm the only one standing in this other guy's way, Shane explained. So he plans to put me on the spot. I've got a date to meet him out in the country this morning, and I know he'll have a couple of quick-trigger boys on hand to blast me out of the picture. He turned to Blackie. That's where you and Lenny come in. I'm not handing you anything on a platter. This is hot, and if you're scared of it, say so, and I'll find someone else.
Blackie grunted contemptuously. Lenny and me can take care of ourselves, I reckon.
That's what I thought.
Shane grinned.
After last night. Both of you ironed?
Sure. When do we start?
Well, that's it, Shane told Ronaldo. You sit tight until the shooting's over. If things work out right, we'll do a 4-way split, and there should be plenty of grands to go around. I'm guessing at 500 cases, but there may be more, he ended casually.
Ronaldo took out his cigar and wet his lips.
Sounds plenty good to me. You boys willing to go along?
Both of them nodded.
Shane said briskly, We'd better get started. I'm due south of Homestead at 11 o'clock.
He led the way out to his car and opened the back door.
Maybe both of you will feel better if you ride in back where you can keep an eye on me.
We ain't worrying none about you, Blackie assured him, but they both got in the back while Shane settled himself under the wheel. In the rearview mirror, he could see the pair conferring together earnestly in the back. Both sides of Lenny's face were getting the twitches, and his hands trembled violently as he lit a cigarette. He took only a couple of drags on it, then screwed up his face in disgust and threw it out. Shane turned slightly and observed sympathetically to Blackie.
Your pal doesn't seem to feel so hot this morning.
He's all right, Blackie muttered. Sorta got the shakes is all.
Shane said, He'd better get over them before the shooting starts.
Lenny caught Blackie's arm and whispered something in his ear, and Blackie cleared his throat and admitted uneasily. Tell you what, he could use something to steady him all right, you know?
Shane said, Sure, I know. Any place around here he could pick up a bindle?
Sure thing, Lenny said, violently eager. Couple of blocks ahead, if I had $2. Shane drove on 2 blocks and then pulled up to the curb. He passed 4 $1 bills back to Lenny and suggested,
Get 2 bindles, why don't you? One to pick you up now and the other for just before the fun starts.
Lenny grabbed the money and scrambled out of the car. He hurried up the street and darted into a stairway entrance. Blackie laughed indulgently as he watched him disappear.
You hadn't ought to give him the price of 2 bindles,
he reproved Shane.
He'll be plenty high in an hour from now on 1. Another one on top of it will pull him tight as a fiddle string, like he was last night, he added darkly.
Shane said,
I want him in shape to throw lead fast. Those boys who'll be waiting for me may not waste much time getting acquainted.
He lit a cigarette and slouched back in the seat.
Lenny came trotting back in about 5 minutes.
His pinched face was alive and eager, and his eyes glowed like hot coals. He slid in beside Blackie and breathed exultantly.
Let's get going.
Jeez, is my trigger finger itchin'.
Shane drove swiftly south on Flagler, past Coral Gables and on to the village of South Miami, then along the Key West Highway through the rich truck farming section with its acres of tomatoes and bean fields stretching in every direction as far as the eye could see. By the time they reached the sleepy village of Homestead, with its quiet, tree-shadowed streets and its air of serene dignity, he began to feel as though he were the one who had sniffed a bindle instead of Lenny. There was a driving, demanding tension within him. It was always this way when he played a hunch through to the finish. He had planned the best he could, and it was up to the gods now. He couldn't turn back. He didn't want to, of course. The approach of personal danger keyed him up to a high pitch, and he exulted in the gamble he was taking. Things like this were what made life worth living to Michael Shane. He drove decorously through Homestead and looked at his watch. It was 11:15. He stopped at a filling station on the outskirts of the village where the first dirt road turned off the paved highway to the left. He told Blackie and Lenny, "I'll be just a minute," and swung out of the car to speak to a smiling old man in faded overalls and a wide straw hat. "Does the bus stop here, Pop?" "Sometimes it do." "Yep. If they's a passengers to get on or off, 'tain't a regular stop." "How about yesterday? Any passengers stop here?" "Yesterday? Yep. The old sailor feller got off here to go a-fishin'." The old man chuckled. "Right nice old feller, but seemed like he was turned around, sort of. Didn't know how far 'twas to the Keys. Had him a suitcase, too, full of fishin' tackle, I reckon. Him and I made a deal to rent my Tin Lizzie for the day, and he drove off fishin' spry as you please. No luck, though. Didn't have nary a fish when he come back." Shane thanked him and went back to his car. That was the last definite link. He didn't need it, but it was always good to have added confirmation. He wouldn't have bothered to stop if he hadn't had a few minutes to spare. He got in and turned down the dirt road, running straight and level between a wasteland covered with tall Australian pines on either side. "This is it," he told the boys in the back seat calmly. "Couple of miles to where I'm supposed to meet these birds, but they might be hiding out along the road waiting for me. You'd both better get down in the back where you can't be seen." "We won't be no good to you that way," Blackie protested. "If they're hid out along the road to pick you off." "They'll just pick all three of us off if you guys are in sight too," Shane argued reasonably. "I don't think they'll try anything till we get there, and I want them to think I came alone so they'll be off guard. Get down and stay down until the shooting starts or until I yell or give you some signal. Then come out like a couple of firecrackers." The two Gunsels got down in the back. Shane drove along at a moderate pace, watching his speedometer. It was lonely and quiet on this desolate road leading to the coast. There were no habitations and no other cars on the road. It was a perfect setting for murder. Chapter 6. Last round on the house. A narrower and less used road turned off to the right at the end of exactly 2 miles. A wooden arrow that had once been painted white pointed west, and dingy black letters said, "Lodge." Shane turned westward and slowed his car still more as it bumped along the uneven ruts. Sunlight lay hot and white on the narrow lane between tall pines, and the smell of the sea told him he was approaching close to one of the saltwater inlets. The car panted over a little rise, and he saw the weathered rock walls of John Grossman's fishing lodge through the pines on the left. It was a low, sprawling structure, and a pair of ruts turned off abruptly to lead up to it. 2 men stepped into the middle of the lane to block his way when he was 50 feet from the building. This was so exactly what Shane had expected that he cut his motor and braked to an easy stop with the front bumper almost against the men.
He leaned out and asked, "This John Grossman's place?" Then opened the door and stepped out quickly to show he was unarmed and to prevent them from coming to the side of the car, where they might look in the back. One of the men was very tall and thin, with cadaverous features and deep hollows for eye sockets. He wore a beautifully tailored suit of silk pongee with a tan shirt and shoes and a light tan snap-brimmed felt hat. He had his arms folded across his thin chest with his right hand inside the lapel of his unbuttoned coat, close to a bulge just below his left shoulder. His face was darkly suntanned, and he showed white teeth in a saturnine smile as he stood in the middle of the road without moving. His companion was a head shorter than Slim. He had a broad, pugnacious face with a flat nose spread over a lot of it. He was hatless and coatless, wearing a shirt with loud yellow stripes, with elastic armbands making tucks in the full sleeves. He stood flat-footed with his hand openly gripping the butt of a revolver, thrust down behind the waistband of his trousers. Shane stood beside the car and surveyed them coolly. He said, "I don't think we've met formally. I'm Shane." Pug said, "Yeah, we know. This here's Slim." He jerked the thumb of his left hand toward his tall companion. Shane said, "I thought this was a social call. Where's Grossman?" "He sent us out to see you were clean before you come in." Slim's lips barely moved to utter the words. He sauntered around the front of the car toward Shane, keeping his hand inside his coat. His deep-set eyes were cold and glittered like polished agate. His head was thrust forward on a long, thin neck. Shane took 2 backward steps. He said, "I'm clean. I came out to talk business. This is a hell of a way to greet a guy." Pug moved behind Slim. He was obviously the slower-witted and the less dangerous of the pair. He blinked in the bright sunlight and said, "Why don't we let him have it here?" Slim said, "We do." His lips began to smile, and Shane knew he was a man who enjoyed watching his victims die. Shane pretended he didn't hear or didn't understand the byplay between the 2 killers. They had both moved to the side of the car now and were circling slowly toward him. He said, "I brought along some cold beer. It's here in the back." He reached for the handle of the rear door and turned it steadily until the latch was free. He flung himself to the ground, jerking the door wide open as he did so. Slim's gun flashed in the sunlight at the same instant that fire blazed from the back seat. Slim staggered back and dropped to one knee, steadying his gun to return the fire. Shane lay flat on the ground and saw Pug spun around by the impact of a .45 slug in his thick shoulder. He stayed on his feet, and his own gun rained bullets into the tonneau. Slim fired twice before a bullet smashed the saturnine grin back into his mouth. He crumpled slowly forward onto the sunlighted pine needles and lay very still. Pug went down at almost the same instant with a look of complete bewilderment on his broad face. He dropped his revolver and put both hands over his belly, lacing his stubby fingers together tightly. He sank to a sitting position with his legs doubled under him and swayed there for a moment before toppling over on his side. There was no more shooting, and there was no sound from the back of the car. Shane got up stiffly and began dusting the dirt off his clothes. He heard shouts and looked up to see excited men filtering through the trees and coming from behind the lodge to converge on the car. He went around to the right-hand side and opened the back door to peer inside. Both Blackie and Lenny were quite dead. Blackie lay with his body sprawled half out on the running board, his gun hand trailing in the dirt. Blood was trickling through 2 holes in his yellow polo shirt. His mouth was open. Lenny was crouched down on the floor behind him, and there was a gaping hole where his right eye had been.
His thin features were composed, and he looked more at peace with the world than Shane had ever seen him look before. Will Gentry came puffing up behind Shane, his red face suffused and perspiring. A tall, black-mustached man wearing the clothes of a farmer and carrying a rifle was close behind him. Other men were dressed like farmers, and Shane recognized half a dozen of Gentry's plainclothes detectives among them. He saw Tim Rourke's grinning face and had time to give the reporter a quick nod of recognition before Gentry caught his arm and pulled him about angrily, demanding, "What the bloody blazes are you pulling off here, Mike?" "I? Nothing." Shane arched his red eyebrows sardonically at the chief of detectives. "Can I help it if some damned hoods choose this place to settle one of their feuds?" He stepped back and waved toward the rear of the car. "Couple of hitchhikers I picked up. Why don't you ask them why they started shooting?" "They're both dead," Gentry asserted angrily after a quick survey. "And the other two?" He started around the car. "This one's still alive," Rourke called out cheerfully, kneeling beside Pug. "But I don't think he will be long." Shane sauntered around behind Gentry. Blood was seeping between Pug's fingers laced together in front of him, but his eyes were open, and when Gentry shook him and demanded to know where Grossman was, he muttered thickly, "Inside. Cellar." "You, Yancey and Marks," Gentry directed two of his men. "Stay here and get a statement from him. Find out what this shooting is about. Everything. The rest of you fan out and surround the house. Take it careful and be ready to shoot. The real criminal is in there." Shane took Gentry's place beside Pug as Gentry moved away to direct the placing of his men around the house. He leaned close to the dying man and asked, "Where's the girl, Pug? The girl. Where is she?" "Inside." Shane got to his feet. Rourke got up beside him and grabbed his arm. "Sweet Jesus, Mike. I don't know what any of this is about, but it's some cesarean." Shane pulled away from him and started stalking toward the fishing lodge. Rourke hurried after him, expostulating, "Hold it, Mike. Don't try to go in there. Didn't you hear the guy? Grossman's inside. Let Gentry and the sheriff chase him out in the open." Shane didn't pay any attention to him. Unarmed, he strode on toward the sprawling stone house, his face set and hard. Gentry was spacing his men about to cover all exits. He saw Shane's intention and called out gruffly, "Don't, Mike. No need for anybody to get hurt now. We'll smoke him out." Shane went on without hesitation. He mounted the wide stone steps, his heels pounding loud in the sudden stillness, and went on to a sagging screen door. He pulled it open and went in, blinking his eyes against the dimness. The interior of the house had a stale, long unused smell. It was cool and quiet inside the thick rock walls. A wide arched opening led into a big room on the right. Shane went in and saw Myrna Hastings sitting upright in a heavy chair fashioned of twisted mangrove roots. Her legs and arms were bound tightly to the chair, and her mouth was sealed with adhesive tape. Her eyes rolled up at him wildly as he strode across the room, getting out his knife. He slashed the cords binding her arms and legs, pulled her upright, and put his left arm about her shoulders. "This is going to hurt," he warned. "Set your lips and mouth tightly." She nodded, and her eyes told him she understood. He ripped the adhesive loose in one jerk and put his other arm around her. She clung to him, crying softly. He looked around the room and gave a grunt of satisfaction when he saw a square of water-soaked canvas on the floor with a pile of straw and bottles on top of it. An empty bottle lay on its side, and another stood open. Shane drew her forward gently, instructing her, "Try to walk. Use your arms and legs, and they'll limber up." she said, through her tears.
I'm trying. I'm all right. I knew you'd come, Mike.
She drew away from him as he leaned down to pick up the open bottle. He studied the water-soaked label and his eyes glinted. It was Monet Cognac, vintage of 1926. The bottle was half full. He drew in a long, gulping breath of the bouquet, then put the bottle in Myrna's hands. Take a good drink. Everything's all right now. She obediently tilted the bottle to her lips. A flush came to her cheeks as she swallowed. Shane laughed and took it away from her. It's my turn. He drank from it and then led her over to a dusty rattan couch. She sat down limply and he got out 2 cigarettes. He put one between her lips and the other in his mouth, thumbnailed a match, and lit them both. She started violently when Gentry's voice bellowed at him from outside. "Shane? What's happening in there?" Shane called back. "A lady and I are having a drink. Leave us alone." He laughed down at Myrna's bewildered face. "We're surrounded by a posse of detectives and deputy sheriffs. They're summoning their nerve to storm the place."
What happened? She asked tensely. All that shooting. They were laying a trap for you, weren't they? I heard them talking before they went out. They were going to kill you because they thought you'd read the logbook. I told them you hadn't, but they wouldn't believe me. I was so frightened when I heard the shooting. I was sure you'd walked right into the trap.
She began to tremble violently. Shane patted her hand reassuringly. "I practically never walk into a trap." They heard cautious, shuffling footsteps on the porch outside, and Gentry's voice lowered to a rumble. "Mike, where are you?" "In here," Shane called blithely. He put the bottle to his swollen lips and sucked on it greedily. He lowered it and grinned as Gentry tiptoed in with drawn gun, followed closely by the mustached sheriff with his rifle cocked and ready. "You look," Shane chuckled, "like the last 2 of the Mohicans." Gentry straightened his bulky body and glared across the dim room at Shane and the girl. "What the devil's going on? Who's that, and how did she get here?" Shane said, "You met Miss Hastings last night, Will. Why don't you and Leatherstockings run along down to the cellar and look for Grossman? That's where Pug said he was." Other men began to file cautiously into the hallway behind their leaders. Gentry turned to them and growled, "Find the cellar stairs, and take it careful. Grossman isn't the kind to be taken alive." He crossed the room heavily. "And you can start talking, Mike. What are you and this girl up to?" "Nothing immoral, with so many people around." Gentry stopped in front of him on widespread legs. "What kind of a runaround am I getting?" Shane said, "You're giving it to yourself, whatever it is. I didn't invite you out here." "No, thought you were pulling a fast one, covering up for a murderer to get a rake-off on a bunch of smuggled liquor. By God, Shane, you can't wiggle out of that one." Shane took a pull from the bottle. "It's mighty good liquor. Next time you send a stool to cover the switchboard on my hotel, don't use a guy with D-I-C-K written all over him." Gentry gulped back his anger. "I wondered who sent Tim Rourke to me with a tip there'd be fireworks. You can't deny you brought along a couple of gunsels to wipe out Grossman and his gang and keep the stuff for yourself. If I hadn't overheard the call and beat it out here, you might have pulled it off." Shane laughed and sank down on the couch beside Myrna. "How much of the deal do you know?" "Plenty. I always suspected Captain Samuels was running stuff for Grossman when he lost his boat in 30. That's why Grossman killed him last night, fighting over division of the liquor that was cached here when Grossman was sent up." "You're fairly close," Shane admitted. "When you find Grossman,
He'll talk, Gentry promised. Want to bet on it? Shane's eyes were very bright. I never bet with you, with your damned shenanigans. What's this girl got to do with it? Gentry pointed a stern finger at Myrna. One of Grossman's little friends? She wanted to see a detective in action, Shane replied. Shane set the bottle on the floor and sat up straighter when a detective trotted in and reported excitedly, "We've searched the cellar and the whole house, Chief. Not another soul here." Gentry began to curse luridly. Shane got up and interrupted him. "I don't think your men knew where to look in the cellar. Let's take a look." He went out to the hallway and found Rourke coming up the cellar stairs with a flashlight in his hand. "No soap?" Rourke reported to Shane. "He must have made his getaway when we left the house uncovered to see what the shooting was about." "Your fault," Gentry said bitterly behind Shane. "If we don't pick him up, I'm slapping a charge of obstructing justice on you." Shane took the flashlight from Rourke. He led the way down into a small, dank furnace room with a dirt floor. He flashed the light around, then walked over to a small rectangular area where the ground showed signs of having been recently disturbed. "Try digging here, but don't blame me if Grossman doesn't tell you the whole story when you find him." "There?" Gentry gagged over the word. "You mean he's dead?" "Unless he's a yogi or some damned thing." Shane shrugged and handed the flashlight back to Rourke. "Hell, he had to be dead, Will. Nothing else made any sense." "You mean nothing makes sense?" Gentry said perplexedly. Shane sighed and said, "I'll draw you pictures. One question first, though. Did Guildford make a phone call between the time you checked for Miss Hastings at the Crestwood last night and before you came to my place looking for her?" "Guildford?" Gentry's tone mirrored his bewilderment. "The lawyer? What the hell has that got to do with it?" "Did he?" "Well, yes, I think he did, come to think of it. He called his home from the public booth in the Crestwood after we learned the girl wasn't in. I suggested that we see you, and he didn't want his wife to worry if he got home later than she expected." Shane nodded. "He said he called his wife, but you didn't go in the booth with him and listen in on his conversation." "Of course not," Gentry sputtered. Shane took his time about lighting a cigarette, then continued. "If you had, you would have heard him calling Pug or Slim at Chunky's joint and telling them to hang around the Crestwood until Myrna Hastings came in, and then grab her. He was covering every angle." Shane went on earnestly. "After he discovered that empty hiding place in the captain's bedroom, he knew the captain knew the location of the liquor cache after Samuels brought in a case and sold it for $100 to make a payment on the mortgage. And when the poor old guy died while he was torturing him, he must have been frantic for fear he'd never find the stuff." "Are you talking about Mr. Guildford, the attorney?" Shane nodded. "Leroy P. Guildford, once a junior member of the firm of Leland and Parker, which specialized in criminal practice and defended John Grossman in 1930. He must have known of the existence of the liquor cache all the time, but it wasn't worth much until the recent liquor shortage, and Captain Samuels wouldn't play ball with him. After he killed Grossman, Samuels was his only chance to learn where the liquor was hidden." "Are you saying Guildford killed Grossman?" "Sure. Or had Pug and Slim do the job for him. He brought Grossman out here last Tuesday, then went to Samuels and told him what had happened, and suggested that with Grossman dead, they might as well split the liquor." "But Grossman talked to you over the phone just this morning," Gentry argued. Shane shook his head. "I knew that couldn't be Grossman. He had to be dead. The only other person it could be was Guildford, disguising his voice to lure me out here so he could get rid of the only two people who knew about the logbook and the liquor. Why? Asked Gentry with forced calm. Did Grossman have to be dead? Nothing else made sense. Shane spread out his big hands. Captain Samuels knew where the liquor was all the time, and he was practically starving, yet he never touched it. Why? Because he was an honorable man and it didn't belong to him. Why, then, would he suddenly forget his scruples and sell a case? Because Grossman was dead and it no longer belonged to anybody. Gentry said gruffly, My head's going around. Maybe it's this air down here. In the big room upstairs, Shane knelt beside the bottles and straw. Do you know where this came from, Myrna? Certainly. Those men fished it up out of the lagoon this morning, all sewed up in canvas. They talked about it in front of me. I think they planned to kill me, so they didn't care what I heard. What did they say about it? Shane was shaking the bottles free of their straw casings and lining them up carefully on the floor. It's all in the bottom of the lagoon, a whole boatload, just where Captain Samuels and his crew dumped it overboard as he described in his logbook. That's why the authorities could never find any liquor here when they raided the place, the men said. Shane got up with a bottle dangling from each bony hand. He slipped them into the side pockets of his pants as Detective Yancey came hurrying in to tell Gentry excitedly, We got the whole story from that man before he died. Grossman is dead, Chief, buried in the cellar, and the real guy is— I know, said Gentry wearily. Get to a telephone and have Guildford rounded up right away. Leroy P., he snapped. What are you doing? He demanded, as he turned in time to see Shane slide a third and fourth bottle into his hip pockets. Making hay while the sun shines. Shane stooped stiffly to get 2 more bottles from the floor. With you horning in, I won't have any chance at all at that stuff underwater. He put 2 more bottles in his coat pocket and stooped for 2 more, looking wistfully at the remaining bottles on the floor. This is the only fee I'll collect on this case. Myrna laughed delightedly. I can carry a few for you. Gentry turned away and said gruffly, There'd better be a couple of bottles left for evidence when the revenue men get here. He strode out, and Shane began stacking bottles in Myrna's arms. You owe me something, he told her, for the turn I got when I went back to my apartment and found the back door unlocked and the place burgled. I thought you were mixed up in it and your feature writing story was just a blind. She laughed as she swayed slightly under the weight of 8 bottles. I wondered if you'd suspect me after they found the key and I admitted that it was to the back door of your apartment. I'm afraid they thought I was an immoral girl. I hated to have them take it away from me. She ended gravely. Shane promised, I'll give you another one. And they staggered out with as many bottles as both could carry.
Sauce for the Gander by Day Keene. Read by Richard Ferrone. Day Keene, birth name Gunnard Yurtstedt, 1904 to 1969, was born on the south side of Chicago. As a young man, he became active as an actor and playwright in repertory theater with such friends as Melvin Douglas and Barton McLean. When they decided to go to Hollywood, Keene instead opted to become a full-time writer, mainly for radio soap operas. He became the head writer for the wildly successful Little Orphan Annie, which premiered on NBC's Blue Network on April 6, 1931, and ran for nearly 13 years, as well as the mystery series Kitty Keene Incorporated, about a beautiful female private eye with a showgirl past. It began on the NBC Red Network on September 13, 1937, and ran for 4 years. Keene then abandoned radio to write mostly crime and mystery stories for the pulps, then for the newly popular world of paperback original novels, for which his dark, violent, and relentlessly fast-paced stories were perfectly suited, producing nearly 50 mysteries between 1949 and 1965. Among his best and most successful novels were his first, Framed in Guilt, 1949, the recently reissued classic noir Home is the Sailor, 1952, Joy House, 1954, filmed by MGM in 1964, and also released as The Love Cage with Alain Delon, Jane Fonda, and Lola Albright. And Chautauqua, 1960, written with Dwight Vincent, the pseudonym of mystery writer Dwight Babcock. It was filmed by MGM in 1969 and also released as The Trouble with Girls, starring Elvis Presley and Marilyn Mason. Sauce for the Gander, the first of only 2 Keen Black Mask stories, ran in May 1943.
Sauce for the Gander. What did the puny little schoolmaster, rheumatic Romeo John Cansdale, hide behind the thick lenses of his horn-rimmed bifocals? What sinister plan to bludgeon his wife to death? Careful, Cansdale. Take warning. Even a murder can be too perfect. For 35 years, 6 months, and 7 days, 10 of them mildly happy married years, John Benton Cansdale, A.B.M.S., respected chemistry instructor of the Laurel Park Senior High School, had lived a moral, upright, almost ascetic existence. That had been 2 years before she had come into his life. It was during breakfast on the morning after his return from the annual teachers' convention in Detroit that he decided to kill his wife. It was strictly an economic move. 2 years of playing hide-and-seek had proven conclusively to his modest savings that 3 cannot live as cheaply as 2, especially when one of the 3 is demanding. The decision sufficed for the moment. It would be a simple affair. Cansdale prided himself on being too intelligent a man to erect an elaborate structure for homicide to tear down. Too many murderers had tried to be too clever. When the proper moment had arrived, he would simply hit her with a hammer or whatever might prove handy. It had been a broken lock on the kitchen window and the headline in the morning paper that had given him his inspiration. His wife had asked him 15 times to have the lock repaired. He had promised that he would. The headline in the morning paper stated in bold type, "Killer Strikes Again." Cansdale read the details with morbid interest. For months, a moronic killer had preyed upon the city, his victims always women. The police had sought for him in vain. No living person had ever seen him. The details of his crimes were revolting. Cansdale noted them with care. Passion was a strange and fearful thing. It warped and twisted a man from what he was into another being. He thought of the week just past, smiled grimly as his blood began to pound. The week had been most satisfactory. There could be no chance of scandal. He had been too circumspect. He was in love, but not a fool. He had read of too many carelessly conducted triangles that imprudence had turned into rectangles leading to the divorce courts and the chair. He and Evelyn had been discreet. Both had their positions with the school board and their reputation to maintain. Still, they had managed, and once Maisie was out of the way. Maisie. He rolled the name on the tip of his tongue. It tasted bitter. Making full allowance for his youth, not to mention the $10,000 dowry that she had brought him, most of which he had invested within the last 2 years in little things that Evelyn had wanted, Cansdale wondered why in the name of God he had ever married her. She had no soul, no intellect, no fire. She had never read Balzac, Boccaccio, or Rabelais. He peered furtively around his paper at his wife. He was her superior in every way. Still, at times, he had a feeling he bemused her. She looked up as he peered at her. "More coffee, honey? Toast?" Tiny, dark, languid, after 12 years of his superior association, she still spoke with the unaffected southern drawl of the hills where she was born. Cansdale shuddered at the eager smile on her half-parted, too full lips. He wanted it over with, wanted her dead. "No," he told her curtly. "Thanks. I'll just make my first class as it is." He folded his paper neatly and put it in his pocket so she wouldn't see the headline. "I'll get your hat and coat," she offered. He watched her leave the room, her slim hips swaying beneath the outrageously tight dressing gown that she affected because she believed it made her look like some movie actress or other. Confession magazines, the movies, bridge, they were her life. She had been a pretty girl. In a way, she still possessed a certain charm at 30. "You'll be home early tonight, honey?" she asked as she helped him with his coat. He wished that she wouldn't call him honey. She called everybody honey, from shop girls to the milkman. "No," he told her primly as he took his hat. "You know that I always work on my book on Friday nights." The book had been an inspiration. He had thought of it just after the school convention at which he and Evelyn had met. It was to be a new textbook on modern chemistry that of necessity entailed a lot of research. Each Wednesday and each Friday afternoon, he went directly downtown after school, asked for and received several weighty volumes, then promptly proceeded to lose himself among the shabby homeless and earnest students who always crowded the great reading rooms. 5 minutes before the closing hour, he would return the volumes. What neither his wife nor the librarian could know was that he had slipped quietly out of the library to spend the intervening hours in a more pleasant study of human chemistry as applied to anatomical research. Maisie opened the hall door and raised her lips to be kissed. "It's just that I don't like to be alone," she told him. Cansdale told her not to be a little fool, but he was pleased. Her fear of being alone had become a phobia that fitted perfectly into his plans. Her fear was well known to the neighbors. On the nights he was away from home, she double-locked and barred both the front and the rear doors of their first-floor apartment. On several occasions, when she had fallen asleep awaiting his return, he had been put to no little inconvenience trying to wake her up to let him in. "Perhaps I won't work on the book next Wednesday night," he relented. His wife seemed pleased. She smiled, almost shyly. "I do get so frightened here all alone." Cansdale stooped to kiss her, paused to view his reflection in the hall glass. It wasn't bad, he decided. With his new-grown wisp of mustache, he looked something like Ronald Colman might have looked if he had been a little man and wore horn-rimmed, thick-lensed bifocal glasses. He tried to read murder in his eyes and failed. His decision didn't show. He, John Cansdale, had resolved to kill his wife, and he looked no different than he looked on any other morning. The adjoining hall door opened, and Cansdale kissed his wife full on the lips with more feeling than he had shown in months. It would be the last time that he would ever have to kiss her. Sergeant Mack, the detective sergeant who lived in the next apartment with his aged and widowed mother, and who was just emerging from their door, apologized. "I'm sorry." Mrs. Cansdale blushed. Cansdale smiled. "Not at all. We shouldn't have been kissing in the doorway." He kissed Mrs. Cansdale again, closed the apartment door, and opened the outer hall door for the sergeant. He had never liked his neighbor. The policeman was as stupid as his wife, and of a type. He was uncouth, common, vulgar. Still, Cansdale accepted the chance meeting as an omen. He could envision the sergeant's testimony at the inquest. Yeah, sure. Perfectly happy as far as I know. Why, he was kissing and hugging her goodbye when I stepped out in the hall this morning. The little teacher walked beside the big detective to their cars parked at the curb, pointing to the headline in his paper. Terrible, isn't it? He demanded primly, that such a fiend should be at large. He snapped his fingers as in sudden recollection. I must remind the janitor again to fix that lock on the kitchen window. He explained, his hand on his car door. I worry so about Mrs. Cansdale when she's alone. The big detective seemed embarrassed. Yeah, sure, I can imagine. He climbed into his car and swung out into traffic. The little chemistry teacher smirked smugly. The man is a moron, he thought. He was afraid that I was going to ask him why the police haven't caught the killer. The morning was warm with spring. It was pleasant to be alive. The weather forecast prophesied fair and rising temperature. The moon wouldn't rise until 10. It would be a lovely night for murder. Scuffing of feet and the scratch of chalk on the school board were the only sounds in the classroom as the students worked out the problems that Cansdale had given them in order to work out his own. Having a late shift program, his last class would be over at 5. Cansdale wrote the figure on a piece of paper after making certain that there was no other sheet beneath it, and that the hard surface of the marble laboratory slab retained no impression. At 5:30, he could be in the loop eating in the little one-armed restaurant near the main library on Wabash. By 5:45, he would have received and signed for his books at the library desk. By 6, he could be lost in the northbound rush-hour traffic on the outer drive. He made a neat timetable of the figures. By 6:30, 6:45 at the latest, just when the evening dusk was blackest, he could be on his own back porch opening the window with the broken lock. By 7, his wife would be dead, her head battered in with some handy object, and her nude body tossed on the bed to simulate an attack by the moronic killer. The absence of strange fingerprints wouldn't be a stumbling block. The killer always wore gloves. Both doors of his apartment would still be double-locked and barred if he left in the same manner as he entered. He doubted if Maisie would scream when she saw him. She would be pleased. She could have no idea what he had come for. He continued with the writing of his schedule. By 7:30, his car would be parked back on Wabash Avenue, and he would be in the crowded library reading room, perhaps exchanging his volume on chemistry for others, to call attention to himself. Shortly after the closing hour of 9, he would return to his apartment to find both front and rear doors double-locked and barred. The police, perhaps the stupid fool next door, would help him batter down the door and find the body. His alibi would be perfect. The thin-lipped, prim, old-maid librarian from whom he always got his books would swear he had been there between the hours of 5:30 and 9. She had no reason to doubt it, but no suspicion would be attached to him. He was, in the public eye, a dutiful, loving husband. He had no known motive for wanting Maisie dead. He and Evelyn had been too circumspect. But for the convention week just past, he had never seen her oftener than twice a week. They had never appeared in public together. In school, they merely nodded and exchanged an innocuous morning note disguised as division business. The little man's pulse began to pound as he allowed his thoughts to dwell on the charms of the blue-eyed blonde history teacher. She was a greedy little piece of baggage, combining intelligence with fire. but she was worth the sacrifice, if it could be called a sacrifice, that he was making. With Maisie's insurance, rings, and furs, there would be enough to satisfy even Evelyn's capricious tastes for quite some time. Cansdale stroked his wisp of a mustache and smiled. Most murderers were fools. A lesser man with his knowledge of chemistry would undoubtedly have poisoned his wife and have wound up in the chair. The very manner of the murder he had planned would serve to divert suspicion from him. Well pleased with his own intelligence, the little man memorized the table of figures he had drawn up, touched the paper to a Bunsen burner, watched it crumple into ash, then sat grinding it to pieces with a pestle. Unknown to him, as he sat smirking, pleased with himself, one of his student seniors at the rear board wrote in tiny letters beside the table of elements that she was compiling, "Our romantic Romeo and his mental striptease Juliet must have... He isn't going to send her his morning sonnet disguised as, 'Where was Johnny Jones of your division as of last period?' Worried?" The boy beside her sniggered, then wrote, as she erased her words, "Who do they think they're fooling? The whole school knows he's carrying a torch." The girl added, "Chlorine, C1, 35,457, 17, to her list of elements, symbols, and atomic weights and numbers, then wrote beside them in small letters as before, "He's carrying a torch, but she isn't. She's just taking him for whatever she can get. She was out at the Hi-Ho Club with the new football coach last night, and they were high and howling." "Yeah?" The boy underscored the word before erasing it. "Yeah," the girl answered him with chalk. Jiggers, the old dodo's coming out of his trance." John Cansdale took another sheet of paper, wrote, "My dear Miss Parker, in response to your inquiry concerning the progress of the pupil of whom you wrote me yesterday, can only report that matters are progressing satisfactorily and should come to a conclusion shortly. In fact..." He changed his mind and touched the paper to the burner. Evelyn had thought that he was joking when he told her what he planned to do. It might be best if she knew nothing of the matter until the entire affair was over. Perhaps he would never tell her. It might be best to let her think, as the police would think, that it had been the killer who killed Maisie. He watched the hour hand of the clock creep around the dial. The day, it seemed, would never end. The warmth of the day had disappeared with the setting of the sun. A cold wind blew off the lake. John Cansdale considered a drink as he parked his car against the Wabash Avenue curb and then decided against it. Drink muddled the mind, and he must keep his clear. He checked back, as he had checked a dozen times, and could find no flaw in his plan. Still, his throat was suddenly dry, and his hands had begun to tremble. Perhaps murder wouldn't prove as simple as he thought. "This is silly," he reproved himself. "In 2 more hours, she will be dead and I'll be free." He bought a paper from a boy before entering the lunchroom and read it thoroughly while toying with his poached egg, corned beef hash, and toast. The one detail that might possibly invalidate his plan had not occurred. The police, as yet, had not apprehended the killer. Rumor was rife as to when and where he might strike again. He forced himself to eat. He must, above all else, impress himself upon everyone connected with his alibi as normal. He must show no trace of nervousness or fear. "Nice supper," he complimented the cashier when he had finished. He turned up the collar of his coat and pushed out through the swinging door, repeating, "Yes, sir, a very nice supper indeed." "What the hell?" The cashier started out from behind his cage, stopped as the manager of the lunchroom shook his head. "But he didn't pay his check, sir," the cashier protested. The manager shrugged. Skip it. He'll pay next Wednesday night. He comes in here twice a week as regular as clockwork. He's probably worried or something tonight, got something on his mind." The cashier subsided, grumbling. Out on the street, John Cansdale scowled at his reflection in the window of a hat store. So far, so good. He was following his bi-weekly routine. Only tonight, the hours that were usually filled with Evelyn in the snugness of her near North Side apartment would rid him of his wife forever. He thought of Maisie with disgust as he hurried up the great flat steps of the main library. The little fool was probably even now smearing her face with lotions, listening to the lovelorn programs on the radio, trying, in her common little mind, to figure out some way of winning back his love. The thought gave him sadistic pleasure. She didn't know the meaning of love. They had never been physically, mentally, morally, or spiritually suited to each other. Still, he wondered why she smiled at him, at times so very strangely. The thought gave him pause as he checked through the library file cards for a certain book on the contributions of chemistry to human welfare. Women, at times, some women, were very difficult to understand. The librarian greeted him cordially. "Good evening, Mr. Cansdale. The book is coming nicely." "Nicely," he assured her, smiling. "In fact, it's almost finished." His hat in his hand and the volume under his arm, he turned away from the desk to scan the crowded reading room, ostensibly looking for a place to sit. "Crowded, very crowded tonight," he murmured as he moved away from the desk. There were, he estimated, perhaps 500 persons in the several reading rooms that comprised almost the entire top floor of the building. There were constant arrivals and departures. It was small wonder he was never missed. Miss Roby, the thin-lipped, prim, spinster librarian, would swear that he had been there since the time his card was stamped. He turned out into the corridor leading to the other reading room and to the stairs. Behind him, at the desk, Miss Roby adjusted her pince-nez as she stared after him, then turned to an assistant. "I suppose," she said, "I should report him. I would if he wasn't a school employee. He always chooses a volume that isn't supposed to leave the library, but he always brings them back." "But where does he go?" her assistant puzzled. The librarian shrugged her thin shoulders. "Lord knows. He's supposed to be writing a book. I wonder. He's been coming in here at 5:45, choosing a volume on chemistry, and then disappearing until 9 for 2 years. Her assistant laughed. "Meow." "I wouldn't," Miss Roby sniffed, "be at all surprised." In the corridor, Cansdale waited until a good-sized group of youngsters had started down the marble stairs, and then joined them. The volume was under his coat. It was an unneeded precaution. The aged attendant in the foyer never even bothered to look up. He remembered with a start, as he unlocked his car, that he hadn't phoned Evelyn and told her that he wouldn't call tonight. Perhaps it was just as well. She didn't need to know until it was all over. She might even try to dissuade him because of the risk he ran. He stroked his thin wisp of a mustache and stepped on the starter button. He ran no risk. Or did he? His self-confidence oozed slightly as he swung his car down Randolph Street and waited at Michigan Boulevard for the green arrow. He must, above all else, drive carefully. Even a slight accident or a ticket could destroy his well-laid plans. The thought made him even more nervous as he recalled Robert Burns' immortal lines. "The best-laid schemes o' mice and men gang after glee, and lee us not but grief and pain for promised joy." In his nervousness, He killed his motor as the light changed and was bumped soundly by the cab behind him. He was glad it was a cab. Cab drivers took little notice of such matters. They were inferior, boisterous persons, always bumping someone. He joined the stream of traffic pouring north. In the yellow cab in back of him, an earnest youth, his first night behind the wheel, jotted the numbers 905-754 down carefully on the margin of his report sheet. The car ahead hadn't stopped. He doubted if there was any damage done, but when a man had been out of work for months, he couldn't be too careful. It might be just as well to report the incident when he checked in. The bridge, Chicago Avenue, Oak Street, and the juncture of the outer and the inner drive. Cansdale chose the inner drive, his self-confidence returning. In another 15 minutes, a half hour at the most, it would be over, and he would be returning to the loop. Lincoln Park was dark and bleakly naked except for her necklaces of yellow gems strung in rows around her ample body. The lights reminded him of Maisie's yellow diamonds. They would look well on Evelyn. But he must manage to show grief, perhaps even offer a reward for the killer. He would be safe enough in that. The thought amused him, and he laughed, only to find the hoarse burst from his throat had frightened him. He realized that his hands and his body were shaking as with some inner palsy. The night was no longer cool. His collar had become too tight, his overcoat too heavy. Despite the cool wind blowing in the open window of the car, he was perspiring freely. "I'm acting the fool," he said aloud. "There's nothing at all to fear. I've been too circumspect. I've planned too well." Cansdale wondered suddenly if he had planned well. He wished he had read a few of the trashy detective magazines that Maisie was always buying. There might, perhaps, have been a plot in one of them that would have suited his purpose better, but he couldn't imagine what it would be. The plot he had conceived was simplicity itself. No one would ever suspect a middle-aged, respectable high school instructor of bludgeoning his wife to death. He began to lash himself into a fury against Maisie to prepare himself for the actual deed. She stood in his way of complete happiness. She was stupid, insipid, but his mind could find no other flaws. She was as young, if not younger, than Evelyn. In her dark, southern way, she was pretty. She had never denied him herself. Until he had met Evelyn, they had been mildly happy. Even during the last 2 years, she had been unsuspicious, undemanding. Her only other flaw, if it could be called a flaw, was the phobia she couldn't help, her dislike of being alone. She would be, Cansdale thought, as he turned off of Sheridan Road onto the side street on which he lived, alone for a long time. He parked his car a full 3 blocks from his house and, turning up the collar of his coat so that it almost touched his hat brim, slunk through the shadows of the alley paralleling the street on which he lived. Only 4 persons saw him. One was the delicatessen owner's wife, who caught a glimpse of his face in a lamplight as he crossed a street intersection. Another was the newsboy who happened to be late. A third was a neighbor emptying garbage who had chanced to pause a moment for a breath of air in the blackness of the alley gate. The fourth was a man named Kelly who was unlocking the side door of his garage. Of the 4, he was the only one who wondered at the time why Cansdale was walking down the alley. "He shouldn't oughta shortcut through the alley," Kelly thought ungrammatically. "What with all the stick-ups nowadays, he's likely to get robbed." Cansdale saw none of them. His mind was intent on his business. He wanted it over with. The pounding of his heart was choking him. The actual act of murder was not as simple as it seemed. He paused at his own alley gate, almost tempted to go back. "Well, of course, if you don't love me enough to give me the things that a man who loves a woman usually gives her—" Evelyn's words hung suspended in the air just as she had left them. I can't, I won't give her up, the little teacher thought in panic. I've a right to happiness. He stared at the back windows of his apartment. Both the kitchen and the dining room were dark. A light burned in the bedroom briefly, then it too winked out, leaving only a faint glow streaming out of the living room into the hall. Cansdale opened the gate and went in, groping in the darkness near the garbage can for the weapon he had decided he would use. The half-brick was where he had thought that he had seen it. The inspiration had come to him during his last class. A half-brick was the killer's favorite weapon. The garbage can, balanced precariously upon 3 bricks instead of 4, toppled over slowly, and the tin lid clattered on the walk, forcing open a basement window in the janitor's apartment. Scat! Goddamn dogs! There should ought to be a law. Cansdale stood frozen where he was, half up the back steps to his porch until the clatter and profanity had ceased. Then the basement window closed, and he began to breathe again. He wanted to retreat, but didn't dare. The janitor might hear him. He continued to the porch. He had never known the night to be so full of sounds and smells. The detective's mother in the next apartment was frying steak and onions against her son's return. The couple in the flat above were fighting. Through the closed windows of his own apartment, he could hear their radio blaring out the news. Maisie always kept it tuned so high it was a wonder the neighbors didn't complain. He remembered tardily that he had forgotten to put on his gloves. He laid the half-brick on the windowsill and did so, meanwhile listening to the news. The foreign situation covered, the newscaster turned to the local pages, beginning with, "While the police as yet have failed to apprehend the moronic killer who has preyed upon the housewives of Chicago for these last several months, the department is expending every effort to bring about his capture. Meanwhile, housewives are warned not to open their doors to any suspicious strangers and to make certain that all first-floor windows and windows leading off of fire escapes are locked." Cansdale cautiously tried the window with the broken lock that led from the porch to the kitchen. It slid up easily. Now that the actual moment had arrived, his self-confidence was oozing back, and he sniffed contemptuously. Maisie was a fool. She had no right to be so stupid and live. She was afraid to be alone. A moronic killer was at large. Yet she lay on a sofa in the living room, listening to a newscast with a perfect entrance open to the killer. He straddled the open window cautiously, the half-brick in his hand. In the faint light streaming down the hall, he could see that the back door was locked and bolted. He stepped into the kitchen, making no noise, leaving the window open behind him. The newscaster had finished by now, and there was a blare of transcribed music from the front room. And, as usual, Maisie had 2 stations on at once. Back of the hidey-hidey-hi, hody-hody-ho of a boogie-woogie program, some woman heroine of one of the soap chip operas to which Maisie was addicted was telling someone she called Honey in no uncertain terms how much she loved him. The man's voice was gruff but eager and insistent. Sudden suspicion gleaming in his eyes, the little teacher paused in the center of the kitchen floor and listened closely, but either the program had signed off or the brass of the transcribed band had drowned it out. He smiled painfully with a guilty conscience. "She hasn't fire or soul or brains enough," he thought. "I wish she had. I wouldn't have to kill her then." The smile faded from his twisted lips as he thought of her insurance. He had to have the money. With the double indemnity clause on which she herself had insisted, Maisie's death would pay him $20,000. He and Evelyn could take sabbaticals on that. They could spend the year in travel, live in the best hotels. In California, perhaps, they would be married. or perhaps in romantic old Mexico or Hawaii. The police would never suspect the insurance money as a motive. He carried even more insurance in her name. The half-brick clutched tightly in his hand, he stole quietly past the open doors of the dining room and the bedroom to the front of the apartment. "She'll cry, 'John,' when she sees me," he thought, "and run to me. Then I'll hit her with the sharp edge of the brick and drag her into the bedroom just like the killer would do." His gloved hand clutching the brick felt hot and sweaty. He must remember to leave the brick behind for the police to find. He stepped into the lighted front room. The radio was blaring cheerfully. The shades on the windows were drawn. A box of chocolates lay opened on a coffee table convenient to the sofa. Maisie's outrageously tight dressing gown lay crumpled in a silken pool upon the floor. But Maisie wasn't there. The living room was empty. From where he stood, Cansdale could see that the front door was locked and bolted. He felt slightly cheated but relieved as he turned back towards the bedroom. This would make it even simpler. He could kill her while she slept. She would never even know that he had been there. She would die believing in him and loving him. On the several occasions he had returned to find her sleeping, and the doors bolted had resisted his key, he had had to pound on the door like a madman to arouse her. Only Maisie could sleep with a radio blasting in her ear. Still, he supposed, she did get tired of reading trash and had to pass her time some way. Halfway down the long hall to the bedroom, the program he had heard before began again, only this time the man was speaking. "Why don't you leave him?" he demanded. "I make enough to support you and my mother, too. Just one good break and I'll be a lieutenant and—" The woman stopped him with a kiss, murmured with an unaffected passion. "It's not the money, honey. It's just I don't want to worry him now. He's so little and funny-looking, and all he's got is me. But once his book is finished and he's famous like he says he's going to be—" Cansdale turned slowly towards the front room. The band was still playing, muted now, but the voices came from the bedroom. An unreasoning fury should have seized him, but it didn't. The only emotion that he knew was fear, sudden and terrible. He had been so wrong. Perhaps he had been wrong in thinking that he could get away with murder. His eyes were suddenly open. The past 2 years rushed through his mind like the life of a drowning man. He remembered sly looks and glances that had failed to register at the time, smirks on the faces of his fellow teachers and his students. Even Miss Roby had looked strangely at him. He had forgotten to pay his supper check. There had been the matter of the cab. Perhaps someone had seen him enter. He hadn't been intelligent. He had been dumb. Step by step, rung by rung, he had allowed his blind infatuation to be the nails in the ladder he had built, a ladder leading to the chair. No woman, not even Evelyn, was worth that. He wanted to be out in the night with the cold of the wind against his burning cheeks. Maisie was suddenly lovely. He wanted her as he had never wanted any woman. Perhaps it wasn't too late. She had loved him once. Perhaps she might again. She wasn't guilty. He was. If he hadn't neglected her, left her alone— He tiptoed meekly down the hall towards the still-open kitchen window. He would return at 9. He would never leave Maisie alone again. He would break with Evelyn in the morning. He would— As he passed the open door of the darkened bedroom, a board squeaked beneath his feet. He tried to step more lightly, lost his balance, and the half-brick scraped along the wall. There was an answering scrape of springs from the bedroom as a man got suddenly to his feet. The little teacher turned instinctively. With his hat brim and his coat collar almost touching, he formed a grotesque silhouette in the half-light. The half-brick, raised above his head, in the hand flung out to keep his balance, looked like the squat barrel of an automatic. The killer! The moron! Maisie's scream from the blackness of the bedroom was pure terror. "No!" Cansdale croaked, protesting from a throat so dry the single word rasped like a file. He failed to finish the sentence. A blast of gunfire lighted the room, and the first of 6 soft-nosed .45 slugs pinned him to the far wall of the hallway. He hung there a moment, pinned to the wall like a spitted butterfly, then crumpled slowly to the floor. There had been not one, but many flaws in his perfect murder. The worst of these, as Lieutenant Mack summed up the situation to his wife some 12 months later, had been, "So what can we do but keep our mouths shut? So what if he wasn't the killer? He was trading on his name. He intended to kill you. If I hadn't just happened to be passing by, he'd have done it. The coroner's inquest proved that. No, I tell you, Maisie, all we can do is keep our mouths shut. This was just one of them there cases where—" The newly promoted lieutenant paused to wipe the perspiration from his forehead and make a mental vow. Still the same eager smile on half-parted, too-full lips. "One of those cases where what, honey?" "Well," the former sergeant summed up the situation, "one of those cases where what was sauce for the goose turned out to be applesauce for the gander."
A Little Different by W.T. Ballard. Read by Jeff Gerner. Willis Todd Hunter Ballard, 1903 to 1980, was born in Cleveland, Ohio, and after college briefly worked for his father's electronics magazine, then for a newspaper, followed by less than a year each at 2 movie studios. He had written sporadically for several pulps before creating Bill Lennox, a motion picture troubleshooter, for Black Mask, successfully using his work background at First National and Columbia to lend authenticity to his stories, which soon rivaled Dashiell Hammett, Carol John Daly, and Earl Stanley Gardner in popularity. Over the course of half a century, Ballard became one of the most prodigiously productive writers in America. His credits including 95 novels, more than 1,000 short stories and novellas, and about 50 movie and television scripts. In addition to selling to the pulps, Ballard was published in the top slick magazines, including the Saturday Evening Post, McCall's, and Esquire. Lennox appeared in 27 Black Mask stories between 1933 and 1942, 5 of which were collected in Hollywood Troubleshooter, 1985, as well as 4 novels, Say Yes to Murder, 1942, Murder Can't Stop, 1946, Dealing Out Death, 1948, and Lights, Camera, Murder as John Shepard, 1960. He also wrote as Neil McNeil and P.D. Ballard, and was one of the many writers to produce novels under the house names Nick Carter and Robert Wallace. A Little Different, the first Bill Lennox story, was published in the September 1933 issue.
A Little Different. Bill Lennox, studio troubleshooter, finds real trouble and the shooting not so good. Bill Lennox nodded to the gateman and climbed onto the shine stand just inside the general gate. The shine boy grinned, his white teeth flashing in his dark face. "When is you all going to star me, Mr. Lennox?" Bill said absently, "Pretty soon, Sam. Lean on that brush, will you? I'm in a hurry." "I's leaning." The boy ducked his head and went to work briskly. A big, beaming car came through the gate. Bill could see the woman on the rear seat, a dazzling blonde with dark eyebrows. He watched the car sourly until it halted before the Stars bungalow dressing room. The blonde descended, assisted by her maid, and disappeared. Lennox said something under his breath, found a quarter which he tossed to the boy, and climbed from his seat. Saul Spurk, head of General Consolidated Films, put his short fingers together and stared at Lennox as the latter came into his office. "Where was you yesterday?" Lennox looked at him without visible emotion. "Out, Saul. Out doing your dirty work." The short figure behind the desk shifted uncertainly. "I told you you should watch out for that dumb cluck Wayborn. He's in a jam." Lennox shoved his hands deep into his trouser pockets and sat down upon the corner of the desk. "What, again?" Spurk seemed to explode. "Again! Again! Always that guy!" "Save it." Lennox's voice was very tired. "What's he done now?" "Am I a mind reader, am I?" Spurk had come to his feet and was bouncing about the office. "What is it I pay you for? What is it? Must I do everything? Everything? I tell you that Wayborn's gone. 50,000 they want. 50,000 for that." Lennox said, "Remember your arteries, Saul. Who wants 50 grand and for what?" Spurk was wrenching open the drawer of his desk. He pulled forth a dirty scrap of paper and shoved it at Lennox. "Find him. Find him quick. Are we half through shooting Dangerous Love, I ask you? Can we shoot without Wayborn? But 50,000 for that Schlemiel? I wouldn't pay 50,000 for Gable yet, and they ask it for a ham like Wayborn." Lennox said, "You wouldn't pay 50 grand for your grandmother," and stared at the piece of paper. On it were printed crude letters with a soft pencil. They said, "We've got Wayborn, you've got 50 grand, let's trade. Go to the cops and we drop him into the ocean. More later." Lennox looked at his boss. "Where'd this come from?" Spurk threw up his hands, appealing to the ceiling. "He asks me riddles yet! Mein Gott, he asks me riddles!" Lennox said roughly, "Cut it. Where'd this come from? Who's seen it?" His voice seemed to quiet the little man. Spurk returned to his chair and lit an enormous cigar with care. "No one has seen it," he said in a surly tone. "I found it on the floor of my car this morning." "How long has Wayborn been gone?" Spurk shrugged. "Yesterday he was here, today he is not. Find him? Yes, but 50,000, no. 10, maybe. Not 1 cent over 10. Lennox said, "I suppose you know what this will mean. The picture is half in the can. If we don't find Wayborn, we shoot it over, and Price is 3 days behind schedule now." Spurk's eyes were narrow. "Why did you let me use Wayborn, that ham? What is it I pay you for?" Lennox said, "Because I'm a fool." He said it bitterly. "Because I stick around this madhouse and keep things going. Someday, Saul, I'll quit this lousy outfit cold. I'll sit back and watch it go to the devil." Spurk grinned. He'd heard that threat before many times. "Find him, Bill." He reached across and patted Lennox's shoulder with a fat hand. "Find him, and I take you to Caliente. That's a promise yet." Bill Lennox, troubleshooter for General Consolidated Studio, walked through the outer office. Troubleshooter wasn't his title. In fact, one of the things which Lennox lacked was an official title. Those in Hollywood who didn't like him called him Spurk's watchdog. Ex-reporter, ex-publicity man, he had drifted into his present place through his inability to say yes and his decided ability in saying no. His searching blue eyes swept about the large waiting room. A world-famous writer bowed half fearfully. A director whose last 3 pictures had hit the box office paused for a moment to speak to him. Bill grunted and went on. As he walked down the line towards the row of dressing rooms, he was thinking quickly. Wayborn was gone. They needed him for Dangerous Love. No one seemed to know anything about him. Lennox paused before the door of the 3rd bungalow and knocked. A trim maid opened the door. Her eyes were uncertain when she saw who it was. Bill said, "Tell Miss Meyer that I want to see her." The maid's eyes got more uncertain. "I don't think—" His voice rasped. "You aren't paid to think. Tell Meyer I want to see her at once." Elva Meyer's eyes were cold, hostile beneath her dark brows as he walked through the door. She was seated before her dressing table, but there was as yet no grease paint on her face. "Well?" Her voice was colder than her eyes. He was staring at her blonde hair. "I'm not so hot," he said, helping himself to a chair. "When did you see Wayborn last?" The eyes flecked, glowed for an instant. I told you some time ago that I was perfectly capable of looking after my affairs without your help. Yeah? He'd found a loose cigarette in his pocket and was rolling it back and forth between his strong fingers so that the tobacco spilled out at both ends. Well, sweetheart, it so happens that I'm not sticking my schnozzle into your playhouse at the moment. You and Wayborn were at the Grove last night. Then you turned up at the Brown Derby about 1. She pushed back her chair noisily. I'm not going to stand this any longer. Your jealous spying is driving me insane. I'm going to Mr. Spurk. He said, Nertz, you'll get damn little sympathy from Saul today, honey. He left it at home, wrapped in mothballs. But you're getting ideas under that peroxide-treated mat of yours. I'm not checking on you because I'm still interested. I'm washed up, baby, washed up. You're not the first chiseling tramp that forgot my first name after I boosted them into lights, and I don't suppose that you'll be the last. I always was a sucker for a pretty face with nice hips for a background. But this is strictly business. Dangerous Love should be in the can by the last of the week. It won't be unless Price can shoot. She said, I've been here all morning waiting. She said it in the tone of one who does not like to wait. Lennox grinned. For the first time in days, he was enjoying himself. You're good, baby. His voice mocked her. You're plenty good. You should be. I found you, trained you, but you aren't good enough to play love scenes by yourself. Wayborn isn't around. He's been snatched. She made her eyes wide. Snatched? She said slowly. You mean... His voice rasped with impatience. Quit acting. You read the papers. You know what snatched means. They want 50 grand and they won't get it. She sank back into her chair as if her legs suddenly refused to support her. This is terrible. When did it happen? His eyes were sardonic. That's what I'm asking you, sweetheart. You were with him last night. He hasn't been seen this morning. Her eyes blazed, and she made 2 small white hands into little fists. You're lousy, Bill Lennox. You can't tie me into this. Her voice threatened to break. Ralph took me home at 1:30. I haven't seen him since. His eyes searched her face. I guess you're in the clear, kid. He sounded almost regretful. Wayborn's boy says that he came in around 2, but that he went out again without his car. She gained assurance at his words. But what will Spurk do? He'll have to pay the 50 grand. Will he? You don't know Saul, sweetheart. But he can't junk the picture. Why, he spent more than that on publicity. Lennox shrugged. We'll reshoot it if Wayborn doesn't turn up. He was on his feet. The girl came out of her chair. But he can't leave Ralph to die. It isn't human. Lennox's voice grated. Want to pay the 50 grand yourself? She stared at him. I pay the 50,000? Don't be absurd. There's your answer, he told her. That's the way Saul feels, and Wayborn isn't Saul's boyfriend. She said angrily, You're getting nasty again. But Saul will have to pay. I'll go to the papers, to the police. Do that, he suggested, and you and me will be going to one swell funeral. That is, if they find the body. Nancy Hobbs was eating in Al Levy's when Lennox came through the door. She nodded to the empty chair, and he sank into it. Hello, brat. She smiled at him. Well, you look worried, Bill. He ordered before he answered. And you look swell. Why don't you go into pictures instead of writing about them? She said, Because I know too much. You have to be dumb to get by, like Elva Meyer. He scowled. Seems I saw an interview in a fan magazine where you said that she was just a home girl. Nancy laughed, not nicely. She is. Anybody's home girl. Look at the one she's wrecked. He said, Lay off. I'm trying to think. I can't when you chatter. She was silent, with no sign of resentment. He broke a piece of bread savagely. Wayborn's been snatched. Her eyes were narrow. What is it? A publicity gag? I wish to Christ it was. The dumb cluck is gone. Someone wants 50 grand. Her eyes were still suspicious. I don't trust you, Bill. Not since you pulled that burning yacht stunt. He didn't grin. I'm out of that racket, sweetheart. I've got to find Wayborn. The picture's half in the can, and the big slob looks like $1 million. Saul is howling his head off. She said, "Why don't you chuck it, Bill? Pull loose. You used to be a decent pal. Now you're nothing but a two-timing mug. Get loose. Shove off to New York. Write that book. You've been writing it in your mind for 10 years. His mouth twisted with a shade of bitterness. What would I use for money, sweet? She stared at him. You're getting $350. He spread his hands. It goes. I'm living on week after next now. Saul lets me draw ahead. Sweet of him. He knows that he can hold you as long as you're broke. Listen, Bill, I've got a few dollars that aren't working their heads off. I'll stake you. Get the chief tomorrow and get the hell out of this town. For a moment, he was silent. Then he patted the back of her hand. It won't work, babe. I gotta find Wayborn. I gotta get that damn picture into the can. After that, we'll talk about it. She sighed, knowing that she had lost. Well, this Wayborn thing, it's on the level? He said, so help me. She sat there playing with her fork, thinking. Finally, she looked up at him. Better see Red Gherkin. He stared at her. Who's Gherkin? What is this? She said in a tired voice, I'm helping, pal. Helping as I always do. Go on. See Gherkin. He's got an apartment on Van Ness off Melrose. She gave him the number. He said roughly, What do you know, babe? She shook her head. Just a hunch. Go see him. Stall. She gathered her bag and gloves and rose. You can pay my check. That is, if you have enough. He said absently, My credit's good. But, Nance, what's the... For a smart guy, you ask plenty of questions. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. She was gone, leaving him staring after her. Lennox said something under his breath, then went on with his dinner. Afterward, he took a taxi. The cab dropped him at the corner of Melrose, and he walked to the apartment house. A row of brass-bound mailboxes stared at him from the tiled lobby wall. One of them, number 5, had the name W.C. Gherkin. There was another name, but Lennox did not notice it. He pushed the bell viciously. The door at the bottom of the carpeted stairs buzzed as the catch was released from above. Lennox pulled it open and stared up the steps. At their head, a man in a light, close-fitting suit waited. The man said, What the hell? Lennox stared at him and said, Hello, Charlie. Charlie took a thin hand out of his right coat pocket and wrapped the fingers around those of Lennox. I'll be a so-and-so. How are you, Pally? How'd you know that I was in this burg? Lennox started to say that he hadn't known, then stopped. I know things. He grinned. What's the matter? Cops in a big town get rough? The other shrugged. A pal of mine had a doll out here. I drifted out with him. Jeez, what a country. Lennox said, Some of us like it. You ought to have blown in a year sooner. Could have used you in a gangster picture. Charlie said, Me? And made his eyes very wide. Oh, you got me wrong, Pally. I'm just a businessman with ideas. But come on, Red will think they put the finger on me. He turned and led the way towards the door of number 5. The door was closed, and he knocked. 3 knocks altogether, another after a slight pause. The door came open, and Charlie said, Okay, just a pal. Meet Red Gherkin. This is Bill Lennox. The red-headed man said hello without evident pleasure. He was big, with heavy shoulders and a rather short neck. He sat down on a chair before the small built-in desk and went on with his game of solitaire. Once he swore to himself and turned over a pile of cards to reach an ace. Charlie said, What are you doing in Suckerville? Lennox laughed. That's one for the book. You'd make a swell gag man. The other nodded slowly. There's money in these hills, pal. Like to cut you in. The red-headed man at the desk said, Shut up. He made it sound vicious. Lennox looked at him with narrow eyes, then back at Charlie. Your friend doesn't like me. The thin man grinned. Don't mind him. It's just the bad booze. Let me have your number. I might put you on to something swell. Bill Lennox said to Spurk, I haven't found the slob yet, but I know who's got him. Spurk was excited. He came out of his chair and bounced around the corner of the big desk. You know? You know? And you don't go to the police yet? Listen, Saul, why don't you try thinking once in a while before you open that mouth of yours? I know who's got Wayborn, but I don't know why, and I don't know where he is. Who's got him? That's one thing that it isn't wise for you to know. These boys are tough, Saul. It don't mean a thing to them that you're the biggest shot in the industry. They'd as soon rub you out as look at you. In fact, they'd a little rather. You never won any beauty contests, you know. Spurk sat down at his desk again. What do we do then? We pay 50 grand. You're crazy! Sure, I got that way working for you. We pay the 50 grand, finish the picture, and then I try to get it back. If I don't, we spread the story all over the front page and charge the 50 grand of publicity. What the hell else can we do? Spurk swore. He raved. He almost cried. But Lennox paid no attention. Take it and like it, he said. You've spent more than that on New York flops and kept nothing but the title. Have you heard from the gang? The little man pulled out his desk drawer and found an envelope which he handed to Lennox. They want I should bring the money down to Redondo in a suitcase. I should bring it myself, and I should not bring the cops. No one but me and my chauffeur. Lennox said, Okay. Go to the bank and get the dough in small bills, as they say. Don't be a sap and mark them. Then take a ride to Redondo tonight. Spurk rolled his eyes. It ain't that I'm afraid, you understand. But I don't like it, I'm telling you. Lennox grinned. I'm your chauffeur, Saul. I wouldn't miss this party for a lot. At 7 o'clock, Lennox swung the Lincoln town car out of the driveway of Spurk's Beverly Hills home. Dressed in brown livery borrowed from the chauffeur, he was hardly recognizable as he cut across towards Inglewood and picked up Redondo Boulevard. In the back seat, Spurk, with a black bag clutched between his fat knees, was nervously watching the passing traffic. Lennox stepped the car up to 60 and watched the back road in the rearview mirror. At Rosecrans Avenue, a Chevrolet coupe swung in behind them and followed them through Manhattan and Hermosa. Lennox slowed down to 20, and the coupe slowed down also. As they reached Redondo's city limits, the Chevrolet speeded up and ran them to the curb. 2 men were in the coupe, hats drawn low over their eyes. Lennox saw that the one beside the driver carried a riot gun across his knees. For a minute, the road was empty, no traffic coming either way. The man with the riot gun said, "Keep your hands on that wheel, mug." Lennox obeyed, a thin smile twisting his lips for a moment. He knew that voice, knew it well. The man with the gun said to Spurk, "Toss the bag over, quick." With trembling fingers, Spurk obeyed. The driver of the coupe opened the bag, inspected the contents. "If these are marked, Guy, it's curtains for you." "Okay, Charlie." The man with the gun nodded. "Keep driving through Redondo and up through Palos Verdes till you come to where the road ends and another road goes off to the left and into Pedro. Drive out in the field at the end of the road. You'll find your ham along the top of the cliff tied up. We was set to push him over if you didn't show up." The coupe's motor speeded up and they jerked away, swinging left at the next street. Spurk moaned. 50,000. He sounded out of breath. Lennox put the Lincoln in gear. They went through Redondo, climbed the hill beyond, and skirted the ocean until they came to the road's end. 5 minutes later, with the aid of a flashlight from the toolbox, Lennox found Wayborn. The actor was tied securely, lying flat on his back so close to the cliff's edge that had he made any effort to free his bonds, he might have rolled off. Aside from chafed wrists and stiff ankles, he appeared none the worse for his experience, nor was he even thankful. "You might have gotten here sooner," he told them in a peevish voice. "I assure you that it was far from comfortable lying here, bound hand and foot." Spurk exploded. For 5 minutes he called the actor everything that he could think of. Wayborn listened silently, then climbed into the car. Lennox grinned to himself as he turned the Lincoln towards town. Stan Braun, Spurk's nephew, walked back and forth across his uncle's office. He was slight, with black curly hair and long eyelashes. He looked like an actor and wasn't. He was production manager for the studio.
"It's strange," he said, "that Lennox advised you to pay that money. I wish that you'd have asked me about it."
He pouted as a small boy pouts when his feelings have been hurt. Spurk threw his hands wide. "Ask you? What good does asking you get me? Does it bring back Wayborn? Does it catch Price up with his schedule? It was you that wanted Wayborn, that ham. It was you that held up the schedule 3 days, changing the story. Maybe you would have got him back and saved us $50,000, you." Braun said harshly, "At least I'd have marked the money. You say Lennox wouldn't let you do that." Spurk's face became crafty. "Which shows what you know. Me, I got a list of them bills from the bank, every number. A copy I have made which Lennox takes. If we had marked the bills, they might have killed Wayborn when the picture is only half shot, to say nothing of retakes. Such ideas you've got." Braun's voice was stubborn.
"You could have hired private detectives."
"A swell idea, when the barn door is closed and the horse is—"
"Anyhow," his nephew's voice rasped, "I've hired some. They're waiting outside now."
Abe Rollins and Dan Grogan came in. Grogan was big with a flat Irish face. Rollins was small, dark, with shifty eyes and 2 white teeth. He said,
"Pleased to meet you, Mr. Spurk. Braun's been telling us about your trouble. Don't worry. We'll turn these mugs up."
He examined the 2 notes from the kidnappers.
"I'd like to talk to Lennox," he said.
Spurk hesitated, then pressed one of the buttons at the side of his desk. Bill came through the door and nodded slightly to Braun. His blue eyes narrowed as they went over the 2 detectives. Then he looked at Spurk. "What's eating you now, Saul?" Spurk explained. As Lennox listened, his eyes got narrower. Then he looked at Rollins. "Okay. What do you want me to tell you?" The man cleared his throat with importance.
"Did you recognize either of the men in the Chevy?"
Lennox hesitated, then said, "No, their faces were shadowed by their hats. I couldn't have recognized my grandmother."
"Yet you told Mr. Spurk that you knew who had Wayborn."
Lennox said, "Yeah. I also told him that I'd try to get the 50 grand back if he let me work it my way. I didn't figure that he'd run in a couple of lame brains to mess things up." Rollins's face got red. Grogan shifted his feet.
"Don't be too smart, fella," Rollins warned. "You're not in the clear on this thing, not by a damn sight."
Lennox said, "Now, isn't that just too swell? You'll be telling me next that I framed the whole play and got the 50 grand myself."
"That's not such a bad idea," Rollins snapped. "Maybe you did. As I remember it, you advised Mr. Spurk to pay the money."
"That's right, Bill, you did." Spurk sounded excited. Lennox looked at him. "So you got me tagged as a kidnapper, too?" "Okay, Saul, get your own 50 grand back. I'm quitting, washed up." He swung towards the door. Rollins's voice stopped him.
"Not so fast, punk."
The detective's hand was in his coat pocket, shoving the gun forward against the cloth. Lennox shrugged. "Well, you seem to be running the set." He turned back into the room. Spurk said, "Just a few questions, Bill. Don't get sore." Rollins said,
"Isn't it true that you were always broke?"
"Ask Saul," Lennox advised. "He's my banker."
"And isn't it true that you told Mr. Spurk that you knew who had Wayborn?"
"What of it?"
"Well, you may be asked to explain that statement at the DA office."
Rollins's voice was threatening. "Nerds." Lennox found himself a cigarette and lit it.
"And isn't it also true that you offered to drive the car to Redondo? I should say that you insisted that you be allowed to drive, yet you made no effort to follow the kidnappers after the money had been passed."
Lennox shrugged. "Go right ahead, bright boy. Wrap me up in cellophane and deliver me at San Quentin. But while you're talking, the mugs are spending Saul's dough." Spurk groaned, and Lennox laughed. Nancy Hobbs said, "So, you finally quit." She said it in the tone of one who hears about a miracle and does not believe. Lennox nodded. Can you feature that? After all I've put up with from that fat slob, he accuses me of kidnapping. There's one of his funny-looking dicks outside this joint now. I'm getting important. She said, Now's your chance to get out of this town. No, as he started to speak, I know you're broke, but I've still got a stake. He was silent, and she read refusal in his silence. Too proud to borrow from a woman? There was a jeer in her voice. You've done worse. He said, It isn't that, Nance. You're a pal. I could borrow from you, but I can't scram with this hanging over my head. I'll get Saul's 50 grand back, then I'll take a powder. But I can't go until I do. I said that I'd find that dough, and I will. Don't be a fool. Her voice was hoarse. These boys play rough. If they get the idea that you're gumming their game, they'll plant you in a ditch. He looked at her with narrow eyes. What boys, Nance? You seem to know a lot about this play. I know plenty about this town that I don't print in fan magazines, she told him. I get around. Words. His voice was harsh. Why not pass out some names? She said, Gherkin. I gave you that once. Where's he tie in? A cheap New York hood. He used to hang around the New York club where Elva Meyer undressed, she said softly. That wasn't her name then, but she's the same girl that you promoted into lights. Is this straight? Did I ever give you a wrong steer, Bill? Lennox was silent for a moment, then he shrugged. That's nothing to keep me awake nights. Gherkin may be a big shot in New York, but he doesn't rate out here. Doesn't he? I saw him on the boulevard yesterday with French, and they didn't act like strangers. Lennox swore softly. French of the El Romano Club, huh? Nice people. The girl smiled with her mouth, but her eyes were serious. Friend of yours, isn't he? Lennox shrugged absently. So long. He rose. I'll be seeing you in New York. She rose also. You're not losing me, Bill Lennox. I'm in this if you are. She followed him into the street. He grasped her thin wrist in strong fingers. Don't play the sap, sweetheart. It would be just that much tougher having you along. A cab cruised by. He let go of her wrist and jumped to the running board. The next moment he was inside. Go ahead fast, he told the startled driver. The cab lurched forward. Lennox peered through the back window. He saw Grogan cross the pavement and wave wildly to an approaching taxi. Lennox found a 5 in his pocket and passed it to the driver. There's a guy following us. Lose him. The driver grinned and turned sharply into Vine, right on Sunset, left at Highland, crashing a signal. Finally, at the corner of Arlington and Pico, he pulled to the curb. Where to? Lennox said, Take me to Melrose and Van Ness. The driver shrugged and turned towards Western. Lennox got out at the corner and walked to the apartment house. He rang the bell of Suite 5, got no answer, tried 9, and was answered by a buzz from the door. He jerked it open and started up the stairs. A woman's voice called, What is it, please? Lennox said, I pushed the wrong bell, sorry. Her door slammed, and he paused before number 5. He knocked without response, then tried the knob. The door was unlocked. He opened it cautiously and stepped into the small hall. For a moment he stood listening. There was no sound in the apartment. He closed the door softly and went along the hall to the living room door. There he stopped and said something under his breath. The door was partly open. Through the crack, he saw the figure of a man sprawled in the middle of the rug. His quick eyes went about the room. Then he pushed the door wide and crossed to the body. The face, twisted with fear and pain, was that of Charlie, and he was very dead. Bill Lennox found nothing in the apartment that interested him. There were no papers in the desk, nothing, in fact, except a soiled deck of cards. He went into the bedroom and looked through the closets. 2 suits hung there, flashy garments of extreme cut, nothing more. He walked back to the living room and stopped just inside the door. there was a man looking at the body, a man with a gun in his hand, who said,
"Now, isn't this swell?"
The man was Grogan. Lennox didn't say anything, and the private dick laughed.
"Imagine finding you here."
His voice held a note of gloating self-satisfaction. His gun came up so that it bore on the second button of Lennox's vest.
"Get the paws in the air, nice boy."
Lennox obeyed, and Grogan picked up the phone.
"Give me Hollywood Station and make it snappy."
His eyes never left Lennox's face. The gun did not move.
"That you, Bert? Grogan of Rollins and Grogan. Yeah, listen, is Lou there?" "Swell. And let me talk to him, will you?" "Hello, Lou. Grogan. Listen, there's a stiff in an apartment on Van Ness."
He gave the number.
"It's close to Melrose, apartment 5. "Yeah, I got the mug. He's standing against the wall with his hands in the air. Make it snappy."
He hung up and grinned at Lennox.
"Nice weather we're having."
Lennox didn't say anything. He stood there with his hands in the air. They stood there 7 minutes, then a siren moaned below. Heavy feet made noise on the stairs, and 3 men in plain clothes came in. The leader nodded to Grogan and looked at Lennox, then at the huddled body on the floor. He said, "What's going on here? Who's the stiff?" Grogan shrugged.
"I don't know who he is. I was trailing this bird. He came up here and I sneaked up after him. When I got here, he was searching the joint."
The city detective's eyes went to Lennox. "Well, what's the story?" His voice sounded bored, uninterested. Lennox shrugged. "When I got here, Charlie was on the floor with a knife in his guts. That's all I know." Grogan pursed his lips and made a funny sound of disbelief. The homicide man said, "Charlie who?" "Bartelli." "Where's he from?" "New York." 2 other men came through the apartment door. One said, "What's going on here, Lou?" The other looked at Lennox and said, "Hello, Bill." Lennox recognized Alder of the Post. The city detective said, "So you know this guy?" Alder's eyes widened. "Sure, everybody knows him. He's Bill Lennox of General Consolidated. What's it all about, Lou?" The city man looked hard at Grogan. "Thought you said that you were trailing this dude." Grogan shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
"I was. Saul Spirk's orders."
Both reporters looked interested. Lennox snapped, "Be careful, you fool." The city detective looked at him. "When I want to hear you talk, I'll ask you. All right, Grogan, go ahead with the story and don't skip anything." Grogan said,
"Well, you see, it's this way. Ralph Wayborn was snatched."
"Snatched?"
"Yeah."
He went on and told the whole story. The reporters looked at each other.
"So I was trailing Lennox to find where he had the dough planted, and I walked in on this."
The city detective said, "So, we've got a kidnapping charge on you along with a murder rap." Lennox said in a tired voice, "That man's been dead hours. If you birds would think before you open your mouths, you'd know that. Grogan here is my alibi. He can swear that I wasn't in this place 5 minutes before he walked in." Lennox smiled sweetly at the now silent private detective. Nancy Hobbs said, "So, you wouldn't listen to me and you get yourself into a worse jam." They were seated before the Hollywood station in her car.
"Will you go to New York now?"
"Such ideas you have, brat. I'm going to get that 50 grand.
You'll probably get a knife about where Charlie got his."
"At least that would be a new experience. Who was it that said there's nothing new under the sun?" She swore wholeheartedly and stepped on the starter.
"Where do we go from here?"
"You don't go anywhere," he told her.
"I suppose I'm to hang around ready to bail you out?"
Her voice was sarcastic. He grinned without mirth. "That's a thought," and unlatched the door at his side. "I'll be seeing you." He turned up the collar of his coat against the cold wind from the ocean and walked rapidly along. A block farther down, he hailed a cab and climbed in. "Know where the El Romano Club is?" The man didn't, and Lennox gave him the address. Fog was beginning to roll in from the southwest. The street lamps looked fuzzy, and the auto lamps glowed with funny rings. Lennox lit a cigarette, snuggled his chin deeper into his coat collar, and stared at nothing. The El Romano Club was located on the top of a storage building. The attendant looked at Lennox, nodded, and motioned him to the elevator. They shot skyward, stepped out into a hallway with blank concrete walls. There were doors off this hall. Lennox knew that some of them opened into storage rooms. The door at the end seemed to open automatically as he stepped before it. He said, "Hello, Chiseler," to the man that stood aside for him to enter. The man grinned in what he thought was a pleasant manner. "Evening, Mr. Lennox. How are you?" Bill said, "Pretty lousy, Bert. Big crowd tonight?" The man shrugged expressive shoulders. "Fair. What can you expect with the studios on half pay?" Lennox nodded and tossed his hat and coat to the hat-check girl. "Hello, gorgeous." She gave him a dimpled smile.
"Hello, Bill. You look like the devil."
"Sure, that's because I've been working for him so long." He went down the short, carpeted hall and into the main room. The room was large, high-ceilinged, and comfortably filled. 3 roulette wheels set in line occupied the center. In the far corner was a group of men and 1 woman about the crap table. Chuck-a-Luck and the half-moon blackjack tables were ranged against the wall. Lennox crossed the room, conscious that people were turning to look at him. A blonde, who a week ago would have rushed across the room to attract his attention, presented a pair of 2 prominent shoulder blades for his inspection. Lennox's lips thinned. Just a friendly town, he thought. When the knife falls, everyone helps you down into the gutter. He paused before the grilled window of the cashier's cage and, picking up a pad of blank checks, filled one in for $500. The man behind the grill took it in his soft white fingers and pretended to study it. Lennox watched him with narrowed eyes. "Don't you read English?" The cashier said, "Are you sure that this is good, Mr. Lennox?" Lennox said, "Hell no, it isn't good, and you know it, but you've cashed 100 like it. I've never failed to pick them up, have I?" The man shrugged. "Sorry, my orders are not to cash any more checks." "You mean any more of mine?" Again the shrug, as he pushed the check towards Lennox. Someone behind him snickered. A voice said, "Did you hear that Saul was getting himself a new office boy?" Several people laughed. Lennox apparently had not heard. He said, "Is French here?" The cashier shrugged for the 3rd time. Lennox picked up the check, folded it carefully, and slipped it into his pocket as he crossed one corner of the room, went around the end of the metal bar and through a curtained doorway. Before him was a wide hallway with a door at the end. A young man with 2 black hair was seated on a chair in the bare hall, reading a confession magazine. He dropped the magazine and came to his feet with cat-like grace. "You can't come in here, you." Lennox said softly, "I'm coming in, lousy, out of the way." For the space of a half-minute, neither moved. The black-haired one's hand was in his pocket. He said slowly, distinctly, "You don't raid around here anymore, Lennox. Take a tip and get out." Bill's smile was very thin. "That's where you have your cues mixed, handsome. I still rate plenty. I'm seeing French, and he's going to like seeing me." The other's voice was confidential. "Why don't you get wise? When you're through in this town, you're through. Go out easy, pal. I wouldn't like to throw you out." Lennox hesitated, shrugged, and half-turned. The other relaxed slightly. Suddenly, Lennox's right shoulder sagged, his left came up, and his right fist crossed to the gunman's jaw. The black-haired one went down with a look of surprise and pain. Lennox caught him, eased him to the floor, knelt on his chest, pulled the gun from the side pocket, and got another from the shoulder harness. There hadn't been much noise. "Now I'll give you a tip," he said in a low, grim tone. "This town isn't healthy for you. Remember that killing at San Clemente? The DA's office might hear something about that if you aren't out of the village before morning." He straightened his coat, pocketed the 2 guns, and went on down the hall to the door. Looking back, he saw the gunman get slowly to his feet. Lennox stuck a hand into his pocket. The man looked at him once, then disappeared into the gambling room. There were voices in the room beyond the door. One that Lennox knew said,
"But French, how was I to know they had a list of the numbers?" "You fool. That's what you should have found out. A hell of a help you are. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because I couldn't get away sooner. My uncle kept me at the studio until late. He's half crazy."
"Yeah." French's voice had a biting quality.
"Now get out of here and don't let anyone see you go. I'll call you when I want you."
A door closed somewhere within the room, and Lennox retreated down the passage towards the gambling room. His eyes were narrow, but there was a thin, half-mocking smile about his lips. The voice he had heard belonged to Stan Braun, Saul Spurk's nephew. He came back along the passage, taking pains to walk heavily. "Hello, handsome," he said to the empty hall. He didn't shout, but his voice was loud enough to carry to the room beyond. "The boss in?" "Yeah? Well, don't move, rat. This thing in my hand isn't an ornament." He covered the remaining distance to the door in quick strides. It wasn't locked, and he pushed it inward only far enough to slip through. A man was just stepping around the flat-top desk, a man with a young, cold face and gray hair. He stopped when he saw Bill, his face showing no emotion, his eyes very narrow. "Hello, Lennox. Didn't Tony tell you that you weren't wanted?" Lennox's smile was almost childlike. "He did mention something like that, but I didn't believe him." The gambler took a step backwards and sat down in the desk chair. "Maybe you'll believe me." The direct, prominent eyes measured Lennox carefully. Bill walked slowly towards the desk. He took his hand from his coat pocket, calling attention to the fact by doing so very slowly. "The cashier turned down my check. I got the idea that it was your orders." The man at the desk shifted his weight slightly. "We've had plenty of trouble with your paper, Bill. That bank account of yours is like a sieve, a rubber one." Lennox said, "You never howled about my paper before. It's always been covered." The other shrugged expressively. "Spurk always took care of that. I hear that he isn't taking care of it any longer." "Meaning?" "Just that. You're off the gold standard so far as Spurk is concerned. Sorry, Bill. If 10 will help you?" He drew a large roll from his pocket and hunted through the big bills slowly, insultingly. Lennox grinned. "Thanks, French, but I'll eat tomorrow." He turned towards the door, then said across his shoulder, "Don't mind if I hang around a while? I always did like raids." The man at the desk laughed. "So, you'll have me raided? Your mind's getting twisted. You've got yourself mixed with someone important. There isn't a cop in this town that would dare touch this joint." "Like that?" Lennox's voice sounded interested. "Like that," French told him blandly. Lennox went back into the main room. Tony, the slick-haired gunman, was not in sight. Lennox stopped before the bar and spun a $50 on the polished surface. The white-coated bartender shoved across a scotch and soda with a twisted bit of lemon peel in the bottom. Lennox tasted his drink. Then, hooking his elbows on the edge of the bar, he considered his next move. The blonde, who had given him her back when he first came in, swept past with a black-haired youth in tow. She turned her head.
"Why, it's Mr. Lennox. My dear, I didn't recognize you,"
he said sourly. "It's your age, sweetheart. Age dulls the eyes." Her face reddened beneath the rouge, and she moved hastily away. Someone tugged at Bill's arm. He turned to see Frank Howe. He'd gotten Howe a job in the publicity department 6 months before. Howe was a little drunk, but it affected neither his speech nor actions.
"Listen, Bill." His voice was a hoarse whisper. "I heard that lousy cashier hand you the runaround. This is my lucky night. Beat the wheel, I did."
His hand disappeared into his pants pocket and came out with a crumpled stack of bills.
"Money's no use to me. Never had any. Don't know how to handle it. Hey, bartender, a drink. I'm burning up."
Lennox said, "Thanks, kid." He was genuinely touched. Out of 100 people in the room that he had helped at one time or another, Howe was the only one who seemed to remember. "No can do. Get you in trouble with Spurk." Howe said,
To hell with Spurk. To hell with the whole lousy industry. Swell job. You take some tramp from behind a lunch counter and build her up until she's writing autographs instead of orders. He shoved the bills into Lennox's hand and went away from the bar, his drink forgotten. Lennox watched him go. The bartender brought the glasses. Lennox drew a crumpled bill from the wad in his hand and started to hand it over. Then he stopped, stared for an instant at the number on the bill and put it into his pocket. He found some loose silver, paid for the drinks, and drank both of them. That done, he crossed the room and disappeared into the men's lounge. There was a shine stand in the washroom. He crawled onto the stand and watched the kinky head bob as the boy applied the brush. After a moment, he drew a sheet of paper from his inside pocket and compared the numbers on the bills with those on his list. 5 of them tallied. He put the 5 bills into his breast coat pocket and shoved his white silk handkerchief on top of them, then thumbed through the rest of the roll. As he counted them, he whistled softly. There were $400 left. Certainly Howe had been lucky. Lennox knew him well enough to know that the ex-reporter seldom had $4 at any one time. He paid the shine boy and climbed from the stand. As he emerged into the main room, a newspaper man with 2 girls walked past. Lennox said, "You know Frank Howe?" The man nodded. "Didn't notice which table he was playing at a little while ago." The man nodded again. "Yeah, the center one. He was on 13 and it came up. He let the money ride and she repeated." Lennox said, "Thanks," and looked about. A man came out of the passage which led to French's room. Play stopped at the first table while the man exchanged cases of money with the croupier. This was repeated at the other tables. Lennox frowned. He started forward, then stopped. For perhaps a minute he stood undecided, then moved towards the center table. He had the idea French was withdrawing the bills which bore numbers that were on Lennox's list. As he stepped to the table, the rat-eyed croupier glanced at him sharply. Lennox apparently did not notice. He watched for several minutes, then bet $20 on black. Red came up, and he bet 40, only to be rewarded by double O. He switched and played the middle group of numbers, won, and let it ride. He won again and shoved the whole pile onto black. Black appeared. He gathered up his winnings and moved towards the crap table. The lone woman had the dice when he reached the table. He put 20 on the line and watched the green cubes dance across the cloth to turn up a 5 and 6. He picked up his winnings and transferred them to no pass. She threw snake eyes. French came through the curtained door at the end of the bar. He stood for a moment just inside the door, a striking figure, his shirt front gleaming, his gray hair carefully brushed. Then he walked across to the crap layout just as Lennox picked up the dice. "You're through, Bill." Lennox turned slowly, deliberately, to face him. The room was suddenly quiet. Everyone was watching breathlessly. Lennox said, "Meaning?" "Just that." French's voice held a flat quality which was almost metallic. "We don't want your play here. We don't even want you." The dice rattled in Lennox's hand. He shoved the whole pile of currency onto the line and sent the green cubes dancing across the table with a twist of his wrist. They turned up 6 and 1. Lennox's eyes met the croupier's. "Pay off, mister." The man hesitated. His eyes went to French. The owner nodded imperceptibly, and the man counted out bills beside those which Lennox had laid on the board. Bill gathered them up slowly, stripped 2 tens from the pile, and tossed them to the croupier, then folded the rest and slipped them into his pocket. "Okay, French. I thought that you were yellow." His voice carried across the silent room. "Now I know." He walked calmly towards the door. No one said anything. No one moved. He got his hat from the check girl, slipped into his overcoat, and tossed her a folded bill. Then he rode down in the elevator. The elevator man said, "Take it easy, Mr. Lennox." There was a gun in his hand. Lennox grinned. "You too, Mac?" The man shrugged. "Orders." He stopped the car at the second floor and opened the door. 2 men stepped in. One of them was Tony.
He smiled when he saw Lennox.
If it isn't my little boyfriend.
He ran quick hands over the other's coat and removed the guns.
Come on, Mug. This is where you get off.
Lennox obeyed. They went along a poorly lighted passage and down a flight of stairs. Lennox said, "I never knew how French got rid of people he doesn't like." Tony grinned.
There's lots of things you don't know. One of them is how to keep your mouth buttoned. In there.
He pushed open a steel door and shoved Lennox into a curtained touring car.
"Hey, Frank," he called to the driver.
Lennox turned his head a little, and the gunman brought the barrel of his automatic crashing down on Lennox's skull.
"That's for clipping me on the jaw,"
he muttered, as he shoved his way into the car. Consciousness came back slowly. Lennox groaned, moved slightly, then lay still for several minutes, his eyes open, staring about the dark room. To the right, a window gave an oblong of lighter sky. Morning could not be far away. He raised a hand to the side of his aching head, felt the knob there, the hair matted with dry blood. Sounds from another room reached him indistinctly. A cry, a thump, as if a heavy object had been thrown against the wall. Then the door opened. Instinctively, Lennox closed his eyes. Light showed against his lids. French's voice said from a distance,
"Take the son of a bitch in there and let him think it over."
Heavy feet made noise in the room. There was a groan, a hoarse laugh, and the door slammed. The groans continued. Lennox opened his eyes. The room was again in darkness. Cautiously, he swung his feet from the couch and sat for a moment, his head in his hands. Then he rose, swayed, and looked about. There was a huddled shape in the chair beside the window. Lennox blinked at it and said cautiously, "Who are you?" The groans ceased. The room was quiet except for the labored breathing from the chair. Lennox moved closer. His head was clearing. "Come on!" His voice was louder than he intended. "Who are you?" His hand fumbled in his pocket and found a box of matches. He struck one with fingers that shook. The match flared, and Lennox stared at the battered features of Red Gherkin. He said, "My God," and let the match drop to the floor. "They don't play nice, do they?" Gherkin swore heavily, tonelessly. "Let me alone." Lennox's voice got sharp. "Your playmates will be back in a few minutes to give you another dose. What do you want?" The gangster said, "Go to hell." He said it indistinctly, as if his lip got in the way. Lennox managed a laugh. "Boy, you love punishment. Come on. Who decorated Charlie with the shiv?" "Charlie?" There was a new note in Gherkin's voice. "What about Charlie?" "Only that he's dead." "Say, who are you?" "A pal of Charlie's. Don't you remember? Bill Lennox. I was up at your place the other day." The man in the chair said slowly, "Yeah, I remember. And Charlie's dead." "You sure?" "I found him on the rug with the shiv in his side." "That damned French." "So it was French." "I'm not talking." Lennox got mad. "Listen, sucker. Why don't you get next to yourself? Do you think that they've been pounding your pan because they love you? It's a wonder that you aren't in a ditch by now." The man in the chair found a laugh somewhere and managed to turn it on. It was a poor effort. "They'll keep me until they find out what I did with the 10 grand, the dirty sons of bitches. They can beat me, but I don't talk." Lennox tried a shot in the dark. "Still figuring that Meyer will help you." The gangster started to swear again. "That tramp, she got me into this. Then she tied a can to me." It seemed that the floodgates had opened. He talked and talked. Finally, he got to repeating himself. Lennox turned away and walked towards the window, his lips very thin, his eyes bright. Suddenly, the door opened. A light switch clicked, and Lennox swung about to see Tony. The gunman said with surprise, "Look who's come to. Hey, Chief, the Boy Scout's awake." French's voice growled, "Bring him in." Lennox took a quick step towards the window. Tony seized his shoulder, forcing him towards the door. With a shrug, Lennox relaxed. "Okay, you win." Tony said, "We win every time, Mug. Start walking." French sat in a leather chair. His coat was off and the gray hair mussed. There were pouches under his eyes and he looked very tired. "Well, Bill?" Lennox said, "Not so hot. Your boyfriend here swings a mean gun." French said, "Little boys who play outside their own yards get hurt sometimes. Why the hell can't you keep your nose clean?" Lennox shrugged. "Mind if I sit down?" He moved towards a chair. The gambler's voice cracked. "Stand still!" Lennox let his eyes widen slowly. "What is this?" French said, "It's your showdown." He came out of his chair, and they faced each other. Tony shifted his feet, grinning loosely. "What did you tell Frank Howe?" Lennox hid his start of surprise. "What did I tell Howe? When?" The gambler growled. "Don't stall, Lennox. You and Howe talked it over last night at the bar. You gave him something and he went away fast. The boys didn't tell me about it until later. They haven't found him yet, but they will. Come on, what did you tell him?" Lennox grinned. He was beginning to understand why he was still alive. French thought that he had told Howe something at the club, something about the money, perhaps. Lennox said, "I gave him some dough to take home for me. Some dough to put in a safe place." "You!" The gambler took a step forward, his hands clenching at his sides. "Where is he?" "That's a little mystery you can solve for yourself." Lennox grinned carelessly, much more carelessly than he felt. There was a desk in the corner of the room. He stepped sidewise towards it. French said, "Stand still, you." Lennox nodded. "Okay, French. I wouldn't try anything with you." He took another step. "I'm in a jam. I know it. I've been around long enough to know when my number is coming up. What's it worth to you for me to get Howe on the phone and call him off? Does it buy me a ticket to New York?" French said, "Yes," quickly. He said it too quickly. Lennox knew that New York meant a wash in San Fernando Valley, but, "Okay, give me the phone." French's eyes searched his. "Don't try any funny stuff," he warned. "Would I try any funny stuff when Tony has his gun on me?" He crossed to the desk and, picking up the phone, called the first number that came into his head. As he waited, his hand toyed with a heavy glass inkwell hidden by his body from the other men. Tony still stood beside the door. He had his gun, but he let it hang carelessly at his side. "That you, Howe?" Lennox demanded as a sleepy voice asked what the hell he wanted. The voice protested that it wasn't Howe, that he had never heard of Howe, and that if he did now it would be too soon. Lennox paid no attention. "Listen, boy," he said, making his voice sound serious. "That money I gave you. You know, those—" He picked up the inkwell and half-turned so that he could see both French and Tony. "What'll I have him do with them?" he asked the gambler. Tony's eyes switched from Lennox to his chief's face for an instant, and in that instant, Lennox dropped the phone and threw the glass inkwell. He threw it underhanded, threw it with all the force that he had. It caught the gunman just above the temple, and he went over onto the rug without a sound. Lennox sprang at French. The gambler was tugging at his coat pocket. He had his gun half free as Lennox's fingers closed about his wrist. French tried to jerk free, couldn't, and struck Lennox in the face with his free hand. Lennox grabbed his throat and tried to force the gambler's head back. French was too strong. Slowly, ever so slowly, his hand came from the pocket, bringing his gun with it. Desperately, Lennox clung to the man. French hit him again, squarely on the nose. Tears started from Lennox's eyes. His fingers sank deeper into French's throat. The gambler swung about, carrying Lennox with him, and then, across French's shoulder, Bill saw something which almost caused him to relax his grip. The door into the other room had opened. Gherkin, on his hands and knees, was crawling towards the gun which lay on the carpet at Tony's side. Even as Lennox saw him, Gherkin's hand reached the gun, closed over it, and he reeled to his feet, his eyes burning with hate, staring at French. The gun came up slowly. Lennox cried out. He was never sure afterwards exactly what he said. "French!" Gherkin's voice cut across the room. Lennox's fingers slipped from the gambler's throat. Gherkin's gun flamed, and French stiffened. Lennox threw himself sidewise out of the line of fire. French paid no attention to him. It was as if the gambler had forgotten his existence. He turned slowly, and as he turned, Gherkin fired again. French staggered, went to his knees. His gun came up, and Lennox saw a hole suddenly appear between Gherkin's eyes. The gunman pitched forward without a sound. French stared at him, coughed twice, bent over on his hands, and then settled to the floor. For a minute there was silence in the room. Then Lennox bent above Tony and noted that he was still breathing but unconscious. Lennox rose, found a handkerchief, and dabbed at his bleeding nose. Then he looked around the room. Behind the desk, a wall safe, its door half open, attracted him. He crossed to the safe and drew out bundles of currency. In all, there were $35,000. He found a newspaper, wrapped up the money, and moved towards the door. Everything was quiet. Evidently, there was no one in the house. He wondered vaguely why the shots had not attracted attention. Outside, it was broad daylight. The house, he saw, was set far up on one of the hillsides north of Beverly. He walked down the long, curving roadway without seeing anyone. He walked for a long time, his head aching dully, the sun growing warmer on his back. Finally, he reached a drugstore and called a cab. The Shine Boy looked up as Lennox came through the general gate. "Morning, Mr. Lennox." "Hello, Sam." He went on across the lot towards the executive offices. Steps sounded on the concrete behind him. Nancy Hobbs's voice called, "Oh, Bill!" He turned and managed to grin. "How are you, Nance?" She said, "I've been hunting for you since I heard you were out of here, looking Your face? What's the matter? What happened?" "I've been playing house with the boys," he grinned. "Come in while I see Saul if you want some fun. Then you can drive me to the station." She followed him towards Spurk's office. "So, you're really going to pull out?" "You said it. Just as soon as I see Saul." "I'll wait out here," she said, stopping in the reception room. "And, Bill, don't let him talk you into anything." He stopped also and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, sweet. I'm washed up." He went through into Spurk's office. Spurk's secretary was beside the big desk taking dictation. Spurk came to his feet. "Bill?" "Mr. Lennox to you," Bill told him. "Get Elva Meyer and that precious nephew of yours in here. I want to see them." Spurk said, "But your nose?" "Never mind my nose. Get them." Spurk swung on the secretary. "What is it you're standing there for? Get them, can't you? Must I do everything about this plant yet?" "Yes, Mr. Spurk." The secretary bobbed and disappeared. Spurk said, "Where have you been? All night I don't sleep wondering." Lennox clipped, "Save it until Braun gets here." He helped himself to a cigarette from the box on Spurk's desk and stood, rolling it between his fingers so that the tobacco spilled out a little at each end. The door opened, and Elva Meyer came in. "You wanted—" She stopped when she saw Lennox. Bill said, "Sit down." His voice snapped. "Sit down." She sank into a chair. Spurk looked at her, then at Lennox, started to speak, then changed his mind. Again the door came open and Braun entered the room. His face changed when he saw Lennox, losing its color. His lips grew almost pallid. "Hello, Bill," he managed. Lennox nodded. He crossed to the desk and tore the newspaper wrapping from the package. Money spilled out upon the desk. Spurk made a glad sound deep in his throat. Braun and the girl exchanged quick, startled glances. Lennox said, "There's 35 grand there, Saul. You'll have to take the rest out of Braun's salary." Spurk, who had been fingering the money, looked up quickly. Braun made a strangled noise. "You can't." Lennox said, "Shut up. Listen, Saul, this relative of yours has been bucking the wheel. He dropped plenty to French. French had his paper for 50 grand and was threatening to come to you. Someone got the bright idea of snatching Wayborn and soaking you 50 grand to get him back. They figured that you'd call Braun in and let him handle it, but you didn't. You showed the letter to me." He stopped and lit the cigarette. "Meyer here has been playing around with Braun when people weren't watching. He told her about his jam and the Wayborn idea, and she put him in touch with Gherkin. Gherkin and Charlie did the dirty work."
It's a lie.
Braun was on his feet. Lennox said coldly, "See this nose?" He touched it with his finger. "The man that gave me that is dead. Shut up." Braun sank back in his chair with a sick look. Lennox went on. "Gherkin thought that Meyer was still his moll. He didn't know that he was washed up there. When he found out, he held up 10 grand. I don't know where it is, neither did French. They grabbed Gherkin and tried to make him talk. They searched his apartment and stuck a shiv into Charlie's ribs when he walked in on them. That's about all." Braun said, "You can't prove it. You can't prove it." Lennox looked at him. "For the first time in your life, you're right. French and Gherkin are dead, but I don't have to prove it. Saul knows." Spurk was looking at his nephew.
"Loafer!" he shouted. "Loafer! Get out!"
He waved his arms wildly. Braun tried to say something. Spurk moved around the desk towards him. Braun went out fast. Lennox said, "That will be about all, Saul. I'm washed up here. It's New York and some rest for me." Spurk said, "But listen once, will you? Nancy Hobbs had been waiting a long time. She looked at her watch again just as the door opened and Lennox came out. She told him, "You'll have to hurry. There isn't much time." He didn't meet her eyes. "I'm not going today, Nance."
Bill!
She was facing him, her hands on his shoulders, forcing him to look at her.
You've let Spurk...
He shrugged wearily. "Saul's got a new idea for a picture. All about an actress who has her leading man kidnapped to raise money for her boyfriend so that he won't have to go to the big house. Saul says that it's the best idea in years, that it is superb, stupendous, colossal. That's just the usual bunk talk, of course, but I think that I'll hang around and see how it turns out. A few weeks won't matter, and this picture may be a little different."
The Shrieking Skeleton by Charles M. Green. Read by David Ledoux. Charles M. Green was one of the pseudonyms of Earl Stanley Gardner. While most pulp writers struggled to earn a living, Gardner managed to leap into the big time very quickly. His first 2 fictional works were sold in 1921 to Breezy Stories. His 3rd story, The Shrieking Skeleton, was sold to Black Mask in 1923 under the pen name Charles M. Green. He continued to use this byline to sell stories and articles to such publications as Life, Droll Stories, Mystery Magazine, Chicago Ledger, The Smart Set, Triple X, and of course Black Mask for the next year. Among the other Gardner pseudonyms, our A.A. Fair is most well known, under which he wrote a long series of novels about Bertha Cool and Donald Lamb. Carlton Kendrake for a single novel, The Clue of the Forgotten Murder, 1935, which has been frequently reprinted under Gardner's own name as The Clue of the Forgotten Murder, and Charles Kenny, also with a single novel, This is Murder, 1935, also reissued under Gardner's own name. While Perry Mason is nearly a household name, Gardner created numerous other series characters for the pulps, including Ed Jenkins, known variously as the Phantom Crook and the Gentleman Rogue, Sidney Zoom, the Master of Disguise, Soo-Hoo Duck, the King of Chinatown, Speed Dash, the Human Fly, Lester Leith, Con Man Extraordinaire, Ken Corning, a lawyer in the Mason mold, Paul Pry, the Brilliant Grifter, and the Patent Leather Kid. The Shrieking Skeleton was published in the December 1923 issue.
The Shrieking Skeleton, a complete fast-moving mystery novelette. When a man buys the body of his greatest enemy and makes a skeleton out of it, there are almost sure to be rare doings. not all of them easily explainable by human motives. You'll get a thrill when the skeleton and the detectives get to work. I've heard much about the power of money, but the greatest surprise of my life came when I learned that my friend, Dr. Alfred Potter, had purchased the body of his old-time enemy, Albert Crothers, for scientific purposes. A long acquaintance with the numerous vagaries of my rich medical friend had so inured me to his eccentricities that I felt nothing from that quarter could surprise me. His long-standing antagonism to Albert Crothers had furnished many spectacular quarrels until Crothers had lost his fortune in one grand smash, after which I had heard but little of the feud. I knew, it is true, that Dr. Potter employed detectives to keep him advised of the location and activities of his old enemy, who had become a common hobo. But I was at a loss to account for the motive which prompted the doctor to obtain Crothers' body after the latter's death, or the means employed to secure such an unusual result. The confidential note in which my friend gave me the information was typical of the man. My dear Walter, you will doubtless be somewhat surprised to learn that Albert Crothers is dead. You will probably be more surprised to learn that I have obtained the body from the public institution where he passed away. He was a penniless hobo at the time of his death, left no relatives, and would have been interred in the Potter's Field or turned over to some university for dissection. I am in need of a skeleton for my residence, and it flatters my fancy to think that I can have the bones of the man who hated me more than anything or anybody on earth hanging in my den. I know you are in need of a vacation, and there are some legal formalities in connection with the matter upon which I desire your professional advice. If you can arrange to leave your law practice for a few weeks and come up for a visit, I will guarantee some pleasant golf, and you may have your fill of boating in the Santa del Barra Channel. Sincerely yours, Alfred Potter. To say that I was puzzled to account for this latest eccentricity on the part of the wealthy doctor would be to put it mildly. But I was under sufficient obligations to him to make me feel anxious to comply with his request. A man much my senior, he had been responsible for putting me through law school, and had seen me started in the practice which was now bringing me in a very comfortable income. Each year he extended me an invitation to visit his Santa del Barra home for a week or two, and I eagerly looked forward to these trips. Dr. Potter lived alone, except for his servants, in a magnificent house built on the hills nearly a mile from the city of Santa del Barra. He had long since retired from general practice and devoted his attention to investigations along the line of scientific research. Of great wealth, and a recluse by nature, he was free to devote his entire time to experiments, which were not only highly original, but which, rumor had it, were sometimes a trifle weird in their nature. In due course I arrived at Santa del Barra, and was met at the train by the doctor's chauffeur, John Dawley, a young man whom I had met on my previous visits. I had never fully approved of Dawley. He had seemed a trifle fresh, and I greeted him with what I was convinced was formal dignity. It took more than a formal greeting to repress the young scamp, and he addressed me with that free and easy manner which was so distasteful. "Hello, Governor. See you're back with us again. The boss'll be glad to see you, but it'll make a lot more work for me with no extra pay. That is, unless the tips is good. Nothing like asking what a fellow wants these days." I made some reply, and ignoring the hint, entered the car. I never could understand why Dr. Potter, with his quiet refinement, keen mind, and unfailing courtesy, permitted a man like John Dawley to remain in his employ. I remembered hearing some gossip about his being the relative of Dr. Potter's dead brother. Rumor said he was an illegitimate son of the dead brother, who had requested Dr. Potter to look after the boy. Although I had eagerly looked forward to meeting my friend again, yet it was with grave misgivings that I approached the large, white mansion perched on the hill. Intuition told me Dr. Potter had something more in mind than the mere selection of a skeleton for his den, when he had arranged for the purchase of the body of his dead enemy. I was met at the door by the doctor's confidential manservant, Kimi. I believe that originally Kimi's name was Kukui Shinohara, but the doctor had always referred to him as Kimi, meaning you in the Japanese language, and Kimi he had become. There is perhaps nothing more flattering on earth than the smile of a Japanese friend. It is so expansive and enthusiastic. Even when one doubts the absolute sincerity behind it, it is flattering. In the case of Kimi, I really numbered him as a friend, following the custom of the doctor who treated Kimi with every consideration, and more as a friend than a servant. He had been with the doctor for years, a trusted and loyal employee. He knew all of the doctor's friends, and the manner in which he greeted them was a pretty good indication of just where they stood in the favor of his employer. It was partly a knowledge of this custom on the part of the grinning servant which made me feel such pleasure at the sincerity of his greeting, and the expansive smile with which he greeted me. He told me the master was awaiting me in the study, and I lost no time in following him to that portion of the house. Dr. Potter really was glad to see me. Of that I am positive, and subsequent developments proved it. But to one who did not know his peculiar character, it would have been hard to believe from anything in his greeting that he had not seen me for nearly a year, or that he cared anything about me. His greeting was as casual and matter-of-fact as though I had just returned from an hour's absence. Lest I give you a wrong impression of my friend, I must mention something of his wonderful control of his emotions and his philosophy of life. A deep student of the mystic, he believed both pleasure and pain were merely relative mental states, and had nothing whatever to do with the real facts of life. A rigorous schooling had taught him to absolutely control his emotions, and I doubt if I have ever heard him laugh, and certain I am that he has never given way to any expression or ejaculation of surprise or dismay in my presence. Tall, thin, yet filled with a supple grace of movement, and with muscles like whipcords in spite of his 60 years. By far the most striking thing about him was his face, calm, serene, immobile, almost expressionless. It furnished a setting for a pair of deep blue eyes from which seemed to emerge a species of violet ray, playing over one like a searchlight peering into the mind. "Well, well, Pierce," he greeted in his crisp, well-modulated tone. "It is indeed a pleasure to see you once more, and a double pleasure to think that you responded so promptly to my note." "And it's good to see you," I exclaimed, grasping him by the hand with an eager enthusiasm I made no effort to control. I should indeed be a sorry friend, to say nothing about being an ungrateful one, if I failed to accept an invitation to spend a week or two with you, when my presence might be of some benefit to you. A flash of gratification momentarily played over his features. It was merely an emotional flicker, which would have meant nothing in another man, but in the case of Dr. Potter it showed how deep and sincere was his pleasure of gratification, and was another indication of the fact that something was in the wind. A something which had not been so fully disclosed, but which made him anxious to have me with him. "Which brings us to the subject of my note," he rapped out in that direct, sometimes abrupt manner which was so characteristic of the man. "Run up to your room for a wash, for I know what a dusty trip you have had, and then rejoin me here for a chat over our cigars." The study was in reality a private laboratory and workroom combined, and I knew that a conference held there would be upon strictly business subjects, and that the matter must be of something more than ordinary importance. The room was perhaps 30 feet long by 20 wide, furnished with a few wicker chairs, deep and comfortable, yet severe in their lines, and by benches, shelves, and bookcases. Here it was my friend spent by far the greater portion of his time, working, experimenting, and studying. The room was in the southeast corner of the house, and had only one door, that leading to a hallway on the west side. This door had a spring lock, and when experimenting or engaged in study, Dr. Potter would allow no one to enter on any pretext. It was his custom, on such occasions, to keep the latch on the door so that it locked automatically when closed. When I rejoined the doctor in the study, no time was lost in getting promptly to the business in hand. Opening the door of a small closet on the south side of the room, he showed me, suspended on the inside of the door, a complete skeleton. "Permit me," he remarked in the most serious tone, "to present my associate and one-time enemy, Albert Crothers. Crothers," turning to the skeleton, "this is Walter Pierce, an attorney of Los Angeles, of whom you have doubtless heard me speak. I am as willing as the next man to face the vital facts of existence, and I realize only too well the lot of all mortal flesh, but there is something uncanny and creepy in a human skeleton dangling from the inside of a closet door, its sightless eyes staring hollowly into space, its lipless grin mocking the warm red corpuscles of one's blood, penetrating to and chilling the marrow of one's bones. This effect is enhanced when the skeleton is that of a man one has known, and the impression caused by the formal introduction was grim, unreal, and hideous. My flesh began to creep as the bleached bones that had once been the mortal abode of Albert Crothers appeared to rattle and sway in acknowledgment of the introduction. At first I thought Dr. Potter had some method of manipulating the door to make the skeleton gyrate in an uncanny shimmy of death. But a closer inspection showed that the joints had been so perfectly adjusted in articulation, and the skeleton hung with such a nice degree of accuracy, that the slightest motion of the door would cause the bones to sway backward and forward for several seconds. I'm not particularly nervous, and yet I know my face was a shade lighter than usual as I sank into my chair. The doctor, on the other hand, positively seemed to enjoy the proximity of the skeleton, and stood by the door of the closet, his lean face expressionless as ever, the slender fingers of his right hand stroking the long bones of what had once been the powerful forearm of Albert Crothers. "Pierce," came the sudden inquiry, "have I title to this thing or not?" The question took me somewhat off my guard. "Just how do you mean?" I countered. "Just this," resumed my host concisely. "Albert Crothers passed out in the county hospital of a small Indiana town in which is located a medical university. Instead of burying the indigent casualties in a local potter's field, the custom is to turn the bodies, for nominal consideration, over to the dissecting department of the university. This made things easier for me, although I should have had my way in any event. A little pull with the faculty of the university, a little money, and presto, the thing was done. Albert Crothers, or all that was left of him, was delivered into my possession, to do with as I liked. Now, in regard to title, Crothers, I understood at the time, left no direct relatives. Subsequent investigations show that he had a cousin who, it seems, is a spiritualist, or spiritist, as he prefers to be called. In some way, this cousin, Jorgensen is the name he goes by, has found out that I have the skeleton here. The problem thus presented to me was one which is not often placed before an attorney in the course of a general practice, and I had to reason back to elementals before answering. As a general rule, a man, strange as it may seem, has no property in his dead body. It is really the property of the state. Custom and usage in most jurisdictions have decreed that a person may dispose of his remains as far as indicating the manner of burial or cremation. The body itself is not an asset. It may not be attached nor levied upon under an execution. In the present case, if you have acted without regular permission from the proper authorities, and I take it that you have, there is a possibility that this man, Jorgensen, may make you some trouble. Not particularly because of the relationship, but as an interested citizen who may start the proper judicial machinery of the state in operation to inquire how you came by the skeleton. What I can't understand is how you allowed him to find out that you had the body. Understand, I mean no criticism, but it seems strange that you allowed him to get the information. My friend favored me with that twinkle of the eye, a mere relaxation of the muscles, which passes for a smile in his vocabulary of facial expressions. Thereby hangs a tale. Naturally, I acted with all secrecy, and you may imagine my feelings when I received this letter in the mail a few days after the body had been prepared into the skeleton which you see before you. The paper passed over to me consisted of a single sheet on which was written in a fine Spencerian hand, presumably that of a clerical person, the following rather remarkable note. Dr. Alfred Potter, Santa del Barra, California. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I have been in communication with the spirit of my deceased cousin, Albert Crothers, and am advised by him that you have secured his body from the hospital where he died, and that you have by acids and other means prepared a skeleton therefrom, which now hangs in your office, that you have done this for the purpose of satisfying your private vanity, rather than for any reason of scientific research. On behalf of the departed spirit of Albert Crothers, I hereby demand that you take this skeleton, not later than the 5th of this month, and give to the same a decent burial, in accordance with established civilized custom. You will understand that in writing this letter, I am merely acting on behalf of, and at the dictation of, Albert Crothers. I have no personal feelings in the matter, and make no threats. However, a knowledge of certain phases of life activity, with which you are probably not familiar, leads me to warn you that this request from a departed spirit is not one to be lightly disregarded. You will hear from me no further in this connection, but if you do not accede to the request, I do not doubt you will have ample reason to regret your decision. Very truly yours, J. E. Jorgensen. I reread the letter before speaking. Do you mean to tell me that you believe this rot? This is beyond question the work of a gang of blackmailers who have either traced the shipment of the body, or else have secured information from some member of your own household. The doctor spoke decidedly. There was no earthly way in which the writer of that letter could have traced the body to this house. When I tell you that I went to considerable trouble and expense to protect myself against developments of just this nature, and that even my own detectives did not and do not know who was their employer, or what was done with the body, you will understand that I am not speaking idly. My chauffeur, who might be considered open to suspicion by a stranger, unfortunately has not the advantage of breeding or education, but I have every reason to believe he is loyal, as he owes everything he has in the world to me. Kimi, I would trust anywhere, and he has been with me for years. The only other inmate of the house, Professor Gordon Kennedy, is a person whom you have not met. but one whose mind is entirely steeped in abstract scientific research. He is the typical absent-minded scientist and has been employed as my assistant for the past few months. No, I have absolutely no doubt as to the honesty or discretion of the persons in this household or associated with me. But the real point is that they knew nothing of the receipt of the body, nor the preparation of the skeleton, and when the skeleton was completed, and I was ready to hang it on this door, I surreptitiously removed another skeleton I had been keeping in the study. It would take a skilled anatomist to detect the difference. And how the devil could this cousin of Crothers have traced the skeleton here? I puzzled. That is the problem which has given me some food for reflection. You are doubtless aware that scientific research has proven that most of the supposedly spiritistic phenomena are in reality based on mental telepathy. I believe that it is possible that this Jorgensen, the name is an assumed one, by the way, has learned of the location of the body, or skeleton, through some telepathic method. There remains the only other explanation mentioned in this letter. I scrutinized the speaker narrowly, thinking at first he might be joking. Surely you are not seriously advocating spiritualism? The doctor shrugged. Who knows? If you really wish my candid opinion, he added, choosing his words carefully, lest I misunderstand his meaning, I have been greatly intrigued by some of the more recent claims of the spiritists, and some time ago I determined to investigate the matter for myself when a proper opportunity should arise. Upon learning of the death of Elbert Crothers, I felt that if I could convey his body to my study in such a manner that no one could possibly know of it, I might lay the foundation for an instructive experiment. Crothers would use every ounce of any force which might be at his command on the other side to prevent my carrying out such a scheme. Haunt me, I believe, is the proper word. Therefore, I substituted bodies in this Indiana town with all secrecy, sold the substituted body as that of Crothers to the dissecting department of the university, transported the real body by roundabout methods to Los Angeles, and from there drove it myself at night to the house here, after making absolutely certain that I was not followed. A few days after I had prepared the skeleton, which I did by secret and original methods, I received that letter in the mail. You will notice that the letter hints at the process which was used in preparing the skeleton from the body. Of course, I immediately left no stone unturned until I had located the writer of that letter. His true name is Phillips. He lives in San Francisco, and as he claims to be, is probably a cousin of Crothers. The situation was getting too much for my conservative, legal type of mind, and I was about to bring to bear all my powers of logic to prove to my friend that he was the victim of some blackmailing gang or otherwise mistaken in his premises, when my blood froze in my veins. Low and menacing, and from somewhere in the vicinity of the head of the skeleton came a vindictive, ominous moan, long, drawn out, and indescribably weird. There was something in the nature of the sound which immediately convinced one that it could never have emanated from a human throat. "For God's sake, what is that?" I shouted. The doctor did not answer for a moment. Apparently as calm and serene as ever, his head was cocked slightly to one side in an effort to determine the exact location of the sound. It was nearly a minute before he spoke, and when he did so, he might have been lecturing a classroom for all the emotion displayed. "I was just about to mention those moans, and I'm very glad that you have had this opportunity to hear them. I cannot tell you what produces or causes the sound, but several times each 24 hours since I have had our friend, Mr. Crothers, hanging on that door, and usually while I am absolutely alone in the room, that moan or wail can be distinctly heard, lasting for a few seconds and sounding much the same as you have just heard it. I could feel the cold sweat breaking out on my forehead as I stared into the sightless caverns of the grinning skull. "But," I stammered, "it seemed to come from the very mouth of the skeleton." "That," was the rejoinder, "we shall soon discover." In anticipation of a repetition of the sound, I had constructed a coil containing a sound screen and a magnetic field, by which the direction of sound may be accurately determined. The method is not particularly new, and is an adaptation of the means used to ascertain the direction of a wireless sending station. When this moan started, I pressed the button you see here on the chair, which started the current flowing through the sound detector. There was no other sound in the room at the time, and, as I shut off the current immediately upon the cessation of the noise, we should have some results. If you will be so good as to take a look at that box in the corner, you will find an arrow suspended on the top of a needle. Sight along that arrow, and you will find the exact direction of the sound. Dr. Potter indicated a box sitting in a corner of the study, on top of which was a little arrow, cunningly mounted on a swivel on a thin steel rod. I had not taken 3 steps in that direction before I knew the answer. "It is pointed directly toward the head of the skeleton," I exclaimed. "Exactly," came the dry comment of my host. "Now you will understand why I am giving to the matter of that letter more than a passing interest." The events of the last few moments had left me shaken and excited. The unreality of the whole business, coupled with the tone of deadly menace in that moan, so apparently emanating from the dead bones, gibbering at us from the closet door, had entirely upset my nerves. "Let's get out of here," I gasped. Without a word, the doctor arose, calmly closed the closet door, and escorted me to the floor above, where the luxuriously furnished living room looked out over the blue waters of the Pacific. The room was directly over the studio beneath, and I was probably not over 20 feet away from the skeleton in a direct line. But there was something so serene in the tranquil sunlight pouring in the wide windows that I felt miles away from the gruesome thing in the room below. Feeling ashamed of my emotion, I sank into a chair and stole a glance at my host. His face was as expressionless as ever. He was sitting, puffing reflectively on a cigar, exhaling the smoke in those short, crisp puffs, which experience has taught me denote mental concentration in the habitual smoker. A wave of emotion swept over me. I was probably the only confidant he had in the world, and he had done so much more for me than I could ever do for him, that I felt humbled and meek. "For heaven's sake, Alfred," I burst out with sudden feeling, "take that ghastly thing and give it a burial. Get rid of it. Get it out of the house tonight, now. Something seems to tell me that you are going to be exposed to danger unless that skeleton is taken away, and taken away at once." The face turned toward me was tranquil in its calm decision, and I knew the answer even before it came. "If I did that, Walter, I should lose the best opportunity I will ever have to make an impartial investigation of modern spiritistic phenomena. This bids fair to be an unusual case, and I had much rather lose my life than back out of the solution of a problem of scientific interest." I knew indeed that the scientist was speaking the simple truth, without boasting or bravado, merely making a plain statement of fact, and that any further argument would be worse than wasted. I was on the point of making some reply, however, when I experienced that peculiar feeling which creeps over me when someone is standing close to me, and of whose presence I am otherwise unaware. The recent experience in the study had made me nervous, and I jumped from my chair, spinning around on my heel to find Kimi standing at my elbow with the tea service. This betrayal of my intense nervous state caused me considerable embarrassment, and the laugh with which I attempted to pass over the matter had a hysterical ring in it, which chagrined me still further. If anyone noticed this besides myself, nothing was said about it. Kimi silently proceeded with the duties in hand, and the doctor discussed a game of golf he had enjoyed the week before. "You know," I remarked, as Kimi slipped out of the room, "there is something uncanny in the way Kimi moves in and out of the room without a sound. I remember commenting on the subject the last time I was here, and he has grown worse since. He glides around like a shadow." My companion smiled. "That is one of the things I have been trying to teach him. There's nothing more annoying to me than to be interrupted in the midst of some deep problem by the noise of a person crossing the room. I have been impressing on Kimi the necessity for absolute silence at all times when I am working. As you probably know, when I am locked in the study, nothing is ever allowed to disturb me. In fact, I have the only key in existence for that door. I latch it when I go in, and I am sure no one will interrupt me. Professor Kennedy, the assistant of whom I spoke, is sometimes with me, but when I am about to engage in private work, I do not allow even him in the room. As I said before, he is rather absent-minded. He is rather a character. Here he comes now, by the way. I'm anxious to have you meet him, but you must not mind if he fails to acknowledge the introduction." A rather short, heavy-set man entered the room. I judged him to be about 47 or 8. His eyes were distorted by a huge pair of heavy tortoise-shell spectacles containing lenses of unusual thickness. His features were heavy, and his neck thick and muscular. I noticed a frown on his forehead as he approached Dr. Potter, absolutely ignoring my presence, and I'm convinced he did not even know I was in the room. "Look here, Doctor," he began in a thin, high-pitched voice. "I can't seem to get any proper results with my germ cultures. I had arranged an electric incubator, and now your confounded Japanese servant has juggled the thermostatic adjustment on me, and the temperature has dropped 20 degrees. It seemed such an oddity for so large a man to complain of what was doubtless so trivial a matter in such a querulous voice that I smiled covertly. "Never mind that for the present, Professor Kennedy," said my host, and his slight accent on the title convinced me that his assistant was a stickler for that form of salutation. "I want you to meet my very dear friend and advisor, Mr. Walter Pierce, the Los Angeles attorney of whom you have heard me speak." If I had previously entertained any doubt as to the absent-minded abstraction of Professor Kennedy, it was removed right there. I was standing at his right, but he turned to his left, as if expecting to find me standing there, saw no one, turned to the right, and gave me his short, thick hand in a grasp of remarkable vigor, jerked out that he was pleased to know me, and returned immediately to the subject of his complaint. "I don't know what's the matter. I can't seem to keep things in order in my laboratory. I'm afraid those cultures are ruined." "Well, I will look into the matter later," soothed Dr. Potter. "At present, I am taking Pierce out for a ride. If the cultures are ruined, there is nothing for it but to start a new batch, and I suppose it will be possible to put a set screw on the thermostatic control to prevent its being thrown out of adjustment again by any accidental jar." "It wasn't any accidental jar that threw that incubator out of adjustment," squeaked the irate professor as he turned on his heel and, without a word to me, left the room with quick, nervous steps. I smiled at Dr. Potter. "Your assistant is certainly a peculiar combination. Where did you pick him up?" I thought for a moment Dr. Potter was going to smile. The twinkle in his eye was pronounced, which was saying a good deal for him. "Yes," he replied. "He is certainly peculiar. He is a chemist of no mean ability, and as an electrical engineer he is a wonder. There is nothing he cannot construct along the lines of electrical machinery. His periods of abstraction absolutely unfit him for a practical life, and prevent him from turning his knowledge to any financial benefit to himself. I pay him no fixed salary, but give him whatever money he requires from time to time, and he is really in the seventh heaven. Also, by the way, he is very jealous of his title of professor, and be sure to address him by it when you have occasion to talk with him. I suggest that we take a drive for an hour or two in the fresh air. It will steady your nerves and give you an appetite for dinner." I had no hesitancy about admitting that I would like an opportunity to recover my mental poise, and eagerly accepted the suggestion. That afternoon was the most perfect I have ever seen in a climate which revels in perfection. The trip was simply wonderful, and my companion became unusually sociable. In view of later developments, I shall always look back upon that drive as the most delightful 3 hours I have ever spent with my friend. There was only one thing which in any wise marred the pleasure of the trip, and that was the annoying habit of John Dawley, the chauffeur, of keeping his head partially turned in order to hear the conversation. I finally suggested to my companion that the draft from the front of the car with the window open was slightly annoying, and he obligingly raised the plate glass which separated the driver's compartment from the tonneau. We spent 3 hours in the delightful, warm air, driving down to the white sand where the breakers washed almost to the wheels, and then in less than half an hour ascending the Pindola grade, rising in a few miles more than 4,000 feet above the blue Pacific. Tucked away, near the top of the grade, nestling in a little valley surrounded by mountains, we found a ranch house, where we secured some excellent milk and rested for a few minutes. I had been taking a short walk, admiring the little valley and the stream of mountain water, purling and plashing down the canyon, while the doctor chatted with the man who owned the place. Upon my return, I found my host standing near the car, engaged in conversation with Dawley, who was talking rapidly and vehemently. Something in their postures indicated that the subject of the conversation was not intended for my ears, and it was plain to be seen that Dawley was very much excited about something. I therefore made some commonplace remark about the scenery while I was still several feet from the pair, and Dawley immediately broke away and busied himself about the car, the color of his face and the set of his jaw showing he was under a great emotional strain. But Dr. Potter was his usual self, quiet, courteous, and patient. Again, I found occasion to speculate to myself what it was which could make a man of the refinement of the doctor maintain such a young boor in his employ. There must be some bond, something which did not appear on the surface to account for the easy tolerance and courteous treatment he gave to one who was very apparently entitled to nothing except an immediate discharge. It was after dark when we approached the house, but Kimi had the place blazing with lights, and it certainly presented a warm and cheerful aspect. Dinner was served shortly after we arrived, and I was pleased to find myself fully recovered from the shock of the afternoon. A place was set at the table for Professor Kennedy, but we did not wait for him, and indeed he did not show up during the meal. Kimi had called him twice, and each time the professor had promised to be right up, and each time had immediately forgotten all about it. Dr. Potter told me it was a frequent occurrence when the chemist was working on some problem for him to neglect to come to his meals, and to even resent the interruption when Kimi would bring his plate to him in the little laboratory he had fixed up. During the evening, My host announced that he had arranged an appointment with one of the best detectives from the office of the Sheriff of Los Angeles. This detective, he further announced, was to arrive on the evening train, and would stay several days, provided he appeared to understand the exact requirements of the situation. As it was then only an hour before the train was due, it was apparent that arrangements had been made for the presence of the detective several hours previous, if not on some preceding day. It was typical of my friend that he had said nothing of this matter during our earlier conversations, and it was also an indication that there were developments of which I knew nothing, which had made my friend feel the presence of a detective necessary. He turned his keen gaze on my face as he said, "Don't think for a minute I am turning this case over to a detective. I am merely taking precautions from a scientific standpoint to make sure that any phenomena I may observe and record are not of a material and mundane origin. I am getting this detective for the same reason that I would perform a delicate physical experiment in a room isolated from sound waves and immune to thermal variations. I wish to eliminate all outside agencies which might form a disturbing element in my experiments." I was on the point of replying, but the words never came. I was sitting, facing the big window which opened from the dining room onto the spacious front porch. At that hour of the night, the window was dark and black. But, even as I looked, a white face, drawn and ghastly, pressed against the pane, the features sharply outlined against the black background, the eyes fastened on the back of my companion's head in a stare of such intensity that everything else within the vision of the apparition seemed excluded. A moment the face showed startlingly clear against the plate glass window, and then, silently and swiftly, it was withdrawn. The calm tones of Dr. Potter brought me back to earth. "From the expression on your face, Pierce," he observed, keenly and evenly, "I should say you had seen something or somebody peering in the window behind me. I noticed the shade had not been lowered when we drove up this evening. Have some of these olives. They're particularly good, and grown and cured especially for me. Kimmy, please lower the shades." "My heavens!" I shouted. "How can you sit there and talk in that calm manner? Within 10 feet of your back, some prowler has just stared cold, deliberate murder at the back of your head, and you haven't even turned in your chair." "Calm, calm," soothed my host, as though he were talking to an excited child. "Go on with your dinner. You're getting worked up over a trifle. I knew by the expression of your face that you had a brief glimpse of something at the window, and the natural supposition was that it was the face of some person. I also knew that the face had been withdrawn, and that it would therefore do me no good to turn around and look. Whoever it was, or what he wants, will be disclosed in good time. Personally, I do not care very much who or what it is unless it should in some manner interfere with my experiments. Hence the detective. Simply and purely, as I said before, to eliminate the possibility of outside agencies interfering in my research work. Speaking of the detective reminds me, by the way, Kimmy, I wish you would take the car to the station where you will meet a Mr. Arthur Dwyer of Los Angeles. He'll be looking for you when the train pulls in, and will be staying here tonight, perhaps for several days." Kimmy, who had lowered the shades, signified his immediate departure and silently withdrew from the room. As far as I was concerned, however, the meal was a failure. Time after time I would start, peer over my shoulder, and fancy I had seen a shadow or the outline of a face just beyond the closed shade. The shade over the window seemed to only partially hide a menace, lurking just within the shadow, and ready to strike. I felt that peculiar sensation which comes over me when someone is watching me. I was unquestionably a very poor companion. My host, however, with that excellent tact and consideration which had endeared him to me so many times, continued as though nothing had happened, and acted just as though I was my natural self, and holding up my end of both conversation and food. I can't remember when I have ever been so frankly pleased and relieved to see anyone as I was to see Mr. Arthur Dwyer. The detective was rather slender and firmly knit, one of those alert, active men who radiate vigor and vitality. There was an efficiency and competency about him which made him seem capable of meeting and mastering any situation. Quick in his movements, and very evidently possessing great agility and vitality, he upset my conception of the modern detective by proving a thorough gentleman, well-read, and a college graduate. The speed and accuracy with which he grasped the situation were remarkable. Dr. Potter very briefly outlined the case, showed him the study, and introduced him to the skeleton. The sight of that grinning skeleton swaying and rattling on the door revived my horror, and I never took my eyes off the hollow eye sockets of the gibbering skull, waiting with bated breath for a repetition of that awful wail, so menacing and blood-curdling. However, nothing happened, and we returned the skeleton to the inside of the closet by the simple expedient of shutting the closet door and returning to the living room. "Doctor," remarked Dwyer, when our host had given a general summary of the events to date, "either someone is playing a prank on you, or you're entertaining a spook. Personally, I don't take much stock in ghosts, but that's neither here nor there. You've got all the scientific education, and if it's a ghost, you get him. If it's something else, that's my meat. The very first thing I want to do is to make a minute search of the house, especially that closet. We may find some interesting things." It was with an approving twinkle of the eye the doctor replied, "Yes, search, by all means. Devote all day tomorrow to it if you wish. Tonight, however, I wish to try an experiment. You have grasped my idea exactly. It may be that some day we will know a great deal more of the existence after death. In the meantime, I wish to satisfy myself there are no natural causes for the sounds we have heard before undertaking a serious investigation. Based upon the theory, there is something supernatural causing these noises. Now then, what I first want to find out is whether those sounds are being made by some person concealed on the outside of the room. Inasmuch as the skeleton is hung on the south wall, it is barely possible someone might be directly in line with the skeleton on the outside of the house, making the noises. I usually hear them several times during the evening when I am alone in the study, and tonight I'm going to go down to the study as usual and ask you two to keep a sharp watch from the porch above. You can easily see any person sneaking around the outside wall. I nearly always hear the sound when I have turned out the light for the night, and just before I turn it on when entering the room. It has occurred to me that darkness makes it easier for the noise to be produced, and tonight I will sit in the room without turning the lights on. There will be enough moonlight to enable me to distinguish the outlines of objects. It may have been some premonition of impending evil, or it may have been the aftermath of the shocks to which I had been subjected that day, but I felt it would be tempting the fates for Dr. Potter to enter that room alone in the dark. I was about to voice my sentiments when Professor Kennedy entered the room. As usual, he walked directly to Dr. Potter, ignoring all other matters, and commenced to discuss some matter of research which was too deep for me to follow. Dr. Potter, taking him gently by the arm, turned to Dwyer. Professor Kennedy, he said formally, may I have the pleasure of presenting my friend, Mr. Arthur Dwyer of Los Angeles? Mr. Dwyer will be with us for the next few days. Dwyer, permit me to present Professor Kennedy, my associate, who has kindly volunteered to spend the summer with me and to assist in constructing laboratory equipment and carry on research work. Dwyer and Kennedy shook hands, the latter blinking away behind his heavy glasses, peering closely into the detective's face, taking much more interest in him than he had in me when I had made his acquaintance. "You have known the doctor long?" he inquired, in his jerky, explosive manner. The question was just a trifle awkward, as Dr. Potter had apparently wished to conceal from Kennedy the fact that Dwyer was a detective, and in the house as such. I admired the skillful manner in which the detective turned the question. "Not as long as you have, Professor, but long enough to have heard Dr. Potter speak of your work in glowing terms." The professor was plainly pleased. "I have a little skill along my lines," he confessed. "The big trouble in this house is to keep my equipment in adjustment. Somebody always seems to investigate everything I construct and manages to leave it out of adjustment. I can't help but feel that confounded Jap has his nose in about everything going on in the house." Our host explained. "I have the study on the lower floor in the south side of the house, and I have fixed up a laboratory in one of the northern rooms for Professor Kennedy. Between us, we have the house pretty well filled with apparatus, and I'm afraid Professor Kennedy, dealing as he does with electrical equipment, finds it difficult to maintain delicate adjustments in a house whose foundations were built for residential purposes, rather than those of scientific investigation. You see, it only takes a very slight jar on the floor of the house to cause a shock to be transmitted throughout the place, which is fatal to the microscopic adjustment of delicate instruments." The chemist grunted. "Your solution may be correct, but I think someone in this house who knows enough about electricity to understand the apparatus I am using is tampering with things. I will advise you here and now that in the future I want no servant in my room under any pretext. If I miss a meal, that's my own business. As for sweeping and dusting, I'll do it myself. I have just adjusted a lock and bolt on my laboratory door, and I want no Jap snooping around or even knocking at the door. When I'm in, I'm in. And when I get ready to come out, I'll come out." Having delivered this ultimatum, the professor snapped around on his heel, nodded his head to us, and left the room. I turned to Dr. Potter and smiled. "Evidently your assistant has some decided ideas of his own. It is really an insane prejudice," answered my friend. "He feels that Kimmy is spying on him and tampering with his delicate electrical apparatus. As a matter of fact, Kimmy, while an excellent servant, has absolutely no curiosity, and, I am satisfied, has no ambition in life other than to attend to my wants." "I notice that you did not intimate to Professor Kennedy what my real job is," Dwyer broke in. "I therefore take it that you wish to keep my work a secret? But I was pretty sure that your Jap servant who met me at the train knew what I was here for. Are you taking special pains to keep the professor in the dark?" Dr. Potter looked troubled for a moment. "I must admit the truth of what you say, but I don't want you to think I am suspecting Professor Kennedy of anything, nor do I want you to do so. As far as I know, he has no idea that there is anything unusual in the matter of the skeleton. The peculiar moaning noise I have described has never occurred while he has been in my study. He knows nothing about it." Dwyer smiled. "I should say that the failure of the ghost to howl when Professor Kennedy was present was point number one." Dr. Potter made no reply. Seemingly this point had either been in his mind before, or else he was considering the significance of it. "By the way," inquired the detective, "I presume it's in order to ask where you picked the professor up, and what you know of him." Dr. Potter answered readily enough. "I know very little about him personally, and a great deal about him professionally. He is hardly the type one would expect to find as a professor of electricity and chemistry, but such is the case, and he is one of the leaders in those sciences. During the war, I did some slight work along the line of developing new gases and of controlling submarines by electricity. Professor Kennedy has some German blood in his veins, and as it happened, was in Germany at the outbreak of the war. He was detained by the German government and forced to remain throughout the war, cooperating in the manufacture of war material, a work which was performed by him with reluctance, but which he was forced to do. Through the German Secret Service, he, in some way, learned of my own modest activities in assisting the Allies along the same lines, and conceived the idea of making my personal acquaintance. Following the armistice, he got in touch with me through a mutual friend, and has since been of the greatest assistance to me in connection with some of the electrical equipment I am making for my experiments. He has gradually become a fixture here, and has taken the position of assistant. However, all this discussion is keeping us from the real work at hand. Step out on the porch a moment, and let me show you exactly what I wish you to do." By leaning over the rail of the porch, we could see the entire south wall of the study, and the two windows opening to the south. As the porch had a projecting roof and vines trailing up the pillars, our heads would not be outlined against the sky, and we could plainly see any person on the ground below, without standing much chance of being seen ourselves. Dr. Potter looked around the porch, peered at the ground below, and then placed us near a pillar, almost directly over the study window. "Now, if you two will just wait here, I will enter the study, carefully locking the door behind me. The entire outside wall will be under your observation. I will leave the window open so you can hear any sounds which may come from below, and can call to you if I desire. If you see any person approaching that study window, capture him at any cost. There may perhaps be more to this than appears on the surface." "Alfred," I pleaded, "let me accompany you. Dwyer can watch the wall all right, and I hate to think of you sitting alone in the dark with that thing." "Nonsense," came the retort. "I sincerely and keenly appreciate your concern, but I rather expect there will be occasion for you to pursue a very material skeleton with flesh and blood on its bones, and there will be absolutely no one in the study except myself. I am merely the decoy. Keep a sharp watch on that window, and if anyone tries to get through it, stop him, even if you have to shoot." With no other parting than this, Dr. Potter abruptly took himself downstairs to the study, from the window of which we shortly saw his head protruding. "That's fine," he said, in response to my inquiring as to our positions. "I will remain here, with the lights out. There is enough reflected light in the room to see outlines, and you keep a sharp watch on the window and the ground. You will probably have to wait an hour or so until things quiet down." With this whispered admonition, he withdrew his head, leaving us straining our eyes and ears, and accustoming our vision to the semi-darkness of the night. "Are there any servants, gardeners, or other attendants likely to be about?" whispered the detective. "If I see anyone prowling around here, I want to be sure of my ground, as I'm likely to shoot first and ask questions afterward." I answered in the same tone. "No. Kimmy has his own quarters, opening from the kitchen, does all the inside work, including the preparation of meals, The chauffeur lives in town and goes home every night at 5:30. Kimmy doing any driving required after that. Professor Kennedy certainly is not a night prowler and has given us his assurance that he will be locked in the laboratory at the north end of the house. Dwyer kept his eye glued to the ground and windows below, while I, mindful of the face I had seen at the window earlier in the evening, kept my attention about equally divided between the ground below and the porch on which we were sitting. The moon was nearly half full and barely visible through high fog clouds. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, penetrated at intervals by the whine of an automobile hurrying along the highway. The influence of the calm night acted soothingly on my nerves, and I fell into a reverie, thinking of the courage of the scientist and the stern control with which he mastered his emotions. My thoughts were interrupted by a slight pressure on my arm. Almost at the same time, I heard a faint noise, something in the nature of a rustle, apparently coming from the study itself. I strained my eyes into the darkness, and then, suddenly, without warning, the silence of the night was shattered by a cry from Dr. Potter, such as I had never expected to hear. "Quick, Pierce! Dwyer! Here, quick!" he shrieked. "Good God! Crothers!" Then silence. I knew the lay of the land better than Dwyer, and was able to enter the study window ahead of him. After fumbling in the dark for a moment, I switched on the lights. I am satisfied that not more than 10 or 12 seconds elapsed from the time of the first cry until the room was flooded with light. Never will I forget the sight which met my eyes. Sitting in a wicker chair some 10 feet from the south wall of the room and facing the window sat Dr. Potter. But from the manner in which he was slumped over the arm of the chair, I knew the reason we had heard nothing more from him after the first cry. A knife or other pointed instrument had penetrated his heart, and death must have been instantaneous. Facing him, and some 12 feet distant, the skeleton of Albert Crothers danced and swayed from its hanging on the closet door. Rattling and oscillating in an ever-diminishing orbit, it looked just as though it had been walking around and had suddenly climbed back on the door when it heard us enter the room. The ribs scraped softly against the wood, the bones of the fingers quivered and rattled, and the fleshless face grinned into the dead countenance of my murdered friend. I had just time to take in the situation when Kimmy, with a bathrobe around him, knocked at the study door, which Dr. Potter had latched with the spring lock when he entered the room. Kimmy had heard the cry, even in his bedroom, and realized as well as I did that nothing within the realm of human experience could have forced his master to utter such a sound. I opened the door for him and silently indicated the tragic sight. It took him a moment to realize that his beloved master was dead. And then, as his emotion overcame him, he bowed his head in silence, regardless, for the moment, of our presence. At that instant, just as Dwyer completed his examination of the body and looked up to give his conclusions, a white, drawn face, the same I had seen earlier in the evening, peered for a moment against the dark background of the open window, and was gone. Almost as quick as the face registered in my vision, Dwyer had drawn his revolver and rushed to the casement. Unarmed as I was, I jumped through the window right at his heels. The yard was deserted. "You take that corner," directed Dwyer in low, crisp tones, "and I'll take this." It was not until after I had reached the corner of the house that I remembered I had no weapon, and should I overtake the mysterious prowler, would probably be killed myself. But I had only to think of that still form in the chair to make me feel I would gladly chance my life just for the satisfaction of getting my hands on the murderer. We made a thorough search of the yard, as well as we could in the darkness, but could see nothing. and again met at the back of the house following a 10-minute fruitless search. "Did you look in the garage?" whispered Dwyer. I confessed that I had not, and we started together toward the low building. Even as we did so, there came the whine of an electric starter, the roar of a motor, and Dr. Potter's car leaped from the building, skidded into the turn of the gravel driveway, and disappeared down the concrete highway at terrific speed. The whine of the tires on the smooth surface of the road sounding for several seconds after we had lost sight of the speeding car. In the momentary flash of reflected light from the headlights of the automobile as it rounded the turn, I had recognized the form of Dawley, the chauffeur, crouched over the wheel. "Hell!" exploded Dwyer. "If we'd been 5 seconds earlier, we could have stopped that bird. As it was, I could have taken a shot at him, but we can telephone the police at Santa Del Barra and have him stopped before he has gone 5 miles. Come on, let's get to the phone." We rushed back to the house, found the telephone in order, and were assured that 2 motorcycle officers would be sent out at once to apprehend the driver of the car. The sergeant who answered the telephone advised us Kimmy had telephoned in a few minutes earlier advising of the murder of Dr. Potter, and that a police car was even now on its way to the house. We hung up the receiver and stepped downstairs to find Kimmy. He was crouched before a door on the north side of the house, his ear to the keyhole, and an expression of diabolical hate distorting his dark face. When he heard us in the corridor, he straightened up and knocked at the door. "Mr. Professor Kennedy," he advised us. "I tell him what happens." It took 3 or 4 minutes of hard pounding, however, before we were able to rouse the professor from his studies. Then he came to the door, unbolted it, jerked it open, and immediately started to protest at being interrupted in his work. His querulous complaint was snapped out with a jerk of the head for each word. Dwyer quickly interrupted him. "Dr. Potter has been murdered in his study. The police are on the way here, and it is advisable for you to prepare to meet them." The professor blinked his eyes rapidly for a moment or two. It seemed to take that long for him to get his mind down to earth and let the idea sink in. "Murdered? Murdered?" he muttered. "Impossible. You talk like crazy men." At this moment, the shriek of a siren interrupted the conversation, and the police car swept up the drive. We left the professor still blinking and expostulating, and went to pilot the police through the house. McDougal, the chief of police himself, had happened to be in the office when Kimmy had telephoned and had taken charge of the case in person. It seemed he was very familiar with the work and standing of Dwyer, although he had never met the detective personally, and the two were soon plowing through a mass of detail, examining fingerprints, mapping the premises, and otherwise taking steps to preserve such clues as might exist. Once again, I had occasion to be thankful for the presence of Dwyer. Not only was I greatly relieved to know that the best detective in Southern California was working on the case, but the fact that I had been with him at the time of the murder was certainly a means of saving me many embarrassing questions, and perhaps from having the finger of suspicion pointed at me. Dwyer frankly outlined all the facts at his command to McDougal, but I could see that the hard-headed Scotchman paid little or no attention to those facts, which seemed to involve a supernatural agency. As far as he was concerned, the person who peered into that window was the person who committed the crime, and the rest of the case was all hokum. The motorcycle officers had stopped Dawley, traveling at a rate of speed far in excess of the legal limit, and returned him to the house. He seemed white and shaken as he waited in the library, but refused to make any statement as to his business on the premises or the reason for his haste. Professor Kennedy was summoned to the library, and McDougal, after a complete survey of the crime, held an informal examination As I have mentioned, I was saved the ordeal of answering questions because of my having been with Dwyer. Professor Kennedy told one story only, and he refused to elaborate on it, supply any further details, or to expand on what he had previously said when asked questions by the officers. He said he had come to the house some 3 or 4 months before, was assisting Dr. Potter in research work, that he declined to state the nature of the work, that he had never noticed anything in the house which would arouse his suspicions, that he was at a complete loss to account for the murder, and that ever since he had left us that night in the living room, he had been locked in his laboratory at work and had heard no further sound until we pounded on his door to advise him of the crime. During the time he was being questioned, he produced a pencil and paper, and from time to time would sketch diagrams. At these times, his mind seemed entirely to wander from the matter in hand. McDougal became plainly exasperated, but the professor did not even notice the impatience of his audience. He was plainly regarding the proceeding as an unwarranted interruption of his work. Dolly, the chauffeur, proved rather more of a problem. He assumed an exasperating, "What are you going to do about it?" attitude, and refused to make any statement as to his reasons for being on the place or taking the car. On one subject he talked fluently. He claimed to be the child of a half-brother of Dr. Potter, and as such felt that the doctor owed him a living. He even went so far as to express the hope that the old man had remembered him in the will. I do not think I have ever seen such a contemptible exhibition of selfishness, and it was with difficulty that I managed to preserve my dignity and silence. McDougal was in somewhat of a quandary. The facts pointed suspiciously toward Dolly, but they were hardly sufficient to warrant an arrest. The chief, after a conference with Dwyer and myself, arranged to release Dolly, but to keep him under surveillance. A dragnet, as McDougal termed it, was thrown out after the spy I had twice seen looking in the window, and there the matter rested. The next few days, as I look back on them, were more in the nature of a dream than a reality. The coroner's inquest, and the attendant airing of the facts of the tragedy, the usual verdict of death at the hands of some person unknown, and the funeral at which the morbidly curious elbowed to one side the grieving friends who sought to pay their last sad respects to one who had advanced the cause of science and died a martyr. And then came a new and surprising development. While I had known that Dr. Potter had no relatives, unless Dolly could be considered as such, I certainly had no intimation that I was to be the beneficiary under his will. Although he had been a wealthy man, and what he had done for me had been little enough when compared with his means, it had been enough to leave me indebted to him for life, and I was astounded to learn, when summoned to the offices of his local attorneys in Santa Delvara, that the will left everything to me. Here again I was faced with another strange fact. The will in my favor had been executed the day before my arrival, and with the will was a letter to me, showing that my friend had recognized the gravity of the situation, and felt something of the fatal menace of the mysterious force fighting against him. The letter read, "My dear Pierce, as I write this, I know you have responded to my request to spend a few days with me and assist me in the matter of which I wrote you. I have a premonition that the next few days will see us exposed to some considerable danger from a force we do not entirely comprehend. If you ever have occasion to read these lines, it will be because that force has brought about my death, and will be attempting to bring about yours. As some compensation for your loyalty, and for exposing you to this danger, I am leaving you my entire estate. I have no strings to tie to this gift, but I wish, if possible, you would continue with the investigation where we left off, that you continue Professor Kennedy with you until he has completed his vitamin experiments, and that you guard yourself at all times. There is more to this matter than appears on the surface, and there are secrets of moment locked within that house. Profit by my death, and spare neither money nor energy in seeking a solution. For if you ever have occasion to read this, you will be a marked man. Goodbye. Your affectionate friend, Alfred Potter. I was greatly affected by the letter. The quiet dignity with which my friend had gone about settling his affairs in order to give me protection and compensation, his thoughtfulness of others, and the rare courage he had displayed, moved me to tears. Dwyer, of course, continued on the case. He would have done so in any event, but I saw to it that lack of financial compensation was no hindrance. He was sending out numbers of telegrams, studying diagrams of the house and yard, and made one quick trip by motor to Los Angeles. In the meantime, I had taken a surreptitious trip to the study, once or twice by daylight each time, rather expecting to hear the ghastly wail from the skeleton, but ever since the murder, we had not heard a sound from it, and for several days it remained mute. Dwyer made a careful search of the closet where it hung, and reported nothing suspicious in its construction or arrangement. I had hardly seen Professor Kennedy. He rarely came to the table, and when he did, treated Dwyer and myself as being so far beneath him intellectually as to have nothing in common with him. He would bolt his food in silence, blink owlishly at us, jerk back his chair, and leave the room with those short, quick steps which seemed so inconsistent in a man of his bulk. At the repeated request of McDougal, I had continued John Dawley in my employ. The chief felt there was a great possibility he knew more of the murder than he was willing to admit, and wanted him where he could keep an eye on him. Then, about a week after the tragedy, Dwyer announced a hurried trip to San Francisco. During his absence, he arranged to have a loyal old Irish police officer who had assisted him on many cases quartered in the house with me. "I'm glad," I assured him. "I wouldn't stay in the house for a minute without him. If it wasn't for the request Dr. Potter left in that letter, that skeleton would have been buried a long time ago. I can't get it out of my head, but what that grinning skeleton had something to do with the murder of my friend, and that we shall find somehow, somewhere, Albert Crothers, alive or dead, has a finger in the pie." Dwyer merely smiled and made no comment. I felt that he had some more or less tangible clue. So it happened that Kelly, the old patrolman, was quartered with me during Dwyer's absence. At the suggestion of Dwyer, who informed me Kelly was as superstitious as he was brave, I said nothing whatever about the connection of the skeleton with the murder. I was in the study with him once, and he noticed the skeleton hanging from the closet door, but I made no explanation of how it came to be there. The night Dwyer returned, Kimmy met him at the train and drove him to the house. He was just in time for dinner, and it was apparent that he was laboring under some considerable excitement. Once during the course of the meal, he quietly remarked to me that he would have a solution of the mystery within the next 48 hours. This announcement was made in a low voice, but Professor Kennedy, who sat at the end of the table, apparently engrossed in his own thoughts, snapped into immediate attention. "What's that, Mr. Dwyer?" he exploded, peering through his heavy lenses at the detective. "What's that you say? A solution of the murder within the next 48 hours? Dwyer gazed directly into the professor's face. "Your hearing seems remarkably good tonight, Professor." I fancied Dwyer was slightly discourteous, but it also impressed me as strange that Professor Kennedy, who was habitually so absorbed in his thoughts as to make it necessary to speak 2 or 3 times to get his attention at the table, should have heard the low remark Dwyer undoubtedly intended for my ears alone. A few seconds later, the professor abruptly arose from the table and retired to his laboratory. Kimmy, who I flattered myself had always been devoted to me as a friend of the master's, had passed to me with the estate, and his quiet deference and efficiency was the one bright spot in the whole tragic chain of events. That night he asked permission to spend the evening in town with friends, and I readily consented. Since the doctor's death, he had had very little opportunity to get out, and I was glad to give him the chance for a little recreation, since both Kelly and Dwyer were to spend the night with me. Hardly had we retired to the library, then Dwyer pulled a photograph from his pocket and asked me if I had ever seen the face before. The likeness was so perfect that I was startled. There could be no doubt of it. The face was that of the man I had seen looking in the window the night of the crime. "I thought so," said Dwyer. "That's a photo of the person who wrote to Dr. Potter, demanding a burial of the skeleton, and signed himself J.B. Jorgensen. However, unless I'm mistaken, he's not the man who committed the murder. But he can give us a lot of interesting information when we catch him. For catch him, we will." Hardly had the words left his mouth than ringing and wailing through the house, rising and falling louder than I had ever heard it before, came a ghastly wail, which I knew was coming from the grinning skeleton in the room below. This time, however, it was not as it had been before, an isolated moan, but wail after wail shivered through the house, rising to the highest crescendo of fiendish menace, then dying away to the moan of a tormented soul. Never on earth could such a noise have been produced from a human throat. The volume of sound alone was such that no human being could have produced it, and the delicate nerves of one's body tingled with a psychic recognition of the unearthly quality of the sound. Kelly, the rough police officer of hundreds of wild and dangerous experiences, turned white as a sheet and crossed himself repeatedly. As for myself, I know that the color left my face, and I could feel the cold chills chasing each other up and down my spine, while the roots of my hair tingled as the flesh crawled and crept on the top of my head. Dwyer alone seemed cool. "So, that's our friend again, howling for more blood. And I guess it's mine he's after this time." "My God!" shouted Kelly. "And do yez tell me 'twas a banshee that killed the doctor?" "Look here, fellas. And you, Kelly, get this," snapped Dwyer. "Let's not get stampeded by some noise we can't understand. A noise is nothing to get afraid of. I'm going to show you men just how this crime was committed, and no fool noise is going to scare me out. The thing we've all been overlooking is that it was possible for someone to have sneaked in at that window in spite of the fact that Pierce and I were watching from the porch. Moonlight is a mighty deceptive thing, particularly when it's the light coming through a fog. Now, I'm going to prove to you men that I'm right. The moon's full tonight, but the clouds are heavier, and on the whole, it's just about the same light as we had the night of the murder. I'm going down into that room, sit in that same chair, in exactly the same position the doctor sat, and I want Kelly to keep a watch from the porch. Sometime after 10 minutes, and not later than half an hour, Pierce can of course choose his own time, he will sneak along the wall, just far enough away from the white surface not to be outlined against it, and I'll bet he can enter that window without Kelly seeing him. I will probably be able to spot him as he enters the window, and I'll call out. In fact, that's just what happened when Dr. Potter was killed. He saw someone entering the window and called to us, thinking at first it must have been either Pierce or myself. Where we all made our mistake was in thinking it was impossible for such a person to have entered through the window without our seeing him. After the murder, we could have simply left the study by the door, which latched and locked automatically behind him. Come on out on the porch and I'll put you fellas in place. As the detective finished speaking, there came again, in a lower key than before, but seemingly penetrating to every corner of the house, that wailing shriek. It is impossible to describe that weird and ominous ululation. I harked back to the stories I had heard of ghouls and banshees screaming for human blood. In spite of myself, I felt my blood curdle, and I am willing to swear that the hair on the top of my head actually moved. My God, man! I exploded to Dwyer. Are you crazy? I don't know what foolish theory you may have, but I'll bet all I have that if you enter that room alone tonight and sit in the dark with that skeleton, your life won't be worth a plugged nickel. Outwardly, Dwyer was calm, but as he started to speak, I noticed that he gulped twice before the words came. His tongue was cleaving to the roof of his mouth. Come on out on the porch, he said, and can that chatter about ghosts. You act like a bunch of school kids. I might have resented the remark, had it not been for what I had just seen. As it was, in spite of the awful feeling that some mysterious presence was shrieking and howling for my blood, I was forced to smile. Dwyer was as scared as I was, but trying to bluff it through. I had expected that last shriek would have been the last straw as far as Kelly was concerned. He had heard nothing of the supernatural aspect of the case, but he was getting it in bunches right then, and I rather expected he would be ready to give up the fight right then and there. But when I looked at him, I saw a surprising change had taken place. Having convinced himself he was in for a battle with ghosts, Kelly had no thought of leaving us. I verily believe the lovable old Irishman never expected to see another sunrise, but he had pulled a silver dime from his pocket, bent it between his powerful teeth, and was engaged in cramming it down the barrel of his revolver. "Yez may laugh all you like, me boy," he remarked, as he saw me looking at him, "but you'll be battling for your life with a banshee before the night's much older, and 'tis a silver bullet that is a man's only hope in a time like that." Dwyer grabbed us by the arms and led us out on the porch, and as he did so, a piercing shriek shattered the peaceful silence of the night. Now that we were on the porch, it became apparent that the sound was coming from the study below. The window had been left open, and that piercing, wailing, undulating yell rose to a veritable crescendo of triumph as we entered the darkness of the porch, and slowly died away in a long-drawn moan of fiendish glee and unspeakable menace. The manner of the detective underwent a rapid change. He started to whisper rapidly. "Look here, fellas. My talk in the living room was a blind. I'm going down in that study in the dark, and I'm pretty sure an attempt will be made to kill me within the next 10 minutes, and the good Lord only knows what weird experience is in store for me. Or should I say for us? For you will be with me. The same person or thing which murdered Dr. Potter will make an attempt on my life. and we must use our heads and catch the murderer red-handed. I believe that our talk in the living room was overheard, and I took advantage of that fact to set a trap for the murderer. I'll go down the steps and into the study all right, but instead of waiting here on the porch, you'll go right on down and climb in the window as noiselessly as possible, and without a word to betray your presence, will conceal yourselves as close to me as possible. Whatever is going to occur will take place within the next 5 or 10 minutes, and you must remember that what took place the night Dr. Potter was in the study was sufficient to shatter even his iron nerve. Don't forget that he called the name of Crothers, and don't forget the way that skeleton was shimmying on the door when we entered the room. I'm mentioning these things so you will be prepared for anything that may happen. Let's go. With that, and without giving us a chance for any further argument, he passed through the French window just as Dr. Potter had done on the night of the murder, and took his way to the dark study and the shrieking skeleton. By common impulse, Kelly and I shook hands, the silent tribute to a brave man. Then we sneaked quietly and rapidly for that chamber of horror. We waited for a moment with drawn revolvers before the window. I had lost no time in purchasing a heavy revolver after the murder, while Dwyer entered the room and seated himself in the wicker chair facing the skeleton. Then, without a word, and with as little noise as possible, Kelly and I sneaked through the window and secreted ourselves in the dark behind the wicker chair occupied by the shadowy form of Dwyer, who did not so much as turn to acknowledge our presence. It could not have been over 60 seconds after the slamming of the study door announced the entrance of Dwyer before it became apparent that something was happening in the vicinity of the skeleton. The light was just dim enough to make it difficult to distinguish objects in the room, but bright enough to make the white bones of the skeleton readily visible as a white blur against the door on which they hung. As we sat there in that dark room, straining our eyes toward the gruesome souvenir of the feud between Dr. Potter and Elbert Crothers, I reflected that the light must have been just about the same the night of the murder, and that I was now experiencing just about what had been the sensations of Dr. Potter as he sat there in that dark room and realized that those noises were caused by a stealthy, ominous rustling of the skeleton itself. And then the skeleton commenced to move. I felt the perspiration break out in cold, clammy beads as the bones, apparently of their own volition, silently and stealthily commenced writhing on the door of the closet. Then the skeleton became a vague blur and disappeared. It was only with the greatest effort that I was able to control the desire to whisper, "It's gone." Suddenly, and without warning, a glowing, lambent fire broke out over the bones of that grisly object, sharply outlining in a blotch of glowing light the dangling arms and legs, the hollow ribs, and the grinning skull. Then I saw that the thing had climbed down from its place on the door and was standing upright on the floor, supported by its own bony limbs. I had hardly appreciated the full significance of this new development before the skeleton commenced to walk slowly toward us, emitting, as it did so, the wailing screech of a soul in torment. I could distinctly see the legs moving up and down, the articulation of the knee joints, and the swinging arms as the weird specter walked toward us. And then I saw something else. The hands were not empty. The bony fingers clutched a long knife, glinting and sparkling in the ghastly light given off by the dead bones of the approaching skeleton. The voice of Dwyer, breaking the silence, had a distinct quaver in it, and I confess I couldn't have spoken a word if my life had depended on it. As for Kelly, the brave old cop was crossing himself with one hand, but the gun, which he held in the other, was steady as a rock. "Halt in the name of the law! You are under arrest," said Dwyer. The skeleton, did halt for a moment, and then doubled on itself. The bones lost their support, and the joints collapsed, seeming unequal to the holding up of the weight. At least that was the way it seemed to me at first, and then suddenly I understood. The skeleton had crouched for a spring. I raised my revolver, but it was too late. With a wild cry, the apparition sprang straight for Dwyer. And either because of the fact it was hard to judge perspective in the dim light, or because of some uncanny agility, it soared through the air like a bird, arms outspread, and the dagger pointing straight at Dwyer's breast. It all happened so suddenly, and the change from the slow, solemn tread to the flying leap was so abrupt that it was too late for me to do anything by the time I had perceived the murderous intention of the horrible apparition. Thank God that the others had more presence of mind, for, with a splitting roar, the revolver of Kelly blazed into the night, and almost at the same instant, a spurt of flame from the automatic of Dwyer leapt to meet the grinning skull. Both bullets fired at point blank from heavy-caliber revolvers arrested the flying figure in midair. Just as it was about to descend on Dwyer, hurled it back and to the floor, where it fell with a human and solid thud. By that time I had recovered my sluggish wits, and was racing for the switch and flooded the room with lights. Lying still on the floor, with a widening pool of blood spreading over the black robes which covered it, lay a very substantial figure. The skeleton of Elbert Crothers hung, swinging from the closet door. Dwyer, seemingly as cool as though performing an act of ordinary routine, raised the black robe from the still figure of Kimmy, who had been instantly killed by a bullet in the forehead. "I am sorry to have to prove to you that a trusted servant and a professed friend has been false," said Dwyer, turning to me. "But I received evidence in San Francisco which pointed to Kimmy as a spy in the employ of interests adverse both to Dr. Potter and our national government. I had made a secret search of his rooms before I left, and found data which gave me the first real clue, including the fact that, in his younger days in Japan, the doctor had deserted a native wife who proved to be Kimmy's sister. An examination of the cellar showed where he had constructed a cunningly arranged passage through the floor of the closet. You will find a phosphorescent skeleton painted upon the black robe which he wore. The rest was simple. He entered the closet through the trapdoor, moved the skeleton about a bit, stepped in front of it, and with his back to the chair, thereby concealing the phosphorescent skeleton painted on the robe he wore, and also concealing the bones for a moment. Then, by the simple expedient of turning around, was able to present the spectacle of a glowing skeleton, which had just stepped down from the closet door. His victim would ordinarily be paralyzed with shock, and it would be a simple matter to stab him before he could make a move. Kimmy was an electrical engineer, which explains his interest in Professor Kennedy's apparatus, and will probably explain the mysterious sounds. He found Phillips, he wrote to us as Jorgensen, found out he was a spiritist, and through a corrupt medium, led him to write the note he did, and to make a nocturnal visit to the house the night of the murder. Kimmy had tried to steal the knowledge of a new and terrific war gas the doctor had developed. Failing in that, he resolved to murder him, both for his secret and to avenge his sister. When he learned that I was hot on the trail, he decided to work the scheme again and dispose of me, particularly after overhearing our talk in the living room. You will find Professor Kennedy is the harmless scientist he appears to be, and that Dawley is just a fresh young hoodlum who planned to take the doctor's car to meet some lady friend. A subsequent investigation proved Dwyer correct in every detail. A modification of an electric automobile siren was found embedded in the door of the closet directly behind the mouth of the skeleton, and a system of wires made it possible to work this siren from several parts of the house. The length of the time the contact was maintained varied the volume and pitch of the noise. Professor Kennedy, locked in his laboratory, and with his mind on his abstract, scientific problems, had worked through the evening, hearing neither the wails of the siren nor the revolver shots. The Santa del Barra police took charge of the situation, and it was hushed up with as little publicity as possible, owing to the fact that a war secret was involved. Since I had been in possession of the house, regardless of the elimination of the supernatural aspect of the case, I have had it completely remodeled, and you may be sure the skeleton of Elbert Crothers no longer hangs in the study. Spirits or not, I have never been able to rid my mind of the impression that my friend and benefactor in some way attracted to himself the events which led to his tragic death by bringing the skeleton of his ancient enemy to hang on the door of his study closet.
Drop Dead Twice by Hank Searles. Read by Jeff Gerner. Henry Hunt Searles, Jr., 1922 to present, received his B.S. from the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, then attended the Stanford University publishing course. His background in the Navy, he is now a retired lieutenant commander in the Navy Reserve, plus his avocation of yachting, provided authentic background to his many novels with military backgrounds, not to mention his novelizations of the movies Jaws 2, 1978, and Jaws: The Revenge, 1987. He had a long history of writing for the pulps, notably the series about San Francisco private eye Mike Blair, which appeared in Dime Detective in the 1940s and early 1950s. 7 Blair adventures were collected in The Adventures of Mike Blair, 1988. Searles has written of his inexperience when he began writing, learning his craft while earning a penny a word from the pulps, which served him well when he began to write full-length novels, frequently military thrillers such as The Crowded Sky, 1960, which was filmed the same year with Dana Andrews, Rhonda Fleming, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., and Anne Francis. The Pilgrim Project, 1964, filmed by Robert Altman as Countdown, 1968, starring James Caan, Joanna Moore, and Robert Duvall. The Penetrators, 1965, and the TV movie Overboard, 1978, with Angie Dickinson. Among Searles' other TV writing credits are episodes of The Fugitive, the miniseries Wheels, and the creation of The New Breed, which starred Leslie Nielsen. Drop Dead Twice was published in the March 1950 issue.
Drop Dead Twice. When a lady dabbles in blackmail, she's begging for a shroud. And so is the private dick who goes calling on her corpse. It was a very nice job, definitely professional, and final. The blonde lay across the hotel bed lengthwise, a gleam of golden flesh showing above her stocking, but otherwise perfectly presentable. A white linen handkerchief was clutched in her hand. She'd been mugged, strangled, throttled. Whatever you wanted to call it, the killer had quite thoroughly known his business. It was no place for me. The package in my pocket was suddenly heavy. I lit a cigarette and did some fast thinking. The more I thought, the worse it looked. The desk clerk had taken my name, phoned the room. The blonde had apparently answered the phone and told him to send me up. One short elevator ride later, I had walked through the open door, called her name, and gone into the bedroom. Then she was dead. What do you do when you find a corpse? In the movies, you call the cops. The cops come and they want to know what you're doing there. You can't explain, so they stick you in the clink and you stay innocent as a newborn babe until some smart dick solves the crime. Then they spring you and everybody lives happily ever after. But suppose nobody solves the crime. Maybe you burn. Maybe they adjust that last uncomfortable necktie and spring the trapdoor. No, this is California. They put you in a quiet, private room with a bottle of cyanide gas and tell you to breathe deep. Not me. I flicked the cigarette out the window and took a powder. Lippy Fargo adjusted his expensive bathrobe over his fat little belly and showed me into his apartment. He motioned to a chair in front of the big window and went to the bar.
Whiskey, Pete?
A shot. He waddled back with 2 glasses and plopped himself down opposite me.
Did you give the stuff to her?
I took the package out of my pocket and untied it. I removed 4 $500 bills and tossed the package to Lippy. I said, "The $2,000 is for services rendered. Cheap, considering." Lippy counted the money absently.
Considering what?
Considering you tried to frame me. Lippy's cherubic face turned red.
Suppose you quit talking in circles and tell me what happened.
As if you didn't know.
Look, Pete, I'd give you $500 if you delivered the dough. You didn't deliver the dough and you kept $2,000. You'd better have a story worth $2,000 or else hand it over.
You're damn lucky you're getting any of it back. If the cops had turned up there, you'd have never seen your money again.
Cops? What cops?
The blonde was dead. Strangled. Lippy looked up sharply.
Who did it?
You tell me. It just seems funny as hell that you sent me there, fat, dumb, and happy, and there was somebody waiting to kill her between the time the desk clerk called and gave her my name and the time I got up to the apartment. It smells bad to me. How does it smell to you? Lippy shook his head.
So help me, Pete, I didn't have a thing to do with it.
What were you paying off for? There was a long silence.
Sorry, Pete, that I can't tell you.
I got up and walked to the window. You'd better tell me, and it'd better be good, because I'm calling the cops in about 2 minutes and telling them why I was there. Lippy raised himself with a grunt. He took my arm.
Don't do that, Pete. We're friends. You know I can't afford to get mixed up in anything like that. I'm on parole.
I swung around. What about me? Am I going to be the fall guy? Why was I there? Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. I was looking for my cufflink. I was passing the hotel, and it fell off and rolled through the lobby and up the stairs. I paused. What'll I tell them? Lippy walked back to his chair and collapsed wearily.
I don't know, Pete. It'll kill my wife. Ever since I got out, I've been clean. You know that. Most of the people here don't even know I've served time. My kid's in college. It'll ruin her. When the papers get hold of it...
He rubbed his hand over his eyes.
I don't know.
I shook my head. I'm sorry, Lippy. I don't know who did it. Maybe you don't either, but I've got to have a story when they pick me up, and it'll have to be the truth. Lippy leaned forward intently.
You're smart, Pete. You can find out who did it. Name your own price. Just keep me out of it.
His voice was desperate. I looked out at the fog rolling into the bay. A foghorn moaned dismally. Lippy Fargo, reformed gambler. Worth sticking your neck out for? Good guy, a good friend. But... Finally, I turned. Okay, I'll take a crack at it, but I can't guarantee anything if the cops pick me up, and you'll have to come clean with me. Lippy nodded.
Okay, Pete. What do you want to know?
The payoff. What was it for? Lippy took a deep breath.
2 years ago, I was paroled. I wanted to get out of the gambling racket, and I was selling my clubs one at a time. I went to Nevada to sell my Reno place, broke parole to do it. I was only there 3 days. I got in a game of stud with 2 other guys, Dude Wallen, a hood that used to work for me, and an Easterner named Wright. Dude was pretty drunk. He was just a gunman anyway, and he claimed this guy Wright was hiding an ace. Wright gives him some lip, so Dude pulls a gun and kills him, just like that. Then he looks in his coat for the ace. He looks up at me and grins. Wrong again, he says. There was a girl in the room. Dude's girl.
That was the blonde you saw." I nodded. "So you couldn't report the murder without being caught violating your parole. And besides, Dude and the girl might have claimed you did it." "That's right. Well, Dude got rid of the body somehow and headed for the east. And that's all there was to it, until I read this in the paper the other day." He walked to a desk and rummaged around. There he handed me a clipping. "Victim of gang warfare. New York, May 10. The body of a man identified as John Dude Wallen was found floating in the East River today. Police believe that he was a victim of gang warfare." "Well," Lippy continued, "the other day the blonde turns up. She's seen the clipping too, she says. She says that now Dude is dead, it leaves only herself and me that know about Wright's murder, and she's awful broke, and could I spare 12 grand? I whistled. I told her I'd think it over. I thought it over and decided to pay. I figured she'd be back for more, but I had to protect my family. And what the hell, 12 grand? I didn't want to see her again myself, and you were the only guy I knew that I could trust with that kind of dough. That's the story, Pete." I puffed at my cigarette. Sounded all right, but you never know. "Can you think of anybody that might want to see the blonde murdered? Outside of you, that is?" He shook his head. "No, not now." I looked up. "What do you mean, now?" "Well, when Dude worked for me, he was quite a ladies' man. He dated this blonde you found dead, Sylvia Clinton, and a redhead named Flame Doreen that sang at the 411 Club, and I don't know how many others. The redhead didn't like the blonde and vice versa. They had a fight once right in my office. Dude stood there and laughed. But Dude's dead now, and there wouldn't have been any reason." I shook my head. "Were there any others?" "Not that I know of. Of course, if she was using blackmail as a steady diet, anybody might have done it." I drove back to my hotel to get my stuff before the cops moved in. I cased the lounge carefully. There was no one there but the desk clerk and a few of the girls who hung out in the lobby. I opened my door and switched on the light. "Hold it, Butler," said a voice in the shadows. I looked down the barrel of a police special. A little old guy wearing horn-rimmed glasses stood behind the gun, and an overgrown kid in a police uniform stood behind the little guy. I stayed where I was. "Search him, John," said the little guy. The cop ambled over and went through my stuff. "This is him, Inspector," he said, looking at my driver's license. "He's a private eye and a sheriff's deputy, and say," he whistled, $2,000. He handed me back my wallet. "Does murder pay that well nowadays?" asked the little man. "Maybe I'm in the wrong racket." "Look," I explained, "I was going to call you guys. I just wanted to check on something first." "Sure," said the inspector. "Well, don't bother to call. The desk clerk found the girl." "You're making a mistake. I didn't do it." "Nobody ever does it, Mac. I've been working in homicide for 20 years, and I never found anybody that did it." "Listen," I said reasonably, "you think I'd have left my right name at the front desk if I'd gone up there to kill the girl?" "In a word, yes. It's a very smart thing to do. It looks awfully good to a jury. That's why you'd do it, especially if you might get caught anyway. To make it look better, though, you should have reported the crime. Yes, I think you did it, whether you left your name or not." "Well, you're wrong." "Okay, so I'm wrong. What were you doing up there?" Well, now was the time. I thought of Lippy, sweating it out at home. I thought of his wife, not a bad old girl. I thought of his daughter in college. I knew I'd hate myself for turning soft, but what can you do? "Just a friendly call," I said. "Okay, John. Slip the cuffs on him." "Now wait a minute," I said. "I can—" The big cop moved over and clicked a handcuff onto my wrist, and that was that. A handcuff makes a very decisive sound. He put the other cuff on himself. I felt like tail-end Charlie on a chain gang. "Take him down to the car. I'm going to look around." The cop marched me to the elevator. We stood behind the elevator boy, saying nothing as we started down to the lobby. The cop towered on my right, a real tribute to American breakfast food. Tall, broad, healthy. I eyed him speculatively. I thought of spending the next 6 months in the city jail with the prospect of graduating to a quiet grave in the municipal cemetery, and decided that it was worth trying. I never had much of a left, but if he had a glass jaw... He did. I put everything I had into the blow. It went directly to the button, and he folded like a tired old man, almost pulling me down with him. The elevator boy turned, his face white.
Mr. Butler, you shouldn't ought to have done that.
Okay, Sonny, don't worry about it. I pulled the gun out of the cop's holster and the keys out of his pocket. I fumbled with the keys and tried 2 of them on the steel bracelet. The second one worked. Let me out in the basement, and then let's see this elevator head for the top floor, and I mean the top floor. I got out quickly, walked swiftly through the helps' quarters and out the side door into an alley. I ran down the alley and on to the main street. I signaled a taxi and told the driver to take me to the 411 Club. I sat back and wiped the sweat off my brow. My hand was shaking. We'd gone 3 blocks before I heard the sirens start to wail. I sat at a table in the back of the 411 Club and ordered a shot of whiskey and a bottle of beer. The 10 o'clock show was just coming on. I watched the girls swinging their legs and listened to a refugee from a third-rate burlesque try to make like a comedian, and heard a washed-up tenor murder Mother McCree. Then the redhead walked from the shadows, leaned on the piano, and began to sing. She had creamy white skin and shimmering long hair the color of burnished copper, and sea-green eyes, and a shape that couldn't have been natural but obviously was. She was wearing a low-cut white evening dress that rippled when she moved, and she had a low, husky voice. When she sang to every man in the place. When she stopped singing, a long male sigh escaped the room, and then applause. She sang again. I called the waiter. "Is that Flame Doreen?" "Yeah. Oh, brother." "Tell her I'd like to see her. A friend of Dude Wallen." I slipped him a $5 bill. He looked at it critically. "Okay, Mac, but you're wasting your time. Strictly no soap." "Tell her anyway." The waiter moved off toward the wings of the stage. In a few minutes, she appeared out of a side door, looked over the audience, and crossed the dance floor. She slid into the seat opposite mine and looked me over coolly. "Yes." Now what? I tore my gaze away from the green eyes. "Drink?" She hesitated. "All right. Whiskey and soda." I ordered it and sat back. "Miss Doreen, I'd like to find out what you know about Sylvia Clinton." Her face froze. "Plenty. Who wants to know?" I flashed my wallet with its sheriff's deputy badge and put it back into my pocket. A shadow of fear crossed her face. "What do you want to know?" "When did you see her last?" I asked, watching her eyes. She studied her drink. "The other day, I ran into her on the street." "She's dead." The fear lingered in her eyes. She lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Coolly, she said, "I'm so sorry. It couldn't have happened to a nicer person." "Murdered." "That I can believe. Well, is there anything else?" "Where were you this afternoon?" She hesitated. "Shopping." "What did you buy?" "Clothes." "Where?" She flushed angrily, her eyes sending out emerald sparks. "You don't think I killed her?" "Maybe." "Look, Sherlock, why would I do it?" "Jealousy." "Don't be silly. On account of Dude? That's all over with, and for your information, Dude is dead." "How do you know?" She paused. "Maybe I read it in the paper. Maybe somebody told me. I don't know. Anyway, I heard that he was killed. Now, if you're all through..." Something was wrong. I didn't know what, but her story didn't ring true. There was nothing I could do. I stood up. "Okay, sister. But for your information, I don't believe you were shopping." I paid the bill and left the club, my hat down over my face. I hailed a cab and gave him Lippy's address. Lippy was still up. He looked as if he'd had a tough night. His eyes were shadowed and his face was drawn. He let me in quickly. He said, "Pete, thanks." "Thanks for what?"
"Giving them the slip."
"How'd you find out about that?"
"The radio. They broadcast your description. They have a dragnet out for you."
I sank wearily to the couch. "Oh, brother," I moaned. Lippy poured me a shot of whiskey. I gulped it and handed him back the glass. "Well," I said finally, "I talked to the redhead. No soap." Lippy shook his head.
"She's the only one I can think of, Pete, and with Dude dead..."
I walked to the window. Lippy was right. With Dude dead, there was no reason for jealousy. That left Lippy. I began to wonder if I were getting the runaround. I turned. "Listen, Lippy, I hope to hell you're playing ball with me, because if you're not, so help me, I'll..." There was a crash of breaking glass and the roar of a gun. Automatically, I hit the deck, grabbing for the lamp cord. I got a hand on it and pulled. The light went out. Silhouetted in the glare from the street, I saw a shadow on the fire escape. I waited and then crawled to the window. Cautiously, I poked my head over the ledge. 2 stories below, I heard a movement. Someone dropped to the pavement, and a dark shape flitted into an alley. In the apartment house across the street, lights flicked on and people talked excitedly. I turned. "You all right, Lippy?" I asked softly. I heard Lippy grunt, and the light clicked on. He was standing by the door, carefully inspecting a jagged hole in the stucco wall of the living room, a big hole with cracks radiating from it. "Close," he said wearily, "but no cigar. Reminds me of the old days." "Yeah." I lit a cigarette. "Who do you suppose has you on his list?" Lippy shrugged. "Lots of people, I guess. Just the same, that doesn't happen every day. You suppose it's tied up some way with the blonde's murder?" "I don't know. I do know I gotta get the hell out of here before the cops come to see who lit the firecracker." The bedroom door opened, and a tall, elderly lady with iron-gray hair, still pretty, walked into the room in a negligee. Her face was a mask of fear.
"Lippy, are you all right? What happened?" "It's okay, honey. Go back to bed and don't worry. It's all over now." I moved to the door. "If you get any hot ideas, give me a ring at the Perry Hotel on Bush Street. I'll be registered under the name of Jones. Needless to say, don't mention I was here." Lippy nodded. "Sorry I got you into this, Pete. I looked at the poor old guy standing there with his wife, scared and miserable. Forget it. As I left the apartment, I heard sirens screaming in the night. A streetcar was passing, almost empty, and I swung myself on. I got off on Bush Street and registered at the Perry Hotel. I went to my room and flopped on the bed. I couldn't sleep. I lit a cigarette and watched a flashing neon sign play on the ceiling, on and off, on and off. The shadow of the fire escape began to look like a gallows. I swung my feet over the side of the bed. The redhead had been lying. About what, I didn't know, but she had been lying, and she was the missing link. Lippy hadn't killed the blonde. The redhead probably hadn't either, but she knew who had. I looked at my watch. It was 1 a.m. The 411 Club was still crowded. The last show was almost over, and the redhead was singing. She saw me and faltered on a note. When the song was over and the applause had stopped, she walked swiftly through the cigarette smoke to my table. "I thought you had gone." "I liked your performance so much in the first show that I decided I'd catch the second one." "Yeah." She sat down again. I was surprised and wary, but I ordered her a drink. She sipped it carefully, watching me with the clear green eyes. "I get off after the show," she said finally. "Sometimes this job bores me so much that I feel as if I have to go out afterwards." Well, I'll be damned, I thought. Little Red Riding Hood asking the wolf in. Is that so? "I guess when you're off duty, you like to go out too?" "Sometimes."
She looked into my face suddenly. There was fear in her eyes and an almost pathetic hope.
"Will you take me somewhere after the show?"
"Where?"
"Anywhere. Someplace for a drink. Anywhere we can have a good time."
I thought of the cops crowding the town, working overtime, looking for me. The redhead was frightened of something, and I wanted to know what it was, but it was no time to start painting the town red. "No," I said, "not tonight. What's frightening you?" She looked up and laughed.
"Frightening me? Don't be silly. I might ask you the same thing, or don't you like redheads?"
"I like redheads. When they come clean with me, not when they hide things." She laughed nervously.
"Well, this makes the first time in a long while that I've asked for a date and been turned down."
She stood up, smiling, but the fear was still in her eyes.
"Drop in someday when you're not working on a case. Then I can turn you down."
She was off to the dressing room, and I was alone. I wondered what had frightened her. Conscience? Maybe she couldn't bear to be alone. And yet the strangler had been a man. A woman wouldn't have had the strength. And the handkerchief in the blonde's hand, it had been not a woman's, but a man's handkerchief. The handkerchief. It had been clean, freshly ironed. Not a handkerchief that had come out of a hip pocket. A handkerchief that had come out of a breast pocket. I ordered another drink. Who wears a handkerchief in his breast pocket nowadays? Flashy dressers. Dudes. Dude Wallen? But Wallen was dead. At least the paper had said he was dead. But was he? Who had identified him? The blonde had gone east with him. Had she identified the body? A guy like that, permanently erased from the police files, can start all over again. He can take care of all the people who have anything on him and begin a whole new life. From scratch. Two people who had something on Dude were the blonde and Lippy. The Reno murder. And where would Dude go if he came back west, if he returned from the grave? To a girl who had been in love with him, the redhead. He could hide away with her and take care of his old friends one at a time. The blonde was gone, and somebody had taken a shot at Lippy. With Lippy dead, the books would be closed, and Dude could breathe freely. Except for the redhead. The redhead had been frightened. She hadn't wanted to go home. She'd been trying to tell me something all the time, thinking I was a cop. And I hadn't listened. I shoved my chair away from the table and started for the stage. A waiter barred my way. He said, "No visitors backstage." I gave him a 10 and he stepped aside. I walked through the wings and down the corridor. I found a door with a star on it and the name Flame Doreen scrawled beneath it in chalk. I knocked. There was no answer. I opened the door and looked in. The room was a mess, but there was no one there. I moved further down the hall and heard voices. I knocked on another door and opened it. There was a moment of silence. The room was filled with the girls from the chorus in various stages of undress. A luscious young blonde looked at me blandly.
"Show's over, mister. Don't you knock."
I have to find out Miss Doreen's address. The girls looked at me coldly. I pulled out my wallet and flashed the deputy's badge. The blonde shrugged.
"What's she done now?" "She lives at the Manchester Arms on Wright Street."
"Thanks. And sorry." I walked swiftly out the back door and grabbed a taxi. The Manchester Arms was a cheap apartment with all the trimmings. I asked the doorman for Miss Doreen's apartment, and he winked at me sympathetically.
"It's 3A, brother, but you're a little late. There's a guy been up there all day, and he's still there."
"Personal friend of mine," I said, walking into the elevator. I got off at the 3rd floor and wandered down the hall, looking at the door numbers. When I came to 3A, I stopped. Voices murmured inside. I put my ear to the door. I couldn't hear a word. I slipped the police special out of my pocket and lifted my hand to ring. Then I heard it, a low, desperate cry. "Dude, no!" It was all I needed. I backed against the far wall and launched myself against the door. It was a cheap lock. It snapped easily. I crashed the door open and went on through. A big guy, handsome, with a bronzed, hard face and curly blonde hair, was leaning over a chair. His face was turned my way, frozen in fear and surprise. His hand flashed toward his coat. As he straightened, I glimpsed the redhead lying sprawled on the chair. "Hold it," I said. He hesitated. I stepped toward him and relieved him of a gun from a shoulder holster. The girl on the chair moaned and her eyelids flickered. "Not this time, brother," I said. "The legal limit on murder is 1 a day." He spit out a curse. I didn't like the way he did it, so I let him have it backhanded across the mouth. "You don't make out as well with men as you do with women, do you, dude?" He watched me, his eyes glittering. The redhead sat up, holding her throat. "I knew it," she whispered. "That's why I didn't want to come back. I knew it." "Call the cops, honey," I said. "Tell them it's Butler, quick, before I lose control of this gun." I motioned toward Wallen with the gun. "I wish I had time to work you over, Wallen. I'm afraid the cops are going to be kind of inhibited. But you're going to get the gas chamber anyway, so it doesn't matter." "Try and prove something, buddy. Try it." "Where's your handkerchief?" I asked. He looked at his breast pocket and turned white. I said, "You should have checked that before you left the blonde. I assume it has laundry marks on it. Shouldn't be very hard to prove." There was a long silence, and then footsteps down the hall. The gray-haired inspector stuck his head through the door. He saw me and whipped out his gun. I said, "I'm working late, Inspector. Here's your man." "Yeah? You're my man, brother. Put down that gun." I nodded. "Watch him, Inspector. He's Dude Wallen." I tossed the gun on the floor. The inspector's eyes bugged at the name. He hesitated. I caught a swift movement from Dude. His hand flashed to his hip pocket, and an automatic appeared from nowhere. He grabbed at the redhead and yanked her in front of him. "Out of my way," he whispered. "Out of my way!" The inspector's eyes glinted. Carefully, he put away his gun. Wallen moved toward the door, shielding himself behind the girl. My heart sank. If he got away, he'd get me if he had to track me to the end of the world. And as for the redhead, it would be curtains for her. Wallen's face relaxed into a grin. "So long, you," he said to me. "I'll be seeing you again." He stepped into the hall. There was the roar of a .45 down the hall, and Wallen's face froze incredulously. Slowly, he turned, and suddenly crumpled to the floor. Footsteps hurried down the corridor. It was the big cop I'd slugged in the elevator. He kneeled by the corpse and turned it over. He looked up, his face a mask of horror. "This isn't Butler." "That's right, son," said the inspector, "but I wouldn't be surprised if it was just as good." "Better," I said. "Much better." I turned to the redhead. She was white-faced and shaking like a leaf. "Now, honey," I said, "about that drink you wanted. I know a place."
This has been a Highbridge audio production.